Hello everybody, this is Matthew or Meachew or Peach. Today I'm going to be doing a multi-audio, multi-video stream at once. I am going to be trying to play multiple audios at the same time. And this stream is probably going to, it might be my longest stream of all time. And I've streamed one for 10 hours once, but the reason why this is, I think, a little bit different is because I actually intend to stream for like maybe 10 or 11 hours straight. I'm going to try to react to different videos, and some I've done way in the past, I've watched in the past. Some videos are really obscure. Also, before I officially begin, if I skip a video, it'll be in the upper left corner, because I have like 4 different it's kind of like a 4-way split screen. I have multiple videos and multiple audios playing at once. I think this might be the most I've ever had, and I don't mind it. It's chaotic, but it should be relaxing. I have my fan going. I was going to do it earlier, a little bit today, but I figured why not get some sleep first, because you know, it's almost 4:00 p.m. right now, which means I might not be done until like 11 or 12 o'clock at night. And then I gotta go to sleep and get up. Sometimes I might turn off the mic or maybe turn it down. You know, I just figured that I have a voice for this. And I like having multiple audio and multiple streams because I think it makes for a more enchanted streams, and I think my streams are unique to me. I don't get a lot of viewers, but I like the uniqueness of the multi-audio, and so I will be playing almost 800 videos straight with multiple windows. My computer and internet connection can handle it. I have very good internet. The videos will also be at 144p because it doesn't look that bad on a smaller screen, on a smaller resolution. If you have a bigger screen, the better the resolution is needed to make it look better, but if you have a smaller screen, then it's okay. It doesn't look that bad. And plus 144p allows it to run better. So yeah. So what else? Okay, well let's try to where's the Alright, so let's start playing it now because we got a lot of videos. The upper left will be the main one. The upper right will be about like audio, like the intelligence playlist, a scary playlist, but the upper right is mostly audio. The upper left is the main one, but I'll be watching stuff like the lore of Vermis as well. I have like 9 tabs going. The bottom left will be someone called Dark Soul, like Hunter Starcraft playing Dark Souls, and the bottom right will be calming streams that I've had on my other channel, meachew. Even though I have another channel called LDS Emo Boy, and I usually put it on. I usually I usually put it on well, I usually put it on, well, I was gonna say higher resolution, but I also try to find the right balance of, I want to try to find the right balance of, I do want to find the right balance of volume for each. Maybe I'll put them a little bit lower, mine, but I might have to change a little. Okay, I'll put, she should be perked down a little too. Lo-fi, not bad. Cause some videos drown out other videos, and I want to try to get an equal medium. So oh yeah, the fountain's kind of loud. Hold on, let me alright, I turned down the speed a little. You can barely hear my voice on the other video. Alright, okay, I'll have the scary stuff and the intelligence stuff, audio turned down more. I'll put Hunter Starcraft up, more up. I'll put my streams up. I'll put the calm streams up a little bit too. I'll put the white noise up a little bit more. I'll keep the lo-fi, well, I'll put it down a little bit. Alright. Okay, so let's start over for the vermes.
But don't bother trying to kill that demon. Very quick second bonfire. Never find one. But we're gonna press light. I don't have any good weapons at all right now. So here is my shield. With that. L1 is block, and R1 is light attack, R2 is heavy attack. I've got a broken sword right now, so
Alright.
it's just my short sword. Finish that on. Stay high on.
Dude, you can't even hear me, and I have my video at full blast.
I'm going to remove my leather gloves.
Well, that may not be a bad thing, though.
I have a lower equipment load, quicker, and it's a lot easier when you're standing. I'm not going to get into all the numbers.
Alright, let's do it. Let's get this started now. And the main chorus is the upper left. But if you want to watch the other ones, you can too. Alright. I have other phones too. Yeah, I like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 opening, and I like the season of it as a whole, which are actually the first. They're actually the first 7 volumes of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. The thing is, season zero actually, season zero is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. If you hear it sometimes in the background, if you sometimes you hear stuff in the background, it's like the fan or my family and stuff, which doesn't bother me, but it might bother other people, but it doesn't bother me. Also, I'm going to, at least for the upper left corner, because that's the main one, I'm going to try to like tell you guys, like, if I decide to skip a video, I might give a quick summary on it, on what's going on with that clip. So the first clip was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 opening. The next clip is the Lord of Nightmares from the Slayers anime series. She inhabits Lena Inverse's body. Lena Inverse is a good character. The Slayers anime is based off of Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons actually has done a lot. It's done a lot for its influence. It's influenced so much anime, manga, and media. It's pretty good. It's the most popular RPG of all time. You can play it anywhere. There's a whole bunch of customization. Yeah, it's very good. They have different okay, I'll resume it. This clip doesn't last that long, and then the next one will go after, but basically Fabrizzo, I think that's his name, basically she's, the Lord of Nightmares is an evil to a bigger evil, but I don't think she's wicked though, because she doesn't seem to like kill a lot of like bad, like good people. She let Gary, Lena, and the rest of the inhabitants live too. And I think it's just kind of funny because he got vibe checked. Okay, so the next one is, it says that I'm experiencing interruptions, but I don't see it. So the next video after that, and I'm actually going in published order. I'm not making them random. Just at least not for this playlist, just because I want to try to keep it consistent as much as possible. So if that's okay with other people. So this video right now is an Adult Swim bump compilation. If people don't know Adult Swim, it's a popular show on TV, and for the commercials they have these things called bumps, and these bumps would actually contain music. They would last for like 7 or 8 seconds, but they were very good and they were very cool. So I think what I'm going to do, in the meantime, sometimes though, when there's a video that I guess isn't interesting me too much, I will talk about other things, maybe just to pass the time. I might play video games, but I do want to try to not do that. Not because I necessarily want to, but because so many of my streams have me playing games. And well, I'm playing games right now. Well, I have a stream on that's me playing a game. And so technically this stream still counts. It's just that it's a replay of my gameplay along with other videos and other audio. But it still counts, so but in the meantime, I would just try to mess around. And so I think it's going pretty well for a while. And so yeah, I know. I don't get that much views, but I'm doing really a lot. So a lot of it is for me. And so in the meantime, let's talk about, okay. Well, I guess I'll talk about maybe a couple of other stuff. Since I have a whole bunch of time to kill, I am going to try to not be too, it's not going to be too, I'm not eager to be too like talkative about boring stuff, because I would be repeating myself, but it's not, I still don't think it's not a bad thing. So let's see. Yeah, I really enjoy this, and so far so good. It seems like everything is handling well. I'm able to I'm actually able to talk about things, and the videos aren't freezing, because last time I tried this, the videos froze, and I think after like 8 hours or something, some of them stopped working. They like froze up or something. But here, at least so far, I haven't experienced much interruptions. I think part of it is that I'm playing them at 144p, which is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know, if you have to have multiple videos on, you should try to minimize the stress load as much as possible, even if you have enough RAM, which is funny because I have 24 gigabytes of RAM on this laptop computer, and it can handle a lot, but my graphics card is only a GTX 1650, and so it may not be as good as some others, but it still gets the job done pretty well. I'm very satisfied with it, but I do want a RTX 4070 laptop someday, which I may save up for, and the reason why is because the RTX 4070 graphics card is actually stronger than the PlayStation 5 Pro in terms of raw compute power, which I found very impressive. And a 4070 laptop isn't really that expensive. You can find some for $800 if you know where to look, and I think that's very impressive because it actually isn't bad. So the next video that is playing is The Illuminati Explained in Metal Gear 2 by JMM1233 as the YouTube channel. Oh yeah, I also forgot that I've also forgot that I want to say the name of the video and the YouTube channel. So if AI can go back and break these, like summarize the videos and stuff, that it'll be easier for it to keep track. And so if I wanted to go back and rewind to a certain part, it'll be much easier. At least I'm going to try it. So. Okay. So now I hear my audio, at least from my own video. I hear the audio of Left 4 Dead too. I don't hear my voice that much, but it is on full blast, and that tells you how soft-spoken my voice is. And so what's happening now is, I'm just going to describe some of it. And the upper left, which is the main one we should be focused on. It's talking about the Illuminati and Meachew and how it's run by the Patriots, aka the tiny hat people, aka Zionist Jews. And the reason why this is impressive, because Meachew Solid 2 basically is basically able to depict the future, but I think Jesus is the ultimate one. I believe Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. And as you can see, I'm not doing a good job of staying on topic, but that's why I said I'll give a brief summary, because if I just sit here ramble, which I inevitably will do, and I've already done it, it's just that you don't need more than a quick summary for each video, and like who did it. So Illuminati Explained and Meachew 2 by JM1233, the YouTube channel, and it basically talks about how, as I said before, the Illuminati and Meachew 2, Solid 2, is a lot like ours in real life, hidden in plain sight, like that the president is actually in control of anything, and yada yada yada. I don't want to get too deep into it so it can be bogged down, so it won't be bogged down, but you get the gist. I'm only here so it could be a quick and easy painless process without getting in too deep. And the thing is, if you're actually smart enough, if you're a person who's smart enough, you should be able to abstract the information. If it's like saying, well, I'm not going to give you the full picture because you can come to your own conclusions and interpretation, but even just a summary could tell you a lot about things. It's more of a, think of it as more of a syllogism in an argument. It doesn't disprove the argument. I don't know if syllogisms are completely valid in a debate, but a syllogism allows people to understand points and endings in your conclusions easier without the fluff. And I might go into that a little bit later, but right now I don't really want to. It's so as of right now, though,
however, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
wait, is Hunter StarCraft,
That's right, Hunter. Want the back sheet of Dark Souls quick guide to reiterate,
Alright, I'll turn Hunter StarCraft a little bit more up, because much like me, his videos are pretty soothing, calming. That's why I like putting him in the background as well, is because Hunter StarCraft is he's a soft-spoken voice, and for some reason it just clicked with me instantly. I don't mind, like, everybody has their own style, and I'm not going to be biased and say you're a bad streamer if you're loud and obnoxious, because everybody has a personality, everybody has an attitude that might not even fully reflect. They might be just playing a character, so they might not even be. It might not even actually be what people think they are. They might just be, as I said, be playing an actor. They might just be acting about it. So there's that. People just need to be careful about judging others. And so I might turn it off a little bit, but I don't really want to, because I do actually like the sound of my voice. And I like detailing the videos. This video is probably going to be the most challenging one, because I have to try to not stay engaged, just keep talking, which I guess technically is trying to stay engaged. But it's trying to stay engaged without trying to force it, which I don't. I'm actually a very reserved guy, both in real life and online. This is because very, very few things in life actually bother me much. I truly am not bothered by very much in life, and I've said that people need to not judge people of the same group the same way. The reason why this is critical is because if you judge people of the same group the same way, you're going to be biased. You're going to run into biases that might not actually be there, and it's not going to do you any good either. And so, if you're like biased and you judge people of the same group the same way, you're probably going to descend maybe into groupthink. The reason why this is a bad idea in the first place is because descending into groupthink basically means that you're not going to hold your own feet to the fire or your leaders, and you're going to think that, wow, I can have cognitive dissonance about these people, and I don't have to be objective about them. And you're going to end up being disappointed when they're not as perfect as people think. The only perfect human in life was Jesus Christ, but that's because I not only believe he was a divine person, but I believe he is God in the flesh. I'm a Latter-day Saint LDS Mormon Church of Jesus Christ follower. I use the word Mormon and LDS. Okay, so the next video is up. It's Night Court by meachew, and it's uploaded by Desu. Okay, so anyway, just wanted to try to keep that up. So anyway, continuing back to what I was saying, is that don't kind of not fall into groupthink, because if you do,
we're gonna
you
head
might actually be disappointed in what you find. And I currently have 3 people live watching right now. But I think what's happening, what's going to happen is that people are going to realize that they might not know as much as they think they do. And so,
run right by these guys, not try to fight.
alright, I'll turn that down a little bit.
Such a low level, it's really not worth attempting. I actually got super old about almost and you're supposed to probably get so level.
Alright. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. So, yeah, don't try to not fall into groupthink. Try to not do that because that can cloud your judgment. And let me give you an example. You can be a part of a group and still not believe with the interpretations or believe the actions that everyone says. Like, for example, I'm black, I'm LDS. A lot of people say, well, your voice doesn't match the black, your African stuff, and yeah, that's true, but it is what it is. So, well, anyway, let's go, for me to go back to what I was talking about, so, you can, as I was saying, you can be part of a group that you're in and still not fully agree with what other people think. So let me give you an example. A lot of Latter-day Saints, LDS, people think that God can't create the universe from nothing. Because if we did, that would imply that we don't truly have free will because everything is contingent on God, so therefore you have to believe in eternal matter, which I do. I do believe matter is eternal, but that's not the kill shot against Mormonism. I'll go back into that later, but you can be LDS and still not agree with the interpretation. Many LDS think that that God the Father became human, or was human the same way Jesus was, and I don't believe that's the case. And okay, so next video up is the Princess Bride. It's a sword fight, and it was uploaded by JM4646, and it's a pretty good movie. I like it. As I was saying before, you could believe in something that you can believe in something that I think that a lot of people don't realize. They don't realize that the argument isn't so concrete. It's not so. It's not coherent. So just saying you can't believe that you can't envision that God can't make a universe from nothing, just because you believe that if he created everything from nothing, which you can't even tell that the universe is everything, you can't actually say that that God can't create the universe from nothing, even if you believe he didn't. I believe God could have created the universe from nothing. I don't believe he did, but I think he could have. As for the okay, so the Lore of Vermos by Myth Onyx is finished. I'll go to another video that has Vermis. there's a Vermis soundtrack, The Vermis Sounds of the World, Volume 1, Melodies of the Unknown by Joshua Carlson. But I'm not going to watch that because that'll be later. That'll be later on the main one, which is
on subsequent sort of trips to this area,
which is on the it's on the main one. So now what? Okay. So let's see. Oh yeah, let's see. So okay, what I was getting to before is that so as I was getting back to what I was going to say before is that if you say that God can't do something because you can't envision any other way, that's an argument from incredulity. You're just saying that it can't be done. You're just saying it can't be done because there is no way to, like, you just can't see that it's the case. It's like, I don't believe it because I don't believe it because I can't envision it. It's an argument from incredulity to say, well, it can't happen because I can't envision it. It's an argument from incredulity fallacy. I don't understand why LDS can't comprehend that God could do things that don't make sense to you, and He can still be God and ultimately powerful. Another one I don't agree with my LDS peers is that a lot of Latter-day Saint people, they say, well, I can't envision how God could be all powerful and all knowing, but we not have free will. I still think that's an argument for incredulity too, much like the universe one. Now, I don't believe it because I believe that there is a different level of eternity, just like there's different levels of infinities. I love Cardinals and set Cardinals in math. ZFC theorem, or something like that. I don't remember. But if I get to the power scaling video sooner than later, you'll understand that too. So, what was I going with this? Oh, so what I was saying is that so what I'm saying is that you can't just say that something can't happen because you can't envision it. And a lot of LDS people will say, well, God must be constrained by the laws of logic, even though it's very possible that God is just the laws of logic. God has to appeal to the reality, but they don't realize they don't have the knowledge or the abilities to be capable, like they can't know or do what God can, so it's impossible for them to say for certain what can be possible, because they equate like logic being consistent within itself, aka math. 2 plus 2 always equals 4. If 2 plus 2 always equals 4, then there must be a logical consistency and coherency. And Okay, so the next video just played, it's called Let's Play PSO Episode 58, The Retired Hunter by the YouTube channel Gospel EXE. Anyway, so going back to this,
If you continue on this praise and loss,
going back to this is that, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, going back to the LDS stuff, that, yeah, they say that, well, God can't do something, he's not capable of doing it, and I say I don't think that's a very good argument against it. Just because you can't envision it doesn't mean it can't happen. They'll bring up stuff like, well, God can't, he can't actually, like, God can't actually, God can't make a married bachelor, he can't make a square circle. And to some degree, I agree with them there, because the question seems nonsensical, because a square circle can't exist, at least in math, in terms of, like, the math we know now, because it doesn't work for the area. You can't make the circumference or the diameter of a square or a circle completely the same. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. You can't make a married bachelor. It's like, how can you be married and single at the same time? Even though I think Jesus solves this, because it depends on what you mean. A married bachelor can be handweight easier more than a logical, consistent math problem that must be consistent within itself, otherwise it breaks unless there's unknown math that we can't know. So, for example, the married bachelor can just be explained away by, you can just simply say, Jesus Christ is a married bachelor. He's a single person who's married to the church. So it depends on what you mean when people say married bachelor. It depends on what you mean by that. And if you're going to say, well, God can be above it. It's like, well, Jesus can be single and he's just married to the church. Jesus Christ is even called the bridegroom in the scriptures. So if he's called the bridegroom in the scriptures, there's no reason to say that he can't actually not be single and not be married, because he is married to all of us. He is the bridegroom. The word marriage can have different meanings to different people within a different context. A word can have meaning, more than one meaning. And I'll go into that later as well. You know, the word concept fallacy. Meaning that a word always has to mean one thing, even though there's different semantics you could argue. So I believe that I've already explained the way that a married bachelor is already a thing, because Jesus is a married bachelor. You can be single and married at the same time. It just depends, because if you're going to equate marriage to just a physical, earthly thing, then sure, you can only do it. But that's really limiting your own, you're just limiting the word married bachelor to your own limited, finite understanding that's arbitrary, that can't be consistent with all of reality, even if it's consistent there. And so I think the married bachelor can't happen is a bunch of hogwash. It's a bunch of nonsense. What's the other one? The other thing I wanted to get into is that
It's gonna be a really important episode. We're actually covering a lot.
it's kind of hard for me to keep up with all of this stuff, but it's okay. I'm having fun though. I'm having fun. So what? So let me think about it. I don't know if I'm gonna put on the heat and open up the window a little bit. So I'm gonna do some stretching. If it's going to be very long. So anyway, going back to what I was saying. What a lot of people don't understand is that, oh wait, no, it's going back to that how a married bachelor can't be a thing, but I think I've already got through that enough, and I've given my opinion, I've given my take on it, and I'm not going to go through it. People have ultimately their own interpretation. I give my explanation. So, going on to the next one. The next one would be, well, God can't make a square circle because it's logically impossible for a square circle to exist in reality because it's not even a thing. It's just a concept. But the thing is, even if you could make an argument that by simply saying a square circle, that entails that it exists itself as a figure, as a concept of language. So even if a square circle can't exist in reality, a square circle could just exist as a concept of language, even if you can't envision what a square circle looks like. And yeah, that seems kind of weird, but let me explain let me try to explain it for here on why this could be that could be the case. Saying that something doesn't exist, something can't happen, but then you say what can't be the case. You're using language to describe what can't happen. Right? So a square circle can't exist as the shape itself can't exist in physical reality. But that doesn't mean it can't exist as a concept of reality. Things can exist as concepts because people can have a concept of the same thing and it could look vastly different. For example, if I say envision a red apple, that could look, a red apple for me could look way different for you. And I think also, so there's that. I think also people say, well, there's no way that there's just no way that a square circle can exist in reality, you know. And so the next video is iReap's MW2 Montage 4 by the Reaper 123666. iReap's is probably one of the best snipers in Call of Duty. He was hitting 6 odds in like 2010. He is a guy, he's not a girl. That's just rumors. So anyway, I told you I was going to keep it brief if I could. So anyway, going back to what I said before, a square circle can just exist in reality and it still not actually makes sense in complete reality. The reason why you could just say that that could just be the case is that a square circle still has significance even if it can't be in reality. And I say this because, well, you would have to prove that a square circle can't look different from person to person. To say a square circle can't exist in reality isn't, to me, is not the issue. It's saying that, well, God can't make a square circle because we can't envision it, so therefore he can't make a square circle. It is possible that God has access and understands different realities in a way you and I can't comprehend. And a lot of LDS people don't seem to want to admit that God can just do extra normative stuff and means that that nobody else has to. And the reason why I think that this could be the case is that if God's ways are not our ways and his thoughts are not our thoughts, then it stands to reason, it stands to assume that that God could just do stuff that we can't comprehend, as I've said before so many times. I think it's very weird and it's very strange that a lot of people, they will say stuff that that God can't do this or God can't do that. But I honestly think that people need to get over themselves and say, be humble and say, you know what, I can't know everything God can, I can't do everything God can. And so, while it may seem weird to not want to come to the conclusion, they can't come to the conclusion that God can't do something that they can't envision because they just can't do it. And it's like, that's still an argument from incredulity. To say that, oh well, I can't envision it, it can't happen because I can't envision it because it can't happen. Just because it can't happen in your reality doesn't mean it can't happen in other realities. It's like, how do you know that there isn't any higher dimensions that you just don't know of? They're kind of just give them the benefit of the doubt and say, see, God must have to follow the laws of reality too, not realizing that God could just be the laws of reality and they could just be one and the same. In fact,
it's a little bit tough dealing with these undead.
I don't think stuff like logic and objective morals are just grounded in God. I think they are God. I think math is God. I think reality is God. I think the world, Sakai, is God. I think there's different layers of reality that are invisible and invisible, as said in scriptures. It says Jesus created both the visible and the invisible. That's because he is God. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Also, getting back to the LDS stuff, a lot of people say, well, we believe that matter is eternal. As I've said before, if matter is eternal, then God can't create it, but I'm not so sure that's completely correct either. Because if you look in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, verses 29 and 30, 29 basically sums up like this, is that the intelligence or the eternal matter cannot be created, nor can it be. And LDS people will say, see, because he can't create the core of you, the eternal matter, he's not ultimately responsible for what we do. However, if we go into verse 30, the verse right after it, it says something along the lines of, if God didn't place it in the sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now you could argue that a different couple of ways. You could argue that the internal intelligence is that you either could take it hyper literally, and eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing A in this case would be God, and eternal thing B would be the internal intelligence. So as I said before, with the math thing, with the Aleph No and different levels of infinity, there could just be different levels of eternity, which wouldn't even undermine God, because if God is capable of taking everything about you away, you're not even you anymore. So you may exist as a super state, but you don't have any meaning. You kind of just exist to exist. And if you exist just to exist, do you really exist? Well, no, because you don't exist as you, because there needs a you to exist, and not just in the physical way, but in the way that God can do it. So the next video's up. Ireeps Montage 5, Ireeps at Darkness. No wait, it's actually Ireeps Ascendancy. Next is Ireeps Montage 5, but I will probably skip that one. And so, yeah, going back to what I said before, is that a lot of people will try to pigeonhole God, and I don't know why they do that. LDS in particularly are bad, and I love being LDS. I think a lot of people get the theology wrong. I think they misinterpret scripture. I think they take things out of context. But in terms of arguing, I don't think a lot of LDS are particularly good in that field. I think a lot of them are not consistent. I don't think they're very good. I just don't think they actually have the ability to understand that God could just do things that we can't envision. I know it sounds like a broken record, but it really is true that God he can just do things that other people don't actually have to understand, because this isn't the scriptures. My ways are not your ways, my thoughts are not your thoughts. I was talking about something before. The LDS interpretation, people interpret that wrong. People take the context for and against the scriptures wrong. I think you shouldn't fall into groupthink no matter who you are, even if you're a part of the same group. Because, again, you fall into groupthink and you judge people the same group the same way, and then you straw man people, and then you can't still man them. So clearing out undead pairs, I've already shown you a few secrets. So let's see. It's one of my favorite zones in this game. I really like just the medieval zones. Overlay swamps. Oh yeah, going back to the concept stuff a little bit. Yeah, I was just going to say that a lot of stuff, it still just doesn't make much sense in terms of, it doesn't make sense much sense in terms of, I don't know, I'm having a brain freeze, a brain fog, but you get what I mean about the, but it's just, I just don't believe that you should limit God to your understanding just because of some notion of God He's human like we are, so he has the same limitations. These are all of these are just bad arguments that don't actually push the conversation forward because you're just arguing the semantic game. But I like someone like Jacob Hansen. I think some of his points is good. At least I think that's who he is. I think, he's an ODS. He's an ODS debater, and he is for LDS theology. Jacob says he's open. He's an open theologian. And I do respect that about him because it basically says that you're more an open theologian, your mind's not completely closed off. The problem is that a lot of the arguments that he uses against other people and trying to say that it can't happen can be used against him too. Like Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and Randy Wilson. Jim Bob especially is asked to debate someone like Jacob Hansen, and Jacob says, well, because he misconstrues the argument what Jim Bob is saying. I was talking about the eternal thing A, God, and eternal thing B, the intelligence. If eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but the eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A is stronger, even if they're both eternal, because eternal thing A can essentially in some way get rid of eternal thing B, either by getting rid of it, making it a part of it, making it its like prisoner. Eternal thing A, even if it can't get rid of eternal thing B is powerless to do anything eternal thing A. It's kind of, so I'll just go into the math thing now. So that sometimes my might not wander off. So in terms of different Aleph cardinals, because there's infinity on top of infinity on top of infinity, Aleph cardinals, set theory. And I didn't know this until I watched Surf Bones video on power scaling and stuff. He's a power scaling YouTuber and stuff. He's pretty good. I think that, I don't always agree with him, but he's pretty good. So, what else do I... So basically it kind of works like this. One infinity is bigger than another infinity, even if they're both infinity. Not quite one-to-one compared to the different levels of eternity, but I think it's possible that it could be the case. So for example, you have line 1 and line 2. Line 1 has infinite number of people going 1, 2, person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, and that goes for eternity. It's like constantly cycling, or it goes up to infinity, but it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Line 2, it goes 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and there would be an infinite distance between line 1 and line 2, which means the gap would be infinite, and if there's a third line, it would be 1 infinite gap, person 2 infinite gap, person 3 infinite gap, and so on and so on. So even if they're both infinite, one infinity is bigger than another infinity, and it is more complicated than that, but because, and I'm not even a good math, it's just, I have to ask AI and technology to simplify it for me, and I think that's a really good way to explain, like I'm 5. I think that's not a bad thing. And so, And well, I think we've been going on for an hour.
Buy items as
So
well.
far, so good. So it's not bad. So maybe I will. Like if there's a long video that I know is on YouTube, I'll probably go play some video games for a little bit and then just go back and rewatch it later. But yeah, people, they always, they always seem to, well, yeah, they think that, dang, I keep losing my train of thought. I really am out of it today. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about Jim Bob and Jacob Hansen. So Jim Bob is an Orthodox, and he goes for the tag argument, much like Jay Dyer, Chase, Andrew Wilson, and more people. And I don't think tag is bad. I don't think it's as foolproof as they think, but I don't think tag is a bad argument. Because it says God must be the case, because there must be justification. And so they can provide justification for what other people's use and others can't. And that's why justification, they say justification proves God. I don't think it does prove the thing in question. It just proves you can either give a justification for what you use or you're not, and your justification for that source is omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing being. But that doesn't prove the thing in question. So the next video, I skipped the Ireeves video, so the video I'm watching now is Zerger's The Matrix Reloaded, Modern Warfare 2 Montage Part 2 by Inbox Creations. And so, anyway, so going back to what I was saying, Jim Bob and Jacob Hansen, Jim Bob asked some good questions. He says, if matter is eternal, is matter God? And they say no. Well, Jim Bob did another modern day debate.
I could try and kill this guy.
He did another modern day debate on, he did another modern day debate on, against an LDS person. I forgot who this person was, but they kind of talk past each other. Because Jim Bob says, well, because the LDS guy, he tried to say that there can't be an objective way to know what a Christian is, because the definition of a Christian is arbitrary, and he just accepts that if somebody says they're a Christian, they're a Christian. And I think that's enough for simplification. The problem with saying that is that there is an historical figure of Jesus of Nazareth. And the LDS guy was trying to argue, well, you could have Christianity without Jesus, and that I don't think that's possible, because Christianity and Jesus are one and the same, right? You need Jesus for Christianity, because you don't get Christianity without Jesus. Christianity, Christian, and Jesus are basically needed for each other. You need a Jesus first to get Christianity, because all Christian or Christianity is just like little Christ, a little Jesus, follower of Christ, follower of Jesus. Jesus and the Christ are one and the same too, because they even found that Jesus is God in Scripture, to the God the Son, the loving former Keptos, Jesus Christ, to his God, Jesus Christ, the Son. Jesus is the Son of God, and he's God the Son. He is one with the Father, and he is one with the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit. You can either look at them as one God in all ways except persons, the Trinity, or you can look at them as three gods working in perfect harmony as one God. So one doesn't lack the other one, and they each have all of their abilities. So either way you slice it, you either have one God with three persons, but still one God in many senses, even if they're separate, or you have three gods working as one God, which is called the Godhead. But either way, you can say that there are three gods, they have the same abilities, or they're one God, and they, split into three persons, and they still have the same abilities. But even if you say that there are three gods working in perfect harmony that we can understand, that still wouldn't. You could just say that they're one God in the Godhead, and you could still be correct in that assertion. And so, I think people try to juke God out. And I've always said this, I don't think the Gnosticism version of God can actually make sense, because if Jesus Christ is just a divine figure, or is just a human given divine power by God, then God is essentially unknowable. The reason why is because it seems that God in Gnosticism, God in Christianity, if Jesus isn't God. Some people think that Unitarians, Jehovah's Witnesses, some people are Arians, people like that, they think that God, Muslims, Jews, they think that God can't become human, but they're essentially limiting God to their own understanding. Because if God can't do something like become human, or come into his own creation, or come into time and space. Okay, so now I am watching The Word at War Quatage by Emash69XX. That's an interesting name. So, going back to what I was saying before is, so I will say that, I don't know, I think people try to pigeonhole God, and they try to hold him to the standard that they themselves can't actually, they themselves might not actually believe, but I think it's a mistake if they do that. And so, there's something very wrong here. So going back to what I was saying before, this person, he was like the LDS person, he was trying to say that, there can be Christianity without Jesus, but Jesus has to be historical. And what Jim Bob was arguing, they were arguing about what's the difference between gender and sex. Gender is a social construct, sex is what you actually are in reality. And the guy was conflating that Christianity was the social construct, or Christianity is the social construct, but if that's the case, then if there is no sex, because I think he said something along the lines of, there is no sex in this analogy, and I don't think there is. The sex is just the historical Jesus. That's what Jim Bob was trying to say. So I think Jim Bob had a slightly stronger argument, even if Jim Bob struggled with trying to define what an objective Christian is, because an objective Christian, I don't think can be a definition. I think if there's an historical Jesus, there must be an historical way to follow him, even if that the way to follow him is up for interpretation and arbitrary. Just because a finite, arbitrary, subjective, relative, confined to their senses being like a human or something like that is confined to their eternal subjective intuition, which might not even be coherent, it still doesn't disprove the objective in question. It just proves that you can't actually know what the objective is. You can't actually know what the objective is empirically. So there must be more to it than just, well, there's no way that it can, I just don't see how it can be the case. So again, it's more incredulity from this guy. And Jim Bob said, that people, that he's incorrectly conflating that the God, like that God can't come in different ways. Muslims, Jews, Jehovah's Witness, Unitarians, anyone who basically believes that if God is just a souped-up human, it doesn't work because it doesn't really prove God. Objectively, it doesn't prove that God can even exist. They'll grant God can exist, but not grant that God can't come into his own creation. If you say that, well, Jesus is a divine being of God, but he's not God, he's sort of like a messenger of God, that still doesn't get you to the God, because being a messenger of God is not God himself. And so it still makes God essentially unknowable. To me, the only thing that, now maybe this is an argument from incredulity on my part, but I think Jesus almost has to be God, because he has the same attributes as God. He said, who can forgive sins but God alone? He says that the Father is in him, and he's in the Father, and the Father is in him. He also says that he emptied himself. God the Father calls Jesus Christ God in Hebrews. It says that all of creation was created through him and by him and for him. He's the angel of the Lord. God ate a meal with Moses, Elijah, and Abraham. Maybe I got some of those mixed up, but Elijah and Abraham and Moses, he says, before Abraham was, I am, indicating that he always existed, aka divinity, aka God. And then the people, the Jews, wanted to pick up stones. The Pharisees, the Sadducees picked up stones and stoned him to death because he equated himself to God. He equated himself to God, and some people didn't like that very much, and so they wanted to stone him. And a lot of people say, well, why didn't he just come out and say, I'm God, worship me? The reason why he said he probably didn't say that is because, one, he knew he would have gotten a bigger bullseye on his back, so it probably was very strategic. He's also humble himself. He said he made himself lower than the angels. it says in Philippians that even though he was in the form of God, he did not make God something to be grasped with. So, if he wasn't God, what did he empty himself from in Philippians? So I don't think it makes much sense. In Revelation 22:13, he literally calls himself the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I haven't even heard a good counter to it other than Revelation is just it's just wordplay, or it's just up for interpretation. But the thing is, in Revelation, it does say, he does say that he is the first and the last, the Alpha and Omega. Jehovah is also called Jesus too in the Bible. I think he's just the God of the Old Testament. People will say that makes Jesus evil, but they misinterpret and take many clips out of context that they don't even know very well. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But going back to the, Jesus can't be God because he never flat out said it, I think is a misnomer. It's a bad argument against him. I think it's an argument from incredulity, saying that it must be the case because it simply must be. But even if we say that the conclusions are correct, let's say for example, or at least your claims, you can have correct claims and be correct about something and still be wrong in the conclusion you're coming to. So for example, if you come to the conclusion that Jesus can't be God because he never said that explicitly in the language, and even with the translations and stuff being off, because it's not a one-to-one translation from Greek or Hebrew or Latin to English, right? It's not a one-to-one translation, even if you try to. The thing is that Jesus doesn't have to say he's God for him to be that thing. And the only reason why people say he can't be God, even if they interpret it like that, is because either they don't really want him to be God. If he was God, that would disprove a lot of what it would disprove a lot of what he says. It would disprove a lot of what they believe about him. And so I'm gonna open up the windows. I opened up the window and I'm going to turn on the heater. But yeah, it always amazes me when people try to say something can't happen because they can't envision it or never said it. It's like they need to be spoon-fed answers all the time because they're not capable of going outside of their own way of thinking. It's like everybody reads the interpretation to text to some degree, but even if we say that, let's just say for the sake of argument and grain, everything that they say about Jesus is true. He's just some souped up divine human or just some messenger of God. Just because we say he's just a messenger of God does not conclude that he can't be God. One can be God and still be a messenger of themselves. You can just do that. You can just do that. And it's so, there's no reason why that can't be the case. It's very strange. Very strange. Okay, sorry about that for a second. So, alright, I'm gonna skip the wood at war, quadrage. Cause I kinda got bored of it, and people can like watch it if they want. I'm sure people have it saved on their hard drive. So the next video is Face Agony, Heaven and Hell, a Call of Duty montage by Agony. Heaven and Hell. Well, I do like this montage, so I'll keep it up. So, yeah, as I was saying before, these people think that Jesus can't be God because he never claimed it. Or they say that Jesus can't be God because the Bible never claims it, even in its original Greek language. And you can't interpret it any other way. But the problem isn't that their claims aren't correct. It's just that they're coming to a conclusion they can't possibly know, even if they have the correct claims. That's really the problem I see with this. Like, how can you say that God can't, like, be, like, how can you say that God can't, like, come to him, come as a human, and still not be God? Okay, so, I just don't know. I just don't know. You know, because I used to do that too. I actually tried to commit suicide in August 2022, and from various reasons. But after that, I realized that God loves me for me. A lot of LDS, a lot of churchgoers, they really, really want you to go to church. They really want you to pay tithing, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Church helps people more than it harms. And I think a lot of people against the church really have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're trying to argue against. Not like maybe some are, and I do feel bad about people who have had to go against cults, because it's not cool. It's not cool that you are abused by people who said they represent Christ. That's why I don't. You can be. To me, being Christ-like is more important than being a Christian, because being Christ-like, I think, is more so what Jesus wants. He even says the prostitutes and the outcasts will get into the kingdom of heaven before other people. So that's why people need to be careful, because a lot of people have there are self-righteous hypocrites who are not consistent with themselves, and this self-righteous hypocrites causes their own blindness. Even Jesus says, I give sight to those who cannot see and take away sight from those who can. If you really were blind, you would be without sin, but since you see, your sin remains. So basically, they're still responsible even if they say they're not, because they're trying to, it's just funny because they're trying to trap Jesus and it fails. None of their tricks will work. Another one is that, they tried to get him with the stone, adulterous woman. They tried to trap Jesus. Jesus, bent down, he wrote something in the ground, and he said, whoever's without sin cast the first stone. None of them could do it, and then they just walked away. This is because nobody there could disprove Jesus wrong. Jesus was crucified because he claimed to be God. That's why they said, now you could say, well, that's a misunderstanding of the Jewish people. That could be the case if the rest of the scriptures didn't disagree with that. I'm not saying this to appeal to the scriptures. Well, the scriptures said so, and it's meant to be taken in this context. And I interpret this way, so therefore it must be true because the scripture says so, sola scriptura. But I don't do it just because based on the scriptures, there's archaeological evidence. As I said before, that Jesus is God inscription under the prison Megiddo. It literally says from the Keptos that Jesus is God the Son to God who is Jesus Christ Jesus from the Keptos. And it also disproves that the Council of Nicaea, okay, so the next one is the Slayers anime fighting soundtrack. The Slayers is an anime based on Dungeons and Dragons, and it's from the Slayers OST. Slayers OST YouTube channel. So anyway, as I was saying, that you can't just go based on scriptures. There's archaeological evidence, and there's videos later explaining this. But Jesus of Nazareth, once we get past that Jesus of Nazareth was a real person, because some people don't even believe he was a real person. So we need to get past that part first. We need an historical Jesus of Nazareth first, before we could even say that Jesus can't be a thing. And so here's what I'll say. No, Jesus of Nazareth existed. Most historians, even non-believers, admit that, yeah, it looks like Jesus probably existed. Now, do they believe he's God? Do they believe he's divine? Do they believe he's whatever other than just a human? Who knows? You don't have to believe the miracles. You don't have to believe the magic if you believe that's what he is. You don't have to believe he is who he said he was. But I think you have to believe that the person named Jesus existed, went around preaching, doing good for others, got a following, said he's God and was crucified for it. That, I think, is pretty much set in stone. People like Tacitus mention him in the Annals also, so there's more evidence for that. There's Pliny the Younger, who can vouch for that, think he was a Roman person. There's also Josephus, and Josephus is really, a lot of people think he's very credible. Now, you could say that Josephus, if he's a Jew, he might be biased to Jesus like God, but I'm not, or to Jesus, but I'm not so sure that's the case. If he's biased, then we don't know. Okay, so the next video is Black Ops Zergris Defib Montage Part 1. And so, let's see. Okay, so by Zergris. So I'm going to I'll come back, but I have to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to do other stuff too. So while some people listen to this for a little bit, and I'm gonna take a break, exercise, do stuff. I'm going to turn the mic way down, and I think that's a good compromise. I'm going to turn the mic way down, and I will get back to you guys.
Everything we just discussed and realize that these phenomena affect not only us as individuals, but sometimes they spread to affecting our shared cultural memory as well. Large groups of people all misremembering things collectively, with individuals worsening the spread of these false memories by backing each other's false memories up. Feedback loop that sometimes becomes widespread throughout society. This sounds like something out of a movie or some kind of apocalyptic mass hysteria event, but if you know where to look, you'll see that this kind of thing is actually happening all around us all the time, and that it's actually impacting our world on a very deep level. For this entry, I'm only diving into the couple of examples that stood out to me, but surely there are more that I even was able to realize for this video. To me, the obvious primary example here is the Mandela effect. And in my opinion, it can mostly be explained by the misinformation effects that Dr. Loftus was studying. In case someone watching this somehow hasn't heard of the Mandela effect yet, it's basically a set of false collective memories, such as people remembering the Berenstain Bears being called the Berenstein Bears, or the Monopoly guy having a monocle, or the existence of a burglar or a seahorse emoji. Another one is cup noodles being called cup-o noodles. Large groups of people all vehemently believe these things once existed in this way, yet apparently they never did. These discrepancies aren't the result of branding changes or anything like that. When you look back at archival copies of Berenstain Bears or the Monopoly box or whatever, these things never existed. In fact, the Mandela effect's false memories are somehow so powerful and so deep-rooted in society that there are massive groups of people who simply refuse to accept that the phenomenon is a false collective memory. In a way,
What's going on, dude? No.
Oh, here we are.
What was the heck was that?
I never thought I'd be on the
Haha, you're getting stabbed.
Oh man, they got
Wait.
sand in here too.
Where is everybody? There's no.
Anxiety over politics, advice,
I don't see any. Oh yeah, we were headed this way.
VTuber podcast is T podcast.
I was gonna say I don't see any monsters. Get 'em, boys. Okay. You suck. Come here, wolf. My wolves are better than yours.
So I am not sure.
Alright, how do I get up there? How do we get up there? I know. Go around. exploited. Like that. Ooh, I like this music. Chop. You're good. What part of I'm the Dragonborn do you not understand? I don't know if we should go into this fort or not. It would be like a side quest. Alright, you guys take that, and I will take whoever's out here. Oh. This music kind of sounds like Viking and Nords. It's pretty cool. Gee.
That was the game. Thank you for not the hours. This came out 3 hours ago. I was at work.
I have too many followers from my own game. But I don't want to get rid of them all. Luckily, sheathing your sword makes them act better.
No, but I mean, they posted. My name is right there. First is
How much coke does this guy have?
so like this person.
Jeez.
I thought like this was to be honest, like this was like this is more like a mid.
Oh, that was a long, long time.
Looks like they exist, Chad.
And again, it's not like they changed their logo at some point. They never had the cornucopia. Not now, not ever. Not even a really long time ago.
Okay, let's go on a side journey.
That was interesting. That was
Such a powerful
good way
and
to get
oddly
close.
specific.
Sorry,
I
guys.
guess this is just another example of how powerful these false memories truly can be. Because even when presented with all the evidence, the fact that not a single ad or article of clothing in the past shows a cornucopia in that logo, I still have this unshakable, unsettling feeling that it was there.
I mean, I'm on top. I'm on top
Many
of
theories behind how that happened.
What?
Definitely.
Don't go in front of me.
And they want to block me because I told them the truth. And they feel convicted. I mean, I can't do anything. I can only say so.
I get
Like your show up and it
Oh.
doesn't get all traffic. Yes, it does. I like watching your show people outside, but I was very
Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, I don't care. I don't.
but I'm saying for your
I don't care about like wolves. I would never abuse an animal, but I don't get affected by animal abuse. But then again, I am apathetic.
Unfortunately, the event would quickly shift from being an exciting
Thank you
outing
for
for
the.
children
Oh my.
to one of the world's most baffling mass medical experiments. An hour and a half
Oh my goodness,
after
I
the
don't.
event began that morning,
Oh, what?
children started collapsing.
Wait, I'm not the reading chat. Give me. Oh my goodness, wait.
First one by one.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Ah!
All at the same time.
You're so sweet.
That's good music. What kind of
Thank
music?
you. I'm gonna send this. Sorry. My Hunter Twitch, thank you so much.
I don't know. It's fun.
Stop it! You're so kind. What the heck? I'm like, I'm baffled. Thank you for the $750 donation. Thank you. God bless you. He said, hey, so thank you for being consistent. The content is helpful. Mr. Try to get better for the feeling of their arms and legs. I hope God allows you to increase the word of God. Also,
Hanging one
I guess
down.
with $750, you can literally buy the whole like thing. It's on Steam. I'll literally buy it right now. That's crazy. Thank you.
Like, it barely. The thing I don't like about Legendary is like everybody becomes like bullet sponges.
I was not expecting that. I've been like training for it. I really want to do my
That's annoying.
I don't know how we're gonna do it. Thank you. We're like a third of the
Like,
way
it's not even harder. It just takes longer.
We're doing it. Thank you for all the followers. I will check in. I have to watch.
The life of Uriel Septa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, is there no button? Wait, do I have to buy a button? Thank you, Kiki, for the follow and let's give it out. Hello. Wait, is there no bundle for this?
Though the psychological impact that day would linger for many.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And I gotta find a way to buff up the
Literally
This episode should be a really good one.
there are some theories
damage. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day unless my followers can do something.
I'm going to hate my life at the end of this. I promise you that I will keep my word. Even if it's like 10 years from now. Thank you so much. God is like answering my prayers. I'm like so nervous right now. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Yeah, they're mad at me because I said being gay. I mean, having like the attraction around me is like, I mean, it's how like
He lost. Get out of my way. I'm gonna kill you people. I'm sorry, wolves. As far as I'm concerned, you people are the same.
I don't know if it's gonna be Did I miss something? I'm sorry. I just have that. Or I thought I did.
Well, I punched the air. I stabbed the air, so.
God bless you.
It's also not important to the progression.
I just realized, what the heck am I doing here?
Someone else.
I'm only like here because I wanted to go to a place that was like sidetracked.
Oh, you did post about your home? Sorry guys, I am like catching up.
there's no reason for me to be here. But I do it because I like it and it's fun. So we're going to be here. But you know what's good is that people are out of my hair. You know, my followers are somewhere else, so they won't get hit, and then this way they can get stay out of my damage, so I can do this chop. Chop, chop, chop. Either they have more health than regular ones, or these marauders are just more tanky. Jeez, man, why does it take so long? Yeah, but oh, it must be the armor too. That didn't take nearly as long. Alright, let's go. It's just me and you, Bandit Orc Lord. Oh, and my wolves, but they don't do much damage, so it's basically just me and you. You're getting screwed up, buddy. That heal won't save you. I'm an evil son. I'm evil for Jesus, so you're gonna die now, and I'll send you to him.
My brain keeps jumping all over the place. I'm sorry.
This is so epic. To be honest, I can kind of see why some people don't like Skyrim combat. Jeez, man, it's like, it's nothing but doing the R2 button. Oh wait, he's not dead yet.
Becker suggests that it is not truth that we crave, like protection. Quote, to be able to live, one needs illusions. And again, religion is
It is. Oh, well, I mean, obviously I'm not in Dun.
What was that? it was your leader getting screwed over.
Like I said, hope you sleep well.
And now you're screwed over too.
Yeah. And this is for Abigail. I wasn't there for it, but
So it's too bad.
I know Kara used to like talk about it.
Hey, why am I attacking my own wall?
Just made them feel low. I'm gonna have to go back. If it was on the FNAF one. Oh, I've been subscribed for a couple weeks, but
You got killed for block. You suck.
how does he fight? Todd.
Alright, let's get out of here. That was fun, but it's time to go away.
Terror management theory, I now realize, is something that I struggled with as a child for many years. I think a lot of us have. And yet somehow, as much as
There's enemies nearby. Where?
think logically,
So I think I have to
still actually more
That's about
now
my
than ever feel like
Sorry that I got very
I
sidetracked.
have real faith.
I hope Abby's doing okay. I hope so too. Even though I never met her.
Oh, I'm like, look at this. I'm stuck. And I can't fast travel because I can't.
Yeah, William after Bro was you. I actually watched a lot of your videos.
Oh my gosh. Alright. I'm back. Guess who's back? I am. I'm back. It's been a while. Alright. I was surprised at how well it's holding up. It's going very well. So I took a break a little bit, but I'm back. I'm doing good. So what else? So I was kind of tired a little bit. Let's see. I'm probably going to skip Phase Agony, Heaven and Hell V2. I'm probably gonna skip a lot and just say what they are because people don't need to always know. There's the Phase, Modern Warfare 3, Team Tires 2. I'm also gonna skip this one. Not because I don't like it, but because people could rewatch if they want. This is more so to make a big compilation of a lot of them. Okay, so it's Nightmare Dreamcosis, COD 4 Montage PC by Dreamcosis. So I'll keep it here. And so as I was on my break, I ate some toast. I did some push-ups and sit-ups and exercising. I was thinking about how I think there needs to be more female villains, or villainess. I think the reason why this is cool and good is that I love villainess as well, because it shows that males aren't the only ones that can be good villains. I think, my favorite villain, I think, maybe in a fictional story besides, potentially my own or like custom, is that there's a character called Kali from, she's from the Crow, it's either the Crow City of Angels. Her name is called Kali, and she kills the Crow's like son Danny, and she does it in cold blood too. She does it while taunting him, and Kali sings Hush Little Baby Don't You Cry, that melody, and he's kind of like laughing and taunting them. And I think was great because you don't usually, like, even if you have female villains, they don't outright kill a child. Like children dying in fiction is frowned upon. It doesn't bother me. But a lot of things don't bother me in fiction. That's because I can separate fiction from real life, even though I do actually feel bad for the people who abuse children IRL because they don't have a rational reason to, and they try to think that they can rational, like they say morals are subjective, but then try to apply said morals to consensus, or they applied morals to the human condition, body autonomy, or consensus, or they just apply it to relevancy, subjective, arbitrary standards, which they can't actually know why something is worse than something else. But yeah, people who abuse children are pretty garbage IRL. I've never really, because I'm actually a pretty reserved person in real life. But if you abuse people like children or women or animals, I think you kind of deserve what's coming to you. Like I've always said, if you're going to be evil to evil people and be evil for Jesus. And kind of like a Dexter, Wednesday Addams, etc. I think that being an anti-hero is better than flat out being evil. Not because I don't mind if people are evil or serial killers. It's just that it's kind of boring to see, and people who are evil just for the sake of it don't realize that they're still just appealing to something that they have no justification, and really they're just saying that, well, I appeal to a morality that I can't justify or prove. People can be evil if they want, but I think it's better for there to be a reason. And the next one is Anime Bump called Go Kart by Starscream Life is the name of the YouTube channel, but I'm going to skip it because people can just find it. The next one is called Tada, the montage icon, edited by God, apparently, and he says it's called Insane, and the YouTube channel is called The Justified Theater. So anyway, getting back to it, I think that people take fiction way too seriously. Fiction can't make you do anything. You can like the aesthetics of something and not agree with the ideology. So people need to learn to separate ideology and aesthetics. But much like fiction, a lot of people will put fiction and will say, well, fiction can be a trigger for things, and yeah, that is true for maybe to a small degree. But even if you grant that, the fiction isn't the one that did it. A lot of fictional characters don't even look like real representation. Now, if it's a fictional version of a real life person, that's way different because it represents a real life child, or person, or animal. And just because I'm a reserved person and I try to think things more pragmatically and I'm unbothered by a lot, does not mean that I want bad things to happen just because I'm unbothered. Like, I actually don't really like a lot of children. They seem to like me. I don't really care for children, but I do actually still have a soft spot for them. Same thing with females, same thing with animals. To a lesser degree, animals, because I don't value animals as much as human life a lot of the times, because I view animals as sort of lesser in some ways than humans. But I don't think that's a bad thing. It's how I personally look at it. A lot of people would do the opposite, and that's their choice. They have free will. And I don't think much of it. But I think, if you screw up like a person or something, if you say something like, well, God is like immoral, but then you simp for people that are also immoral and it was all subjective. You can't say why something is worse than something else other than it's just your preference and you don't really like it. So I don't think it's a good argument to say, well, it's immoral, but I don't really like it. It's like, well, you've already kind of already lost there. I just don't think it's a good argument to have. Well, what else? What else am I going to say? So based on what I said before, trying to apply fiction to reality is very strange. It truly does not work the way people think it would and should and will. It's a false comparison. It's fallacious. But I do think there need to be more women villains or villainesses in fiction that do cruel things just because they can. I know I said that evil for evil's sake is boring, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. I just think it's boring, but boring doesn't mean bad in my opinion. It's kind of like what Lark seen. One of my other favorite villains or villainesses, a female villain, is Lark Scene. I love her. I think she's the best character of Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, she's sadistic, she's seductive, she, likes to bring pain to others. But I don't think it's a bad thing either. I think that's a good thing, and it shows that women can be pretty, but they can also not be just a pretty face. They can have personalities too. That's a good thing. I think that Kali from the Crow City of Angels and Lark Scene from Kingdom Hearts are both some of my favorite female villains of all time, just because of they're cruel, they're masochists, sadistic, they taunt their enemies a lot. They're not afraid to go after fictional children, and a lot of media just will outright not show children being harmed in any way. They're either, or if they are, they'll off-screen it. They won't show the brutality, cruelty, and I can understand that. It's just that stuff like that happen in real life all the time. Go look at Epstein, go look at the elites, go look at the people who want it. So the next video that's playing is Agony and Vortex Coexistence on Modern Warfare 3 Duotage by Agony, but I'm just gonna skip that too. I'll probably skip a lot of the montage stuff. So Involution, a COD 4 PC Community Converse by Hazard Cinema. I'll skip that one too. I do like the montage a lot. I like the team taj, the community taj. But I don't want to watch it right now. And now the next one is FaZe Clan Modern Warfare 3 Team Taj 6 by Small Beans from the FaZe Clan. Again, another skip. I don't skip it because, oh well, I hate it or something. I'm skipping it because I just don't. I don't really care enough for it. So the next one is that it's called from Bungie, but the video title is called Let's Play Myth: The Fallen Lords Part 1 by effing Controller. Yeah, that's a name for you. And so, okay, let's skip through some of it. So as I was saying before, I think people, if you want to play fictions, okay, sure, whatever, but at least try to be coherent and consistent with your arduous claim, because it's a fallacy. I think it's a false comparison. It's a non sequitur to say you like violence and media, therefore you're violent IRL, or you're a reserved person and you don't care about anybody else because you're reserved and stuff. I've had that said to me a lot. I don't have a lot of friends because I prefer to stay to my own and not be in the spotlight. And I'm not a charismatic person online or IRL. But many people come up to me, children, women, females, males, and others. They've all come up to me and they say they like my Monokuma hat. They've said they liked me, that they like my hat. They've said that I try to help them with I try to help them with like foods and drinks, and I'm happy to oblige to them at times. They say that okay, some super iPads. You know what? There's a video from Super iPads called The Bizarre World of Fake Video Games. Okay, I'll just watch that. I like his channel. So anyway, going back to what I was saying is that people can do what they want, and believe what they want, but I guarantee you they probably won't be able to be internally consistent. So the people who say, well, lolicons are pedophiles, that claim is unsubstantiated because a lolicon is not a child. It could mean more like childlike body or childlike appearance, which then people will follow up, well, if you like, why do you like adults that look like children? The whole problem with that is that it assumes that the fictional character, if we assume we're talking about a fictional character, is to be believed, then it's already a non-starter because most of the time a fictional character looks nothing like a real-life person. Even a child that's in fiction looks nothing like a real child unless the fictional child is designed with a real child's likeness, and then I think that's a bigger issue. But generally speaking, I don't think it is. But if you say like a fictional, like a fictional character that that reminds you of a real life person is more of a you problem, it's not another problem. That's a you problem, not it's not a problem for anybody else except like you or the other person making the claim. It's just completely biased. It's completely biased. It has no grounding in reality at all. It's completely biased. And so these people will try to make you like, I guess they'll try to make you feel guilty just because you like fiction and are weird about it. Being weird about fiction does not mean you advocate it in real life. People care more about fictional characters than they do care more about the government, the churches, the schools, or wherever there's prey and wherever there's humans to go after the prey. Then they care more about fictional characters than that. Because all it does is it hurts the real life victims because people are so focused on their own moral self-righteousness that they miss the forest for the trees. It's like calling everyone a Nazi to justify your hatred. Not that I care about Nazis that much. In fact, I think a lot of people who are for Nazis are not consistent. I think that someone like Hitler isn't the Great White Hope. I don't think he's God the way people think he is. He killed a whole bunch of white people. I think he was very inconsistent. He had non-white people in his army. He had an army of people who was, Daryl Wenger. That guy was actually, I'm not going to say it verbatim, but he was a child raper. He molested children. He was not a good person. Him and his flock were very brutal. The Nazi Germans also have the T4 Action, where they sterilized a whole bunch of people. They sterilized Jews, blacks, and even including their own people white. So if Hitler really was the white savior these people make him out to be, why on earth would Hitler kill his own people? Also, Hitler banned free speech. He banned what you could buy and what you couldn't. And a lot of people say, well, that's just to get back at the Zionist Jews who run things. Well, I do agree that they do run things. The problem is that Hitler was also connected with the Jews. There's something called the Havara Agreement. Well, they agreed to send Jews to Palestine, which is now the new country of Israel. He was funded by the Bank of England. There are books on it. Who financed Hitler? There's that book. And let me look. There's Who Financed Hitler. I think by James Poole. And just bear with me for a second. I'm trying to find it. But all in all, he's not very consistent. He's not very consistent on the way people think he is. He's not very consistent. And so there is tragedy and hope. There's a book called Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley, A History of the Word in Our Time, that goes over Nazi Germany, and Who Financed Hitler by James Poole, I believe. So you already have two books that go against the official Nazi narrative, because it's like this. There are people who think Hitler is the ultimate evil outside of Satan, Jews, Zionist Jews, even though I think there's potential that he could have been in on it. Or there are people who think he's God, but that's not being objective either, because they'll say he was correct in everything. He wasn't. He lost the war. He wasn't correct in everything. He had a lot of health problems too. They say that he was a dog lover and got rid of animal abuse. That is true, but he did kill his own dog. Now many people will say, oh, well, he killed his own dog with cyanide because they were afraid of the Russians to get to it, but this is a huge misnomer. It's not based on anything. And just saying it does not work the way they think it does. So here it is. So now I'm watching Mike Tyson vs. James Tillis highlights by Mr. GR2B. The reason why I find James Tillis impressive, compared to Mike Tyson, is because Mike Tyson in the mid 80s. I believe this fight is in 1988. No, it's the 1980s. Yeah, 1986, I believe. And he went the distance. Yeah, he knocked James Tillis down, but Tillis got back up. And not only did Tillis got back up, many argue that Tillis actually should have won that fight on points, and that Mike Tyson, even though he had problems with it, he won, he had a lot of problems. But I'm gonna skip that one. But he did beat him, but it shows that even in his prime he wasn't unbeatable, and he had trouble with length. It's the same way why Tony Tucker gave him fits, probably why George Foreman would beat him, why Muhammad Ali would beat him, Evander Holyfield would probably beat Mike Tyson in his prime. There's very few people I would pick in his prime too, because Mike Tyson used the peekaboo style. Also, what I'm watching is that I'm watching The Best Scene Ever from Jesus of Nazareth by the Cat 86. So I'm gonna redo it, because that's Jesus we're talking about. Alright.
Then, after 3 days, he will rise again.
I always love that scene. Alright, let's try to add a little bit higher volume for each. Okay. Alright, so the next video came up. Hold on. Okay, I covered the heater with a blanket, so it should allow it not to get it. Actually, I'll know what I'll do. Alright, I put it more on the back. I want to skip the X-Chima Omnicide montage. Phase Pamela's classic Amada 1 for 2 montage. Okay, I'll just keep that here. Alright, I think it's better if I just have if I just have it if I just have the heater on, but it's in the corner, and I covered it with my backpack. So I think I'm gonna open up the window. I'm actually enjoying it. Going well. Yeah. So what I decided to do is I decided to, depending on the stream, I've decided to put it all the way up or just a little bit up, not to the minimal degree, a little higher than minimal. And I think that makes sense. Depending on what's playing though, I think that's good, a good compromise. Opened up my window. It's so relaxing for me though. Okay. But like I said before, about going back to the Hitler thing, I think a lot of that is not good. Well, yeah, a lot of it is very weird. Very strange. Do 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 do. Okay, so now it's based on the Real Clear Bible, Source of Infinite Knowledge by channel underscore Chilbara or something, I don't know. But it's from the Slayers anime, so it is good. So yeah, going back to the like Hitler stuff, I don't care if people like it or not. I just care if they can make compelling arguments for why we should like care about it, like care about him. Most people can't, but hey, that's what they say. Alright, I'm going to what's the music that's playing? I can't figure it out. Oh wait, no, that's the lo-fi. I'll turn this up a little. No, I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm looking for right now. Oh yeah, okay, Dogma. Yeah. I really like this channel a lot. So let's see what we got here. Popular, the greatest fantasy game never made, The Adventure of Hermes, a horrifying game that doesn't exist, The Word of God has, The Forgotten RPG, Baroque, the deepest dungeon crawler, Lena said. Alright, well, let's just go to the Lunasid one first. Alright, so yes, I can, Lena. I can. Alright, then. Okay. Still, oh yeah. So I guess this is about a kid who fights a woman, and he does beat her, but I named this Boza's surrealist fight scene from the Revenge of the Ninja movie. It's pretty good. He does actually beat her. But as I've said before, Hitler really was inconsistent, and a lot of his followers don't even know how to argue against. They don't know how to argue. They don't know how to argue against they don't know how to argue against they don't know how to argue against like effective counter like stuff. So for example, if you cite that, oh well, Hitler, he there's no way he could have been on the Jews like payroll. It's like you can't actually like prove that. And they can't actually prove it. They're just trying to admit that they can't argue against it. They just try to say, well, look Hitler, look, you're the great white hope. You're basically God. I just don't know how they can come to that conclusion. I just can't. It's like, how do you come to the conclusion that God, or that Hitler is God, or that he's the great white hope, he's the white God, the Aryan Chad, if he himself a lot of times was not that? I do think he did care about his own people, but he only cared about his own people because if they were useful. If you weren't useful to him, they wouldn't care about you. If you weren't useful, they wouldn't care, and that's kind of the issue. Alright, so this is called iReeps Speaks, and apparently iReeps from Acid Eli, and apparently iReeps is talking here. But it does say I couldn't record voice at the time, but he does talk and he sounds like a boy. iReeps is a guy, so I'm gonna skip that one because it doesn't mean anything for me. Dude, YouTube I think is like down. Some seems to be having some problem. It's not down, but it's having problems on mobile. The Matrix Revolutions, Zergers. I'm gonna skip that one too. But yeah, I think you can like Hitler and like a leader. As I said before, you can like someone and still admit that they have faults, but a lot of them don't really want to do that. Solution, the code for PC community montage by Apple and Hazard Cinema. I'm gonna skip this one as well. In fact, I'm just gonna name it. I'm gonna skip a lot of the montages. iReeps Random Montage 2 by Reeps. And don't get me wrong, I do love watching the montages and listening to music. It's just that it's gonna take a long time. Phase Nag, Modern Warfare 2 montage, Doug Nagney, like Doug Nagney. Gonna skip that one too, but yeah, a lot of people are not coherent. Descendants by JBR666-ish, X Kaima, and I Fears. Yeah, okay, I'll just watch it a little. Wait, no, I want to get to the Optic Teamtages now. So, Optic Teamtages Black Ops 2, Teamtage 1 by Mistress, episode 25. So I'm gonna watch this one because I really like the Optic montages, and they were kind of hard to find if you don't know what to look for. So, yeah. So going back to what I was saying about Hitler, a lot of Hitler fanatics you can be a fan of Hitler. I'm more indifferent on the guy. In fact, to me, the best thing about the Nazis are the uniforms. I think they had great uniforms, but that's more the aesthetics. I don't really care much for anything else. Alright. 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 So, as I said before, these people who jerk off Hitler, when they're questioned, they can't give you an actual argument to why Hitler is the ultimate thing. There's too many contradictions. There's too much the stuff you can say that doesn't add up. I don't think Hitler was as cool as people think. I don't think he was as bad as people think. But I don't think he was consistent. Even if you want to say that Holocaust didn't happen or whatever, the fact that he viewed Slovakians, Slavs, and Poles, both of them are white, as lesser, and he killed a whole bunch of them, already tells me that these people are not like being totally consistent or accurate. And because it evolves into groupthink, and it's the same way that people who say, well, look how great the societies were before Christianity ruined. And I'm going to go through this quick. For one, the Vikings, they were killing each other left and right. They were killing each other. They were violent. They didn't get along. There was no Jewish power then, so you can't use that as an excuse, as propaganda, out of context. They were killing each other back then, and white people were killing white people back then. Yes, it is impressive that they made a lot. I will give white people that. I love white people, I love white culture. But you still can't admit that you can like what somebody does in terms of the context, and still admit before that they weren't getting along. They just weren't. The Vikings and the pillaging of it, they killed each other, they were violent with each other. And there's no argument that you can say that can disprove it. Another argument too that a lot of people don't seem to know about, that I think people can not come to a conclusion or have a hard time accepting, is that the days of ancient Greece and ancient Rome they weren't very good. A lot of human females were not seen as equals. That before Jesus got there, they thought like life was rough. In ancient Greece, it was really bad because if you didn't speak the language, you were screwed. You were a slave. You couldn't move up. You died early. You probably would have died to disease. You didn't have a way to move up. There was no opportunity to move up. So if you were where you were born, probably where you stayed unless there was like a war or a famine outbreak, and they would probably accept a lot of people in the army, which you probably would have just died. And anyway, there was a lot of disease, there wasn't a lot of way to clean yourself. The medics didn't know how to fix you, so they kind of just winged it or left it up to the Greek gods, like Zeus or whatever, the pagan gods. And then they said, well, best of what do you... I think ancient Rome was a little bit better, but I will still give Greece credit that they did a lot of good. They, Socrates, Aristotle, they did a lot of good for philosophy, I think, but, Plato, same. But it wasn't as good as people think. You probably hate it. It's the same way with ancient Rome. Ancient Rome, I think, is better than ancient Greece in terms of living. But ancient Rome has a lot of the same problems that you wouldn't want to live in ancient Rome, probably anyway, because you probably wouldn't speak the language. There's probably a lot of disease. Even if they were more sanitized, and I give them credit, they were more advanced than the Greeks. But a lot of people say, well, there's no way to know extra. Goodbye, I don't work for 2 months, but extra is the next video, and I might just skip it too. Yeah, I'm gonna skip it. But yeah, ancient Rome, and a lot of people claim the Christians. They like to say, oh, look at these Christians. They screwed up Rome, and if the Christians didn't kill everyone, which wasn't even true, many people converted willingly, and they were Christians before Constantine. Now I'm listening to Gripping and the Hawk, Mioni and Kichi by Yudu Okebu, and so yeah, I might listen to some a little bit of the album, but I'm gonna skip that too. But yeah, ancient Rome was plagued with problems long before. Now I'm watching some anime, Merry Nightmare, Rage Mode, anime. So anyway, going back to what I was saying before is that a lot of people are missing, they're just missing the plot. They're just missing it. They don't realize that everything that they're saying can be applied to their own worldview. So, I keep losing my train of thought sometimes. But, like I think I was saying before that, yeah, ancient Rome it was already unraveling before Christianity got there. That was a pretty cool anime scene, I can't lie. So now I'm listening to Slayer's unreleased battle track. It's only 34 seconds, so I'll let the video play. But yeah, people think that, oh well, ancient Greece and ancient Rome, they did a lot of good things, and they did. I won't deny that, but ancient Rome was having problems long before Christianity got there, took over. In fact, I think Christianity preserved a lot of things that other people take for granted, as I said before. They do, and nobody can really argue against it otherwise. You can't argue against what Christianity did. Christianity, I would say, is a greater unifier than even race unity or white unity, because without Christianity to steer them to a closer one, people would still be stagnated by their own gods, and Jesus is a better unifier than even race, because you don't get white unity today, which I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just that you can't objectively say there was white unity back then when Christopher Columbus had to leave and find the natives, which, by the way, the natives weren't even killed off by mostly the European settlers. The natives killed each other, much like the pagans did, much like the Vikings did. They killed each other. And a lot of the other deaths was disease. So if you take in killing each other, the natives the Indians killed each other, and they died from disease. Well, maybe not disease. They killed each other, and a lot of them died from the wilderness and stuff. They didn't get wrong. Maybe you could say they died from some diseases that Europeans brought, but it was for the better, because before Europeans or white people got there was no America to take. America it's not just a piece of land, it's what you do with the land that makes America America. So people say, oh, well, these people were in America before white people. But the thing is, without white people, there would be no America, there would be no Europe. People use a lot of white inventions, and they don't even realize it. Without white, because I've always said, white people have done the most for humanity besides Jesus Christ. And I don't say that as, oh, well, you're sucking up to white people. No, because I don't like to race mix. I think people should be in their own races in terms of dating and whatever. You can hang out with other races. It's just that you can be proud of your own race too, because I believe God made people different races, and you should be proud of that. But you should also not be afraid to overlook the average. I'm black, but I'm not afraid to say that black people on average, I think, are more violent. We are more violent. We have little self-control. We have little self-control. You have little improvement. We just blame other people for most of the black people's problems in the black community is because of black people. It's not because of the past. In fact, most white people were not even slave owners. They costed a lot of money. A lot of times the slaves, I think, had good lives, at least based on that you had a house, you had a home, you had food, you could go out into the cotton, you could just pick stuff. I would love to pick cotton. Go out there for like 6 or 8 hours, you pick cotton, you go home. It's an easy job, you get paid. That sounds like a pretty good deal. I don't have to talk to people, so if that's my reserved personality, that sounds like a great job to me. Sounds like a good job to me. It's like, maybe other people should do it too. So yeah, I think white people did the most. However, I still will say that a lot of white people, and I understand where they're coming from. At least I hope. A lot of white people are not a lot of white people are they say that race is the ultimate factor, but they don't realize that that's only the factor because Christianity united the white race before the white race could do it to itself. So I think a lot of people they don't realize that a lot of what could be said about the how the white race is bad, they're evil, they should apologize, they need to give us reparations. That could have been applied to every other race. I'll apply it to my own because I'm very harsh, and no, I don't hate my own race. A lot of people keep saying, Matthew, meachew, Pete, whatever, you hate your own race, you don't like it. The reason why I don't say this either is because they're just putting words in your mouth, and that's the big issue too, is that instead people will assume what you are without asking you or getting context. So they're rushed, again, as I've said before, they keep rushing to conclusions that they can't actually know or prove because they're just basing it on assumptions they can't possibly validate coherently or consistently. And so if you want to say that black people are good and white people are the devil, black people have hurt other black people on average have hurt white people, Asians, other people, Indians, and I don't like it. Because I'm black, and I know, and I'm not even that smart. I think the highest IQ I've gotten was 118 or 118, but it's not even that high. Well, I guess it's high for a black, but it's not high in general. And if you want to say that if you want to say that white people are evil because of what they did in the past, black people are probably even more so because on average, the black has no room for self-improvement, has no room for self-control because there's no self-discipline. They won't acknowledge it, that the black community has big problems, and we do. And they, rather than try to take self-responsibility, they just say, "Oh well, it's your fault. It's your fault for doing it this way. It's your fault that people. It's your fault that people aren't." Well, they just think it's your fault for saying that you want self-improvement and saying you want self-control from your own, and saying that you shouldn't try to overlook the negativities of your own, and you don't fall into groupthink. A lot of black people fall into groupthink. But it's even worse than that. It's not just groupthink. It's not even acknowledging that the communities have a problem with that groupthink. Groupthink is a big problem for basically anyone. But black people make other people's lives so miserable and they've hurt others, and it's not really cool. I wouldn't mind killing them, and I know, but not doing that. You know, that was me, and that was rude of me to say. But okay. I restart, maybe. Anyway, Oh, so yeah, I gotta talk about something. So, um, so, yeah, just based on that, these arguments are very, very fickle. They're very, very bad. They don't make any sense. 15K answers. Let's see. Okay, the next one. Next video. Slayer's try opening. Oh. Okay, those people who try to make it a so like 100% black and white for anything. I don't think it makes much sense. Like, how can you know what objective reality is if you don't have access to objective reality? Or how can you go outside of your own senses and stuff? Like, it's very hard to say what can and cannot be. If what the case is that you're just trying to spin it in a way that is basically saying that, oh, well, alright, I like the intro and stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna skip it for a second. Optic Teen Taz's Black Ops 2, Episode 9. Well, so far this, it seems to be going very well still. I know I've commented on before, but it's holding up very well. I think the 144p helped a lot too. But going back to what I was saying, blaming black or white people or any other race for your misfortunes, even if it's true, isn't always valid. It's like, one can, and I've said this before, one can acknowledge that Zionist Jews do control a lot of propaganda and a lot of things, but even they have their limits. They're not God. You have free will, and it's okay to use discernment. You can just say that humans, can still do bad things if they're just simply unhinged without any external factors. That's why I don't like blaming all Jews, even though I think Zionist Jews do control a lot. I think it's unfair to say that all Jews go into that things because it's just propaganda. It's like saying all white people are bad because there's because Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer and he was white too. I don't think it's fair to make that. Granted, Jeffrey Dahmer, Susan Atkins, and many others who you thought wouldn't go to Jesus have gone to him, and I think it's cool. There's also OnlyFans girls like Sophie Rain is a Christian, Lily Phillips, she got baptized, Piper, she loves Jesus. I mean, a whole bunch of people love Jesus Christ, even non-believers do. Even non-believers love him. And there's a reason why they do. So people like Sophie Rain, Camilla Aju, Piper Rockwell, BH80, Lily Phillips, Noah Ray, and many OnlyFans females have gone to Jesus Christ or are Christian or have at least represented Mary, Sophia, the divine feminine, divine wisdom, God, whatever you want to call it. Gnosticism, I don't know. But is it legit? We don't know. But may we pray for them and may we pray for others and non-believers. It's like people think that believers are better than non-believers, and that's not true. I try to like everybody, and I try not to be biased. Because to me, the most important thing isn't what you believe, what you think, what you know, what you say. It's what you do and how you behave. If you're a Christ-like person, I think that's a huge deal. You cannot believe in Jesus and still behave like Jesus. There's a reason why non-believers, many of them love Jesus as well. Because they see him like a Buddha, they see him as a Christ conscious, they see him as a special person. He isn't just some guy that you can, I don't think you can just take him to some guy. Even if you want to say he's just some guy, he's not just some guy. And so, yeah, I'll probably take another break here soon. Not because I really need to, but sometimes I gotta go to the bathroom at times. Sometimes I've gotta not only go to the bathroom, but sometimes I want to drink more water and stuff. And I get rid of, I get kind of tired of talking a lot. I still, one thing, because I've been through a lot of different topics. Today I've been through why I think there should be more villainesses in fiction, why I think that you shouldn't judge people of the same group the same way, why I think people should use discernment of arguing, why people shouldn't rush to conclusions even if claims are technically correct, that you can't probably come to right conclusions. I think that it's okay to be in the same I think that you should I think you should be able to realize that your worldview could be wrong, even if you think it couldn't be. I think people should try to admit that what they're saying isn't necessarily always valid, or that it's okay to be wrong about things. I'm trying to not have the Dunning-Kruger effect. I also think it's okay that you can be like fiction and read about fiction and still not want bad things to happen to people around. I think it's okay to be evil as long as you're evil to evil people and evil for Jesus, and sometimes it's okay to have self-defense. Another thing that I don't remember quite everything off the top of my head, because it does take a lot of out of me to remember. It takes a lot of brain power. But, you should also try to remember that, fiction, being liking something in fiction does not mean you like it in real life. And I think people need to be very careful about that. I think people should watch it and not come to conclusions just because the fiction in question does not mean that the fiction in question should not really matter. It's like saying if you like killing in video games, you like killing in real life. And if you do posit that, if you do say that if you like fiction and killing, you'll like it in real life, I think that's a slippery slope fallacy that is making a whole bunch of conclusions based on a whole bunch of assumptions that until the conclusion that can't be verified. So it's essentially vacuous at times. Maybe perhaps not all the time, but a lot of the times it is. And you can't really just sit back and tell that without first substantiating that it might not be the case. So people need to be careful about that. What's another thing? Well, I haven't gotten to really power scaling level of it yet, or I haven't gotten to I want to talk about how concepts might be able to exist, and that if you talk about something or you use the words that the concept exists, even if the thing can't or doesn't exist in reality, people also need to stop conflating that something being logically coherent and consistent within itself, like 2 + 2 always being 4 in math, can't tell you why murder is wrong, and you can't just base morality just based on the logical internal consistency because it's pragmatic, even though if you want to argue it's just we should just do pragmatic stuff. Christianity is still better pragmatically than any other belief because it's able to have the most results, it's have the best results, and that simply believing in Jesus makes people want to be better. Or even if they don't believe in Jesus, the Christ-like attributes about him still makes people want to be better. If better is a objective descriptor, not just a preference inside of one's own head. But yes, a lot of people should be willing to admit that God can. I just think a lot of people want me to admit that there's a lot of stuff that they assume, but they shouldn't try to come to conclusions based on their arbitrary assumption, presupposition, arbitrary, subjective morality based on relativity. It's basically don't come to conclusions based on a finite, fallible, arbitrary, relative, subjective sends data standards that you can't possibly justify, and even if you can justify it because you can justify other people using it, does not mean that the conclusion in question, the thing in question, can be accounted for. So, trying to account for things that you can't possibly know, I think is very, very weird. It's very strange. It's very weird. It's very strange. And so, don't try to don't try to so now I'm on Columbia JD AI conversation from Metal Gear Solid 2, but as I said, people can just look it up if they want. And I'm sure I think a lot of videos are just saved to an archive or downloaded, so they can re-upload them if people want. But I'm not trying to make this a, balls to the walls video. But yeah, people, so I'll think about it. Sometimes I need to make my mind clear. Maybe I'll take a bath. So while people watch this and be confused sometimes, I will be back. I'll be back soon. Maybe I'm gonna.
Because Israel makes certain mistakes and enters the first area of the country to support us, I want to start the same question to much of what I brought up in my opening speech, much of the argument has been left unaddressed in my opponent, Andrew Wilson, whereas I feel the very much focused on
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed.
It's not too bad.
Trying to stop that from happening.
think we should learn. I think people should learn to
temporary saves, which can be used to reload the game once. If you quit the game before loading the save, you instead appear back up
decide what's
Your storage progress is updated whenever you save. Interacting with NPCs is very straightforward in Burrows, as they automatically begin speaking to you when you approach them. Pressing L2 replaces the dialogue, and once you have exhausted their dialogue, you can attack them. To show the beginners items, you can simply open your inventory and throw the item at them. NPCs will comment on these items before throwing them back at you, and sometimes may even give you an item in return or keep the item if it's relevant to their storyline. Alongside vitality and health, there also exists attack and defense, as well as the following status effects, which can be acquired in a variety of ways, including from enemies and items. Poison will cause your HP to gradually decrease over time. Darkness impairs your vision. Lust means all grotesque items will appear as beautiful women. Lethargy causes your movement to become slower. Paralysis renders you immobile. Stomachache decreases your attack and defense. And finally, confusion, which randomizes your movement. These ailments, except for stomachache, will eventually wear off over time. There exist items, however, that can be used to cure their beauty. These curative items
Another possibility is that self is a concept you create as part of the logic that would endow you with some sense of abstraction.
That's crap!
Would you prefer that someone else tell you? Explain it to me.
Jack, you're simply the best. And you got there all by yourself.
What happened? You feel lost. Why not find that a soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
I would not. But although self is something extends self-back, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
I'm going to be reacting to
More convenient truth
some
in order to
videos.
make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to
It's
decide what
early
is
in
real?
the morning. It's
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
3:30
Nothing but
a.m.
excuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothered.
I might get bored.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of
Stuff playing in the
digitized
background. I
has
have
given even more power to individuals. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with.
Like,
Now we think for
probably
you.
get bored after a while, and sometimes I will.
You want to control
Oh, I
human
don't
thought,
think to talk
human
about.
behavior?
The first one is one of the creepiest video game hacks. Bootlegs and mods
You fell in
playing
love with me
it
just
on
as you were
games.
meant to, after all.
So,
Isn't that right, Jack?
let's get started.
We rule an entire nation. Of what use is a single soldier, no matter how able he be to operate?
Yeah, let's get this started. Further ado.
The S3 is a system for controlling human will
Just
and
be warned that
consciousness.
when you do pick up that armor set, that is when ceaseless discharge goes hostile.
S3 is not
Oh, sure, like most of the Sega games, like PlayStation ones,
I just
Sega
want
kind
to
of
cover
It
that
is
sort
a
of,
method, a protocol that
just let you
creates a
guys know of
circumstance that
You know what's
of course,
crazy? I
PlayStation
have like
had a
4
more
video
mature
games.
console.
So you
I
see
mean,
it
4
really as
videos
hobby,
playing right
not
now.
you.
for now,
And it was the stay kind of a kid
Luckily, I have
console,
thankfully
which, you know,
clearing
if
out
you're,
new lawn
if you're a
good
Sega
internet.
fan,
So,
the next video we're
probably
going to just start
at
over
the age where like,
it's not going to be a
and
bad
here's one
experience.
what
That's,
final
that's a good
test
thing.
its effectiveness.
kind of other perspectives,
we have that ring that you
Nintendo's always been pretty much design
Is the key.
has always been
So,
proven
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method.
not a bad
for the
thing.
mobile side of things, but for the main console,
Shadow mode is as a paradox for the
exclusives, and then
with that.
then you also
I
just
wonder if
Yeah,
you
you know, this is going pretty well.
Alright guys, that's going to do it. Thanks a lot for tuning in. forward to more stuff.
because of extreme circumstances. It was an absolute test for S3's crisis management capacity. It was a trigger to build and solve this.
I don't know why more people don't,
For me, I was never. I mean, I had Nintendo as a kid, so
I just haven't had access to
I've never been like a fanboy in
ambience
terms of a specific console.
background.
I'll play, whatever console the game's on. Like, I own like an Xbox, an Xbox 360, PlayStation 4.
Because I think lo-fi and fireplace ambience and snow
I've got everything
goes
except
so
for
well
Xbox One.
with
Nothing on Xbox One.
But you
it
turn
goes
your
well
back
with
on
reaction
everything you don't
videos.
like. You do
And
what
the
everyone
reason why
else
is
sees, only the
because
things you like. And so yourself
Oh yeah, but they
alone.
had to.
their
setting
relaxing
for
was to
tonight's episode of
distract
Dark
them.
Game Guy. We are in
refuse to
the
see
Mondo
you for
room
what I
just to
was.
take it in the
I
visuals,
lied
I'm
to
pretty
you.
sure it
sound,
I
my
increased
wanted
favorite
to
zones
talk.
of the
You
game.
pretended to be
I'm very excited to
understanding,
share it
to
with
be
you
a
guys.
gentleman. You never made a
Here we
conscious
go.
attempt to reach out to
That's
me.
not
Now,
The
just to
only
start
thing you
off,
did
I
was when
feel
I gave you
identified
no choice but
right
to do
away.
so.
Some crazy stuff going on with this
What?
recording in
Trying
this
not to
video.
hurt me?
First, what we're going to see here is
The
I'm
one you were
switching
trying
off
not to hurt
the
was
gold
yourself.
serpent ring. That's a
Avoiding the
ring
truth
for
under the
looting.
guise of kindness
Switch
is
that off, put on
always
Kabal's
easy.
ring.
It
Kabal's
occurred to
ring
you
will
to
let
do
me
nothing
run
but look out
faster,
for
roll
yourself.
faster, all that stuff.
Even if you claimed
Now,
that it was for my sake,
I have
that feeling was
pre-recorded
nowhere
this.
to be seen.
And
In the
I'm so
end,
frustrated
everything
because I
was for your
recorded this
sake.
live like
I was never
half an hour
pleased.
ago, and two things happened. One technical problem and one gameplay mistake, which has resulted in me now pre-recording. I gotta keep up with the commentary though and what's going on here as well. So I'm going to be talking about different things. Transient Curse, I just casted it. Transient Curse allows you to interact with the spirit realm. You know, these are a bunch of ghosts we're going up against, and well, you know, if you wait in the middle of the night tonight and find a ghost at the foot of your bed, chances are you have a hard time punching it in the face. So if you had a Transient Curse handy, it lets you interact with, you know, the spirit realm, or whatever you want to call it. So you have to be under that effect to do any damage. Now, you can find two Transient Curses at the very beginning. As soon as you started walking down the yellow flank,
Friendly hunting bound.
You follow this video and watch what I do. Even having two to start should be more than adequate.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Don't want to rush too quickly into this room here. If you actually just rush in, you will get ambushed by like 7 or so of those ghosts, and they'll kill you pretty quickly. Although one-on-one, these ghosts are no problem. They don't do that much damage. I can one-shot them. I mean, I've got a very powerful weapon at this point. At least powerful against these guys. Against the boss, that's a different story. But regardless, one-on-one is not too hard. But picking up like those swarms of small size, these guys can kill you pretty quickly, and they can stagger you and make it very difficult to block or dodge or get away at all, actually. So I think that has almost cleared out the room. We've got one or two left here. A swig of justice there a moment ago. Just headed along the
Uncharted series, we're playing in PlayStation, stuff like that.
So actually, we have a minute or so of downtime, so we should do a little exploration here. So yeah, I mean, I did a commentary of this already, and Audacity, which is like everyone's go-to voice recording software, at least for PC. Audacity gave me this like error encountered, error needs to close. Those screaming ghosts, you want to kill them as quick as possible. Consider they scream. I think it's expensive that just alerts all the ghosts that are around and they're going to swarm you. So try to do that as best you can. Notice I did pick up 2 more Transient Curses there as well. You can pick up Transient Curse. I mentioned one place to get it before. I just showed you another place to get some. And you can also buy some from the merchant in the sewer. The sewer is that next Fireland shrine to where the depths is. You can buy the I knocked down that shortcut ladder right there. You can go down there. There is some treasure, but it's nothing too exciting. Nothing I found worth spending my time to go down and get right now. Now we're going to come up into, and I understand that I'm trying to cover everything, kind of jumping around, talking about my technical problems, the previous recording because it's all going to culminate here in this video and kind of understand the big picture. But for now, let's focus on the gameplay. Ooh, I'm ambushing a lot of these ghosts right now. So as opposed to trying to fight like 7 of them at once, I decided to retreat a little bit heading up here. But I want to be careful here as well because, going nuts, swinging your sword a lot on the narrow platforms, surefire way to, land your ass in the lake and have to start to level over again. So I'm just being a little extra cautious and extra careful, keeping in mind that my transient curse is probably going to wear off soon, getting a little bit low on health. I don't want to take another swig of that nest before continuing on into this match. Still trying to lure just a couple final ghosts out. Head on in there. So yeah, I mean, because I lost that recording from earlier, I have to do it like this. I have to, so I'm not playing the game anymore, which is a little disappointing. Look at that, very quick get that screaming ghost lady before she sets off the alarm. I have a feeling that if she did in fact scream, this room would have been 3 or 4.
Would this be like the same site that says that biology is not determined by chromosomes?
I'm actually curious as to what you guys think about this style of commentary. This allows me to focus on strictly what I'm saying, as opposed to how I've done almost every other episode where I'm speaking while playing. So the thing about that is you don't get my reaction if I get startled and more exciting. I do have the lore vessel. I picked that up.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so what's the true sign?
The seal. After you get the lore vessel. Unless
that'd be so much
actually, if you don't have the lore vessel, you can kill that enemy. Take the key to the seal. Proceed to the fort to his boss. But I have the doctor there, so he will be spared. You've got the key to the seal.
The doctor's
got
because
as well Sif's ring.
they do a lot of
story. Oh god, all too significant a little bit later on in the video. We'll touch on that in a little bit. Here we go. I realize I've run out of transient curse, so avoiding those ghosts for just a moment there as I move off, take them out, and continue on. Now, I will add that there's another way that you can go in this building here, and you can get the curse bite ring. It's just like, it's just a separate turn. Like, I turned one direction earlier, and you turn the other way, so you can find a pretty obvious curse bite ring that just reduces your resistance to curse. So, I don't know. It's good, I guess, to use curse toads or maybe even scaleless boss later on, but I actually don't go and grab that ring. I want to continue on. I really want to get to a very large member that I can find a little later. There's some other things that I want to do. I don't want to find that curse bite ring. Simply because I probably don't think it's something you want to find, go back to that house.
You get that point
Are any of those humans, is that observable at all?
Heading over down the stairs here, can't pull this trigger quite yet, but now that I have the seal,
it's many years on the road, so I don't know.
after that NPC, open that door, and let's go leave it here.
Like Piltdown Man, like Piltdown Man, Raskin,
This part I don't know. Open these doors, floodgates are open, all this water spews out
Just came out and had way
some valley of the drain.
those are frauds.
That actually goes short
in like the short time it's been out.
ruins to the valley. You can see all the water draining out here. And you'd think that, massive water would do something. There's dragons down there, but
I don't know if there's any
valid. The matter that 100 million gallons of water was just dumped on them.
So it's funny. But now, wait a
We
minute,
won't be
you said
engaging them at this
observable
point.
science. So I'm just wondering, like, you didn't know.
Valley of the Drain is really just light town, firelight shrine, dark gardens, and Londo ruins, but there's no boss around it. I don't know. It was just taking the elevator down, heading down to
pretty big
it's
assumption.
massive. This is our first encounter with the Skull Knight, I'm gonna call it. Meachew shot him. Careful though. I mean, those particular monsters, again, what I'm going to refer to as the Skull Knight, they can be really quick, successive swings, like 2, 3, 4 times in a row. They've got like a soul draining ability where they like.
How are the fossils extend below?
I think they steal your advantage, but I'm not actually 100% sure. And then they've got this shield ability. You can see here. So
There's many of them.
there you go. If you let it shield down to 16 there, I get in with the crushing blow. I love the crushing blow.
They got 200,000
Sad to say about it,
years
just
before
I think we're going to change up to a new web browser, another video or two. Now that we've traversed the white light source, heading into this area, you want to be careful.
So you're not a
Skull Knight coming over here.
This is not your own.
Take care of him real quick.
Right, so you've
And this is what I didn't expect. I did not realize there was a second monster behind me. So I'm also I had this purposely placed up from
that same scientific fallacy now says that
tosses
and
some damage.
you said
Ice Flask very casually takes a little extra damage. We are able to kill off the second Skull Knight, and that is just going to be me against now big blobs do soul circles.
So Tavistock is not a serious science.
Pretty standard.
You don't think the biggest, most powerful
hacking away. Don't stand in
in the
front of the
United
boss.
States are pushing on. Vanderbilt University is not an authoritative
Just setting off
science.
these three like magical skull heads that the blob produces. You're not going to want to be able to use them with a large AoE damage.
Oh, Vanderbilt University. Okay. Right. So
A
Vanderbilt
lot of
is the
health for your blobs.
premier
Dealing
medical
quite a bit of
institution
damage.
in the United States.
He's having a hard time getting me
Because you have
trying to
it.
circle around, find the same spot, continuing to hammer away there. He goes down. Maybe a nice 5,000 souls. A pretty good soul count.
I'll give you an example of a medical
Farms,
institution
they don't
that
respond.
is seen
Now, this is where I was a little bit
which is a spearhead of the idea that you can become a nuclear man.
Yeah, spirits within.
And you're saying, I don't accept that
quarters.
authority.
There, that was a soul drain grab.
So they're not really doing it. It's social science,
Yeah.
where they're not really
You're
doing it.
gonna
They're
want
not really
always
changing.
the camera around, and if I just look
Obviously,
he was just hiding. 5 or 6.
And so like, all you've done is adopt the new authority structure.
Heading up the stairs.
And when it comes down to it,
You're not aware
there's not
already.
actually any real basis for you to believe in it. Other than
It's
that,
quite optional.
a lot of people believe it.
I could have easily just sort of
But you yourself have not verified
at this
anything.
point. But
Right now, it feels like a
greater,
kind of
what that allows you to do is upgrade
So
weapons
it operates kind of like on a faith
all the way
basis.
up
It sounds like a faith basis.
plus 15 and max.
Well, the problem with any sword will so you can't expect it to be around
Correct. We design everything every
every mix has that computer
So his worldview is more consistent because likelihood is going to depend upon the members of the So I think how we know things. I don't believe that the atheist naturalist will be able to hear you.
it's like a mix of
I'm not going to large effort in the depths to get away. Some of that was very large effort. We'll give that to Andre Blacksmith as well. You can see that maybe you're a little bit confused right now. We're back to Firelink Shrine. This is
Well,
the
let me ask
fastest
you
way.
this: can science provide us with ethics?
I know the route from Firelink Shrine to the abyss quite quickly, and I just think it's going to get faster and backtracking and going all the way to the
But it can't do anything with values. Do you think truth contains true values?
I don't know. I don't think it makes a big difference, but this is just
The truth
a
falls
route that I was a little bit more comfortable with.
Should you follow the truth?
Cleaning up the inventory a little bit.
has this almost like a movie studio.
So it does pertain to that.
Same route that we took. I'll mention now, actually, if I made an immediate right, so you're going to see I'm going to go left. If I turn right instead,
Well, you're calling it a fairy tale. Well, I'm saying on your position, it sounds
down
like
a
all
small
values.
flight of stairs, and
But you just told me you should follow what's true.
provide
I
you some
follow what's true.
basic sorcery stuff. You can go and visit him like when you're level 4, right? Pick up early sorcery spells and sorcery catalyst. If
Well,
you
you
go
said
down
science
that
can give, you said science gives us an insight into reality.
it'll actually
You
prove
said
to
that it
be
pertains to
not
what is
necessary.
true. And I said that the true relates to value judgments, like the true versus
Route
false.
It's good to
That's
fill up
value
your
judgments.
ghosts
You said
as well.
science doesn't
Just see if you drop it.
I'm trying to figure out why I follow what's true. What's the basis for your truth?
If you get stuck along the ruins, especially in areas like where like fire crystals, so many of those don't have any heads and curves, there is nothing
That wasn't an explanation. That's not an explanation for why I ought to.
This is pretty cool. I wasn't surprised there. Go for a
That's not an explanation for why I ought to.
my sword here, and I not only
That's
did
a
that,
story about the
that
past.
skull knight, but I also opened up that illusionary wall. I had no idea that existed. I had no idea.
Why
I had
is
no
that
idea at
telling
the
you?
time what was going to be in this treasure chest.
Can you get an ought from an is?
I guessed an upgrade material. I wasn't sure what it was going to be. See here.
By stating how things are,
So those are the ones that
doesn't tell me how they
get
ought to
your
be. So you can tell me all day long
weapon
that this primates and what
plus
aims.
10.
Okay, but how ought we live? What's the basis for the ethics and values? Because you, there you go, you're saying you should follow what's true. Why should I believe? In your world, what's the basis for the should, the ought, value judgment, the
I mean,
ethics?
it's interesting to know you can find some there. You can find some in Firewood Shrine, but almost nowhere else you can get you can actually find
Right off the bat, it looks like
items. This was a real game time decision right there. You want to run by. Just saved a little bit of time. I almost went the wrong way there as well, going right instead of left. I just didn't want to spend an extra like 3-4 minutes killing off all of those monsters. So instead I just did a little bit of and this is words can't describe my frustration. At this point in the original commentary, I was talking about the base, and I was talking about Great Wolf Sith. When you kill off Great Wolf Sith, you get the Covenant of Victorious. It's a ring that allows you to traverse the abyss. It allows you to enter the boss chamber to fight before you get New Lawn Ruins here. And you have to put that ring on to enter the
But wait a
abyss.
minute, you said that I should, you said I should follow what's true, namely the science. Why should I follow it? That's an ought. That's a value judgment. Ethics.
Covenant of Victorious.
Major European countries, Germany, they had a relatively small
Okay, then I shouldn't listen to
Boss
you.
battles.
So I shouldn't
I got
listen to
some
you.
lightning buff there as well, 9 lightning buff.
Okay, but I'm asking you,
At this point in the commentary, I was just explaining, and you were right, skepticism about the Covenant of Victorious. I was so sure that
about value judgment. How is it possible in your world? It's a very simple question.
you can see here, leap of faith, bring on,
So,
that,
ethics, value judgments,
drop
a
down,
specific domain of philosophy. When you said that you should follow what's true
and I make a very
in
foolish
science,
decision.
that is an ethical value judgment claim. But you're going to have to make good on that, given your natural
Blades, never
and
hear
his
that.
philosophy is called, can I get an ought from an
Oh
is?
no, actually that was just
The answer to this is you can't. There's no ought. The science can't give you value judgments.
Man, I'm getting flustered just talking about this. Yeah,
So that's an
I took off that ring
inconsistent
and that I could
And I'm saying that your
when I was in the boss chamber, I put on Habal's
can't
ring so
even
that I
tell
could
me
move
if there
faster.
are value judgments.
I was sort of under that impression because
And yet you're turning around and saying, I don't even.
you can go to the abyss, man. You can use that Lord vessel, go to the abyss,
That's not, that doesn't tell me what's right or wrong.
warp to their
origin
hang out there
doesn't
all
tell
you
me.
want without the ring on. But apparently, when the before
What
you
basis should I follow?
and I didn't realize it, and I took a bit of
Because it's a fallacy.
wanting to switch
You
on
know
my
what fallacies are? It's called the genetic fallacy. So the origin of something doesn't entail
Four
whether
kings
it's
are still alive.
That's a genetic fallacy.
Let's go take care of it.
For all of the
can drop down to the worst case scenario.
Again, value judge progressing is a value judge.
Really
So you can't tell me what it means to progress.
I have to fight at least 4 of them, sometimes even more, to get anywhere near like 5 or 6. They have different attacks. The first one does a lot of melee attacks. The second one is magic. I've switched on a very strong shield versus magic. Since they're 80% magic infections. So I'm going to try to switch to one-handed if I've got a magical attack coming at me, so I can block the shield.
Despite not knowing what the concept is,
It'll fall you off and
you say Gumball's on the attack his zone is really like him.
that's why there's a shield there. I've also put on some layer equipment so that I can put down a covenant of so with the layer equipment I can still finally I have just taken a few minutes to upgrade my sword. I'm not gonna lie, I tried fighting this boss as it is, and with such a slow tail weapon, I just can't deal damage fast enough to kill off the first king and the second one first. So it'll end up being 1-1 or 3-on-1. I've gone ahead, upgraded my sword from +10 to +14. The tank gets +50 without a slash. The only other thing I want to point out is that, well, you saw I had this looting ring on before to cover the creature drops, and so I was using that to farm dark race warrior. I was calling them skulls. And I found out that those dark race warriors can drop titanite chunks, so I use those chunks to upgrade using +14. Just so you know exactly how I thought from where I was going to where I am now.
Seemingly lost, you say activate the final card by his hand, Synchron Point. Since he would take damage by a card effect, you use this card and point from his grave to negate the ability effect, and then summon one single monster from his possession.
This first
Its
guy
level is equal to the damage of the battle's monster. That kills its effects. You say banishes, Keeper in his hand, and Big Eater in his grave to negate the damage of Sandeon, and Synchron summons one
Better off.
so
Oh, you got a runaway with
phase
your
2
cut that
attacks
purple.
in the slightly
Very powerful AoE spell.
but there was no other reason. And the ultimate turn, things go a little bit pear-shaped here. He gets to press into the grave, abilities, as a vision of his dash, and change
Alright, first one down.
you say draws, he gets speed spells to panic. Start basic thirst, all this speed counters to so it activates his situation by sending his force into his grave. Well, this card is on the field,
Get away from the worst.
his hand multiple spells, especially for the blue.
That's the attack on himself that I was before. There. See, that was exactly the plan. I switched my shield, pulled up the shield, and blocked that natural missile. It's so annoying. He's chasing something ever moves on you, and does a gigantic amount of damage. Oh no! Wasn't really sure what he was doing there. I wasn't familiar with that animation. So I guess, yeah, the second king can
With 7 speed counters, you say activates his speed spell.
do a grab.
You say can now summon as many synchro monsters as possible.
Never.
Negated.
Alright, get him down.
You say summon Meachew Fairy Dragon, Blackbird Dragon, Blackmoon Dragon, and Red Star Field. He uses Lightning Dragon's second effect to make the level of support monsters on the field become a level 1 less. He chooses to move 1. You say choose his level 8 Tuner Livestream Dragon with his 4 level 1 Synchro Dragons to limit over Excel Synchro Summon.
You do want to be pretty quick again.
Quasar Dragon is unaffected by opponents'
Other videos on YouTube where
defense effects that deal burn damage. It can attack as many times as the number of synchro monsters used for its
material. In this case, it has
Where
attacks.
good thing,
When it attacks,
don't
it
kill the
gains
thing, you basically just run away from it.
prevent
picking that skeleton
in this case, Time Lord's ability to dominate
Yeah,
the
it's
destroyed
kind of what I was actually talking about.
also, when it leaves the field, all monsters on the field are destroyed, and it synchro summons shooting star dragons to shield them. And so, you say enters this battle phase and attacks 4 times, destroying meachew, Halon, Raphion, and Gabriel. None of their attacks work because Quasar is unaffected by appending monster effects, and it prevents effective burning. However, since Quasar is unable to negate Time Lord's ability to battle damage, no battle damage is taken when controlling Usei uses his final attack to crash shooting Quasar Dragon into Sunday off Time Lord. Since both share the same attack point, they are both destroyed or battled. Since Quasar left the field, its effect summons shooting star dragon upstairs. Usei attacks him directly. Before Usei ends his turn, he activates one of the effects of speed round 2. He removes 7 speed penalties to the board. He draws and gets converging wishes. Sets it face down and ends his turn. It's Zone's turn, and the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets Cephalon, the ultimate Time Lord. If standby phase occurs, the multiplayer characters increase power. With all the pieces in place, Zone goes through his music play. He activates the effect of his current flight. Since he has summoned 10 Time Lords with different names over the course of the duel, he sends them to the grave to summon Cephalon, the ultimate Time Lord, from his hand to the grave. He summons it from his hand. Cephalon can only be special summoned by infinite lights from effects. Once per turn, it can special summon as many Time Lords as possible from the hand to the grave. Monsters summoned by this effect have the attack become Black Magic. This monster gains attack equal to the combined attack of all the Time Lords on the field. The effects of any monster that battles with this card are drawn. If this card would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish a Time Lord on the field instead. When you do this, you take no battle damage if this card would have been destroyed by battle. And so, Zone uses Cephalon's effect to summon Meteon, Sadion, Gabrion, and Sandeon. Cephalon gains 16,000 points. Zone moves into his battle phase and attacks and destroys Shooting Star Dragon with Cephalon the ultimate. Before Usei can take a metric ton of damage, he activates his conversion wishes. When a Shooting Star Dragon is destroyed by battle, this card can be activated to negate battle damage by battle. Usei can then synchro summon a Stardust Dragon by banishing the materials from the grave. The summoned Stardust Dragon gains attack equal to the combined attack of all Dragon Synchro monsters in the grave. Finally, Usei can return one synchro monster in the grave that is left to force a monster that he controls to enter the grave. At the end of the turn, this card, Stardust, and so Converging Wishes nullifies the damage Usei has taken and summons Stardust. He banishes the dragon and Turbo Synchron to uses. Stardust gains attack equal to every Synchro Dragon in his grave. The most powerful monster on the field is still in his battle phase. Usei uses Converging Wishes effect to force a Time Lord to attack him. He returns to Turbo Dragon. By doing this, there is one less Dragon Synchro to break, so Stardust's attack is reduced. Cephalon attacks the Zone banishes Atheon the Time Lord and its destruction, reduces the damage to zero. Stardust's attack is reduced as a result since the Time Lord left the field. Usei repeats the play. Returns Lightning Dragon to force Cephalon to attack again. Zone banishes Sadion to prevent its destruction and reduce the damage. Usei returns Black Cage Dragon to force Cephalon to attack again. Zone banishes Gabrion to prevent its destruction and end damage. Usei returns Blackwing Dragon to attack again. Zone banishes Sandeon to prevent destruction and end damage. Usei returns Red Dragon Archfiend to force Cephalon to attack again. With no more Time Lords left on the field, the attack continues. Cephalon attacks and is destroyed by Stardust Dragon, dealing over 5,000 battle damage to Zone. Usei wins. Now, fun fact, if Zone would have attacked with anything other than
Adrenaline, I'm Hunter S.
Sandeon,
I welcome everyone back for more Dark Souls. Tonight's episode of this Dark Souls game guide is going to cover the Fated World of Ariamis, and I am not going to lie, actually died doing this commentary, and I just started again from the bonfire at the very beginning of this film. And I died. I died falling off a ledge. I also died a little while ago from toxic, and sort of this is where my dilemma lies here. There are some monsters that are just around the next corner, and when they die, they explode and release toxin everywhere. And that's where my straight up, I don't have to cure for toxin, and I don't know how to kill them without getting a great spectacle. I treated you all you know what? I also in this world, what a vast world it is. You cannot warp home. You are stuck here.
She's out of a horror movie.
Monsters kind of wall hide.
Get a couple of these one-dimensional versions of two-dimensional recruits or people do you think were affected by these rallies? What kind of do you have any numbers?
One off the edge.
Yes.
I joined an Atari today. Would it be
Shank the other one. Really actually caught me off guard. This one's cut off from the other worlds for whatever reason or another, and I can't go home until I do it. So I can't really see what's going on. Find a reasonable way past certain parts. But we will do our best anyway. Dried finger, I actually have no idea what that
America's like, nope, can't have enemy on our box.
There's white rats down in the bottom of this little tower. Now I know that the regular rats have a good chance of dropping humanity. White rats have dropped me. Despite the fact that I actually have that cover this server really. Oh man, I'm playing like garbage. Hey, these are just fudgers. I've been telling you guys about. I don't know this could most easily if I kill them, they're gonna toxicate me. All of them are gonna die because toxic lasts an extremely long time. Your health just slowly drops, and my current health plus the Estus lasts like maybe cover up like half. These guys are ready to go. I'm just gonna have to avoid them. There's no real other way around it. Lucky that they are pretty slow. You can fire and speed that poison. Upstairs we go, out onto this small branch here. There are lots of little items throughout the zone. And, I'm not gonna lie, I've actually only played this zone once. A lot of the zones that we've sort of covered up to this point, I'm so surprised this
occasionally I wanted to.
This is kind of going to be the reality of this damn level. You're just like constantly feeding them
and they don't understand
bloody, bubble-headed toxin spreaders. People over here. One guy climbed the fence. Proud knight.
That's why
he's a pretty funky style of coverage in the zone. Well, not being really able to kill
you find
much.
a lot of people also tend to think it's black and white because certainly
here, let's head out over here. Okay. Now in this area, you know what? I guess
a lot of people
drop to the bottom.
it's just a
At least not from here. Doesn't appear the same. We'll get down there. We'll get down there in a moment. This is unbelievable. I am getting harassed.
Just like your bubble.
Now at the top of this particular structure, there are more monsters. One of them just drops down onto
Alright, I'm back now. Okay. do the word of God, Husk first. I don't know what I want to talk about now. So, yeah, I've been listening to Who Financed Hitler by James Poole, but I'm going to skip it. It's almost 8 o'clock. The game that doesn't exist. Word of God Husk. I do like the... I like the aesthetics of it. So what I'm listening to now is dark ambient drone horror music by Filthy Corridors by UFO Creations, something like that. I like virtual highlight though. I like the music. I like the music and aesthetics of it. Okay. You know, I'll keep it on high delayed. I think it fits the calmness stream. Alright, I'll go for it. So what do I want to talk about? Well, I took a rest. I was actually thinking of taking a bath, but I might take it after or not at all because baths I'm kind of tired now, and I don't know if I want to take a bath right now. Anyway. Okay. The most boring video ever made. Microsoft Word tutorial 1989 by Whamtam. Well, I'm going to watch it a little. Actually, no, I'm not. So how far I am to the Hunter's Starcraft? Okay, Arab's Fade to Black. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I kinda wanna get to Hamas Simple Modern Warfare 2 montage. I'm gonna skip it a little. I love Famas, he's cool, but nah. Famas Freefall 1001. I know people say highlight sucks on like virtual highlight, but I really like the aesthetics. I really like the music. Maybe I should play through it someday if I can get a working emulator for it. Alright, I gotta. I know I said this will be my longest video, but it still might be that way, but yeah, still gonna be good.
Kill these slimes. Make it level up or something.
Yeah, this is going incredible. I still have the window open. I still got the heater going, and I'll probably keep them on for the rest of the time. I'll try out other fish-ups too. I'm just gonna keep skipping until I either get something I like, or 12 Angry Men shows up. So I always wanted to do a watch of that. Long play, Evil Dead, How to the King. Evil Dead, How to the King. I do like the aesthetics. I've never seen the game before, but I do love the aesthetics.
I know the best game of all time, right? Virtual Highlight. Only this game was in the Virtual Boy.
No, I don't know. Well, it's a virtual highlight. It ends in, I think it's a full playthrough. I might just skip through some of it. Well, to what I feel like. I want to go at least through all 700 plus videos first and try to give a brief description on some of them. I was going to say most, but some of them is probably more likely because it would be a repeat. So I was thinking about some stuff. I've talked about a lot, and I said I was going to talk about power scaling, so I still might do that, but first things first, I want to, I guess more talk, so what's on my mind. So I live a pretty nice life. It's easygoing, it's relaxing, it's fun. I have a nice family. It's really easygoing and I love it too. So I think that okay. You can barely hear me talking in my old stream that time. I have it turned up for like full blast, but you can't hear me. That's probably how soft-spoken my mic is, or how soft-spoken I talk. Either way, it's fine. because I think it works better sleeping wise, and
Yeah, so I mean, like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with it really.
but I mean, back then this was pretty impressive graphics. I mean, sure, it's like a bunch of sprites, like you can see these trees are turning, you know, they're just sprites. They're not reading anyway, but.
So what's it called? Evil Dead Hell to the King. So yeah, I'm probably going to skip some of it. Probably to save. Well, I've skipped quite a bit of it, trying to save on time, but we still got a long way to go.
I don't know. Compared to stuff on, I don't know, SNES.
I don't know if I want to delete any of my older videos. I probably won't. It's good for archives. Because I do remember a 10-hour stream once, as I said before, the 10-hour stream went good till. Well, I'll try to look it up and see. I'll just talk about some other things like I'll talk about something like video games, maybe my favorite, before I get into power scaling and all that, and then maybe talk about what I'm watching a little, which I surprisingly don't do very much, because I think, you know, I could just go rewatch it and think for it myself. So let's see, I'm going to go to my videos. I'm going to try to see if the videos that I put up are, so there was a 10-hour one. 10 hours, 19 minutes, and it stopped going. How many?
That arrow's pointing to this thing, so there's something you have to do with this thing.
I mean, it was like. Yeah, I stopped working at like the 8 hour and 30 minutes. Well, it's more like the.
It's been a long time since I played the original highlight, but.
Well, it didn't stop working, but like the audio was still going, but it like froze, and then it unfroze. It froze, because back then it froze on meachew commentary number 11 calm stream. It froze and then it unfroze. So I'm kind of doing that same thing again, but this has been going much smoother. It's going way better. Yes, it's frozen. I don't think it will on the stream. I'm talking a lot more. I think the only time I really talked was at the beginning. And I just left it up for 10 hours. And it's not a bad, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. But I think this is a little bit better than others.
This is gives you item descriptions too. Consequence of spiritual power, more weapons gain more power.
This is better. And once I get to the Calm 11 stream at the bottom right corner, because I've I've been putting that and the calm strings in the same bottom right column. But I've been mostly keeping on my old strings, the old strings, and putting them on the new string as well. So you're gonna see 4 more screens down there.
Yeah, the virtual highlight one looks like it's...
And once we get to it, we'll see what happens. So,
yeah, you guess you have to use it to inspect it. I think there's some sort of scrolls of...
Well, I did say there's going to be a mega stream. I don't know if I want to play video games. But we'll see. I've been kind of enjoying it. Something that gives me that I do it. I give people who stream for hours on end, I give them a lot of credit because I'm trying to eat some crackers. I give them a lot of credit because I don't know how they don't get bored of streaming. Like, how do you stream for 24 hours straight? Like, yeah, they take breaks and stuff, and it's important. You should get out and exercise. But people who do stream for long periods of time, they must have a whole bunch of patience, or are insane, or maybe they just love doing it. And I can see why. If you get money, it makes it easier to bear and stuff, but I wouldn't want to do it even if it was that long. Now because I'm realizing that sitting there and trying to, because I barely have a chat to interact with. I couldn't imagine people who would have to keep the chat constantly entertained and stuff. I don't know how easy it would be for them to do that. Well, maybe it would be easy, but yeah, it just gives me, I have a lot of respect for them. Oh, well, because I plan on donating and stuff. But going back, my life is pretty good. I appreciate it. I love it. It's nice. It's cool. And I like it. I don't know the next break I'm gonna take, but honestly, I'm gonna take my next break when 12 Angry Men shows up. Stop it for a while and, I might allow the movie to play out, but I intend to watch the full thing, the fullness of the movie. Because that's one of the movies that I absolutely can't find faults in. the 1950, 57 or 56 or whenever it was made. It's so good. Yeah, it's 1957, and it's fully free on here, as with the 1997 version. And that Camp Crystal Charlie has actually reacted to it, so maybe I'll put it into there too.
That's good. I mean, I enjoyed the Finding Force game, so I'm sure it's going to be, here.
And my life is going well. It's very relaxing, at least for me. I'm a reserved person. It actually doesn't take a lot in life. I'm satisfied with very little. I don't need a lot in life, and that's why I guess I'm boring to talk to, because I'm reserved. I'm unbothered by things. I'm boring. I'm not charismatic. I just have a way of trying to treat people well. I try to treat others well. And I don't think there's a problem with treating people well, even if they disagree with you. Yeah. Okay, before I go on and move on, Evil Dead: Hell to the King. I really like the game's I like the game's atmosphere and aesthetics. And look at Highlight. Look at the medieval aesthetics. I think the slowness, the choppy frame rate actually adds to it. Evil Dead: Hell to the King on the PlayStation 1. Okay. Alright, I'm going to skip it. I'm gonna skip. I'm probably might skip a lot. Some of the Eskil, the community montage by Eskil. I'm gonna skip that one.
There's no point around here, so we're gonna have to find whatever by ourselves. Some kind of
Phase out agony. We are outnumbered by Nikki HD. I'm gonna skip that one too. I'm just going to skip a lot of some of these. As I said before, I'm just going to. Well, I'm not going to skip this one. I'm not going to skip this one because it's called Sirac by Thomas Conner. I do like the music here, though. Alright, let's skip that. Alright, we're doing good. Let's play Shadow Terror, Everything is Broken by Dave Control. Shadow Tower, huh? Alright, you're gonna get skipped. So so I've been playing Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars Reforged and Rapamage Best of MW2 by Raesco. Good montage. Came out 2 days before my birthday. But yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. No, I've listened and watched it too many times. And that's not what I care about right now. There's this wizardry for Return of Wardna. This game might be the toughest game ever, and it's the review of Wizardry 4 by D Forte Game Reviews.
Ambush. If you ambush them, it says gotcha, good doer. And you cannot cast spells either, but you can use special items.
So,
Holy crap. I bet it's someone
Here we run across some monsters occasionally. Stuff that's called ACDC.
I hope there's no like time limit.
so yeah,
Timers.
A lot of fun names.
I don't like timers.
Yep.
They're kind of implies
okay.
Kills quite often in the game.
Hmm.
And here,
Well, there was other
Labyrinth of the Demon King.
cannot cast.
So considering this one is one of the first,
That's a good
That looks like a cool game.
part of the mask.
not bad. I mean, yeah. As
Yeah, Wizardry 4 is gonna be hardest games ever. Like,
This one says murder, you shall pay.
that game is tough.
Or renders roughnecks.
Like that game is so tough, so hard.
The game has a lot of comedy. This is actually a very fun part. See these different mottos.
all the money eventually, so I'll get first hand experience, but I'm sure.
Come on.
Jeez, I'm getting itchy sometimes.
Now this one's funny because it says murder you shall pay, but they're evil alignment, so why are they calling you murder? This game is extremely difficult and does not have any you can get done by
Labyrinth of the Demon King.
and then you run across the enemies. The next step, it doesn't care. So you have to do a lot of planning for types of monsters you summon based on what types of enemies you would potentially fight.
Oh, Moist Critical played it.
What mainly makes this game so difficult is you cannot do what's called
That's pretty cool. YouTube Jesus did.
level up.
95 is a very long year.
It's not at the time.
YouTube Jesus.
You're gonna be dying a whole lot in this game.
I'm gonna skip it.
Monsters survive combat. We're gonna die as the game's over. And again, the spellcasters in this
Wait,
game are completely imbalanced. So much.
I'm gonna pause the virtual highlight stuff for a
You
second.
can't save the game, luckily. And if you do, it kicks you out. Which you might think is not a big deal. Which leads me to the next point to talk about this game. You do restore with all your items and monsters and on the map, but every enemy
He's kind
on
of
that level that you cleared out respawns. All the traps respawn, everything. Makes it extremely difficult. You have to figure out when's the best time to save the game. Straight combat isn't the only way you die. You can fall down
okay.
pits. You can step on landmines.
Religion debate. Islam versus Christianity.
Which
Sam Shamoon, Jay Dyer versus David Hikachu and another Muslim. You know what? Yeah, I'll keep it on here.
And what this is it's the ghost of Trevor trying to find you. And eventually, if you don't leave that level, he can touch you and instantly kill you. Game's over.
I'll turn it up a little bit more.
And that's completely random. You really don't know when it's going to happen. Trevor, of course, being the first employer, trying to get you.
Alright, let's go. Let's resume virtual hide
Now,
lab.
in this game, fighters, as I mentioned, pretty much suck. They can really, at most, kill one monster at a time. And normally they just do straight damage. Ninjas can be more, they can actually decapitate monsters. But the spellcasters, they're the real bad.
Thinking of taking another break, but I don't know if I want
They
to.
often cast spells that just do ridiculous amounts of damage.
Actually, yeah, I'll be back.
But even then, like a lot of the 95.
So as I mentioned earlier, there's special events that
Other
can
stuff
happen.
in 95.
Such as searching the
At the end
statue.
here because I don't have exact dates for them. So I think I don't have an exact kind of month of release or day.
Sometimes the monster just
put at the end of the year.
unfair to what level you're at.
Typically, when you get to December of that year,
Sometimes you're just getting your ass kicked, and your only option is to try to flee.
It's less of a problem later on, but
So luckily that is an option in combat. So when you flee, you basically just back up one square and get away successfully. The AI in the game is pretty horrendous. Sometimes you'll be kicking the party's ass, and your monsters just start running.
yeah,
Including some undead, like Ronnie Cooper. I thought they were supposed to be fearless.
the first part of Persona 2.
Another bad thing they do, spellcasters will sometimes cast silence on enemies that can't possibly cast spells, such as assassin
version,
and fighter.
second part.
Now, one of those things where you get fight there's this guy that I kept running across the internet that kept stealing my damn items. You can tell they're going to steal by looking at the status on the bottom of the screen. A lot of times they're successful. Damn it, I'm doing not again. No, the game does have some pretty cool graphics. Like the same right here on the left.
Well, the fact that it actually shows the items on you, I mean, that's not too bad. I don't know what that's. We got armor, and we got armor, we got shields,
and dispel.
So, I mean, that always entertains. So, yeah,
now, I kept running across these guys.
Indoors is just
yeah, well, what I found out was people were able to submit their party members to
first person. I mean, insides were pretty much first person most of the time.
So hey, Apple, if you're out there, somehow run across this video, put a comment. I'm curious to see if you know who you are, or to actually have this character. Anyway, your character sucks, sorry to tell you. I kept killing him almost, and he kept coming back. I didn't understand what was happening. And then I finally realized that if you paralyze or put a character out of commission without killing him, you can run across this again. Poor Luke Apple.
Yeah,
He got taken down so many times.
Once you put that armor on, it's all
It does work sometimes. Here it says we're about to battle an assassin.
like a digitized human.
What the heck? Look at that outfit. I'm guessing
Summer does
that's
not like
some kind
animals, I gotta say.
of costume. The guy's hiding inside a sword or something. It says he's a ninja. But anyway, I was afraid to fight it because it gave me that warning. It ended up not being that hard. You can't decapitate.
Yeah, Feral Condor is
It's not really that big of a deal.
little classic.
Now, you beat monsters, as I mentioned earlier, you get a list of items.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Eventually,
in
generic. They went all in with that.
luckily, not even bishop in this game to identify. You can see what they are.
Get sword.
One thing that wasn't great was my inventory kept going up. Carried 8 items. And the other thing that was kind of annoying is I kept finding this great equipment, such as chainmail +1, shield +1, even a dragon slayer, and I couldn't equip it because on the map you can put a lot of them in. Here we have this thing that's found called beating, which don't know what it is.
Poison devil. You have a way of using it, healing it.
Alright. Where do you go?
Okay, then
you can kind of see the profile of his face. You can kind of see the little gems like
some
coming
items
around.
can't be used in combat. In
There's
fact,
no way of panning the camera behind him in front of him or anything like that.
Came out of nowhere, man.
others have to be used from the
Maybe he's going to be cut soon where it shows up in.
such as Landon telling you where you're located in the maze. Some items can't be used directly. You have to do special quick. And even if you don't switch the item, it will ask you if you want to invoke the special item. Not really sure why this is the case, why you have to do it this way instead of using the item, but that's the
Probably not even
item.
around that club anymore. I don't imagine there's a way of selling it or anything.
A lot of times you're not really sure what the item is. Here I found this thing called Breath of
Well, that's
Life.
the thing. It's an RPG right
And I find out it's
probably make them
called
look like generic. It's kind of like JRPGs make their characters look generic.
fresh air. You don't know what
Want you to put yourself in their shoes.
Well, it's more than once in the same armor.
So much
They're not very fond of sometimes you'll find something like a holy liquid. So yeah, they're ends up being the same, but be careful with that guy. What the heck is that? Well, that ends up being a special item that allows you to cast this powerful spell, which is tilted.
Some of the stuff's fine.
Mass destruction.
First, I would imagine.
Another room. There's a fetch quest to get more spears.
Special items
save any mana.
And others basically a quest items.
Another necklace.
So what else can we do around here?
Let's figure out what the hell this tool is.
Sometimes the only way to get a special item is to purposely put yourself
That too, then. It's a fairy tears.
Down there.
Okay, fairy tears like a teleportation thing, but teleports us back to the entrance.
but to get the necessary quest item. Now, how would you know to do this without playing the game?
Scroll.
Just taking risks. The game
You're
is really
cursed.
big in bias.
Okay, so there's a cursed.
Also has
Cursed scroll. Definitely want to put that away. Armor.
Sometimes you have to figure out which items to use, such as in this temple, sacrifice, in order to gain real.
That curse, that scroll is not fun. You need to
get the right
scrolls
combination.
that let you identify them. Yeah, definitely roll, like, I'm assuming once you pick up something you know what it is, another one of them, it'll tell you what it is.
They all have different abilities. The sword I chose is called the Dragon Ball. It's kind of strange that the mage can put their hand.
The reason I doubt that's better than
Damage with your attack. It also gives you the ability to generate damage. You can see where it says my hits of plus designers give you a cool way to deal with it.
one's magic and one's regular.
You find a black box that allows you to
carrying around
a few items inside the Trinity. But even though it has quite a few slots, you end up pulling it up for Now, one thing that I'll warn you about is never put the black box inside the black box.
That's a good question.
Try it and see what happens.
I'm assuming, well, maybe it is. Maybe it's randomized until you actually inspect it. I guess I could try using that item again.
Yeah, obviously it's
Still don't one-shot that. So,
of course,
it's way better than the other one.
probably not a good idea. It's quite expensive, but I don't have a curse item quick. Or so I can't get rid of it. It's just a little plainest thing. So this game costs 16. Of course, higher on class is terrible.
Or the shin.
Another interesting item is the charge card now. Yeah, charge card.
Thing in 3D, I mean, you can have that to like quick. Compress 3D and
You can also find a yellow card, which ends up being get out of jail free card. Yeah, you can see all the witty humor in that. Use it. So you want these cures, and you're going to wear one until you're actually trapped inside a cage. Only stated several things about what I thought.
yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's the whole point of the seed, right?
Either a bug or how
No!
you can show that you have the
Different seed applications, different items. You got the plate armor right off the bat, and magic sword pretty early, so
Guys,
the RPG quest seed was pretty good.
Nobody said that you believe that the attributes of persons are in this direction. First of all, you already admit that Paul taught the Trinity, and I think it does.
on the same level.
So
I ran
I guess I should have just
butterfly.
Alright, I'm back again. So, what I might do, and I'm trying to kind of lose it a little. It's been a while. So I might play video games. So I don't play video games. I turn some of it low. I'll turn that down. That's down. I want to turn that down slightly. I'll turn that down. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm only on video 69 of 749. What I'm gonna do is this. I'm going to go through it quickly. I'm going to scroll through all of them. A lot of it is Call of Duty montages. A lot of it, most of it is gameplay of other games. But I still want to watch, like, what's it called? Virtual Hideout. There was a way to play games and have this open at the same time. I would have YouTube. Well, actually, there might be a way to do it, but it wouldn't be very fun. You go to full screen first. So the last one is Drop Dead Beautiful by Shahan. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of videos to get through. A lot of videos to get through. And okay. Alright, something I'm going to check. How am I supposed to play split game and play this other stuff at the same time while showing both of them? Because if you can only use like 3 screens. Yeah, let's try it. It may go weird, but you know what? There's a first time for everything. There's a first time for everything. There's a first time for everything. I don't know why I'm gonna do this, but I'm crazy, kind of. So let's see if I can actually do this. If I go through with it, it has to be windowed. Well, it can't be full screen, I don't think, because otherwise. So it's going to be windowed, and it's going to be smaller, 720p, maybe even lower. You know, like having small split screen. Well, since I believe it's against bots anyway, I don't think it'll be too bad. Unless the game lags too much. Like, there's no way you can play so you're not disconnected, reconnecting. Where is the game at? Oh. Yeah, I know it's going to be tough, OBS. I believe in you, though. I believe in you. Come on, OBS. Alright. So I got to... I'm going to resize it at least down to 720p so that I could take less of the load off. Alright. Here. So I go to windowed. Yes, keep these settings, yes. This is insane. This is insane. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. Are you okay, Matthew? It's like... Okay, well, at least I managed to get it to work somehow. I don't know how I did it, but I somehow did it. This is insane. Alright, let's go. Oh, dude. I'm crazy. Alright. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Chronicles. Alright. Never mind, I accept it. You know, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Maybe I should just change it to the smallest level because... Like, who would do this except me? Who's crazy enough? Who's crazy enough? It's like, you're crazy, Matthew. Alright, what did you do? I'm gonna see if I can just go to the smallest resolution possible, because it's not like you need all of it. What? Like, this is crazy. The info lag isn't atrocious, but that's not surprising. I gotta kill some though. There's a lot of lag in this, but I will get through it. So you know what? Let's change the... I'm going to change the resolution to even lower. It'll take the load off, though. It'll take the load off. I don't know how you're gonna kill me, though. I'm doing pretty good. But if this was like with more competitive people or players, which I didn't even play before that much. I mean, I've played them a little, but alright. Well, Guts got a good kill feed. I'm not doing half bad. I'm still gonna try to lower it though. Alright. Game. So I don't know if I'm. Well, I'll just try to talk about different stuff anyway. So yeah. I'm just surprised I'm doing as well as I am. Even given the handicap of it. I don't know how these bots are not like killing me. They don't suck. Some bots have absolutely marked my team. Some of them have. Yep, I'm gonna die if I stay over there. They're coming over here? Yeah. So what should I talk about? As I'm playing on a small screen. So I don't know. Well, wasn't I going to talk about power scaling or something? Yeah, I think I was. Well, I don't know how I got that, but oh, come on, you couldn't get an assist from me, bro? Well, we won. 21 kills, huh? Okay, okay, let's just go forward.
Yeah, so there's a lot to say here. They keep saying that I'm son of this and son of that. Me and Ijaz are on the same page. All of these issues have to be part of the school of Islamic thought to defend Tawheed.
Yeah, I think that there's a reason why I know why I'm experiencing slowdowns, because there's too much stuff going on. Alright. I'm really impressed with how well it's handling it. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to fast forward some stuff through montages. The Princess Bride clip, it's great. Okay.
It's completely different than anything else we're going to play for a while. This is the kind of stuff you see on
well, let's see.
Versus like third person on the shoulder thing. That's something you don't
Let's go all the way up to the lowest it'll go, and that is 768p.
remnants. But yeah, it doesn't age as well as like.
I mean, what? Who wouldn't do that?
The early breed versus the best of breed, like the era, and the best of the era is gonna look.
Alright, so this is the absolute lowest resolution it'll go. And I still am going to, or if I can, I'd like to resize the window. Yeah, Princess Bride is great. This clip is about the Battle of Wits, and the guy was technically correct about Wesley having the strength to he was correct. It's just that his pride, because Wesley or whatever, however you say his name, is that he was immune to both of the drinks, but the guy didn't know because he didn't have to drink both of the drinks. All that Wesley said was that you can play it, you don't have to drink it, and he never said which goblet you had to drink out of. Because in the book, I think he's more nervous because the guy starts to catch on. Good movie, good clip. People can watch it yourself if it's on YouTube. It'll be on other places too. It's a very good clip. Alright, it's smaller. Yeah, let's just play it here. Let's just play it. Let's just play it here. Alright. So, this is pretty good, because usually I play video games and I don't talk at like the same time, but in this case, I'm okay with it. I learned something new, that even if you have multiple windows playing and stuff, is that it can still do very well. It's pretty cool, it's pretty awesome. It's small, and I wouldn't recommend it, but it's possible, and it's pretty cool. Oh wait, no, I want to go back to virtual highlight. Well, I think it's running much better now, but that's because I lowered it. Although I lowered it to the lowest level resolution, but that's okay because you don't really have to have a high resolution anyway. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm not doing it because I'm trying to act some like big shot or anything. I'm just showing that I can. Call me a madman, call me a mad scientist. AVGN. Angry video game nerd. Dire. I love that show with James Rolfe. James Rolfe. He's the angry, sick, and nerd. Before I it's kind of hard to find out where they're coming from because the screen's so small, it actually makes it very hard to it's very hard to track these people. Okay, probably coming over here, so. So maybe I should talk about some things. And I will talk about some power scaling. So I like power scaling. I actually used to do it long before I heard about Seth, Chuck, Webcam, Parrot, Clyde, Swag, all those people, Noodles, and Avent, and all that stuff. I actually really do appreciate those because they made me a much better skiller. Before I got into Seth or whatever, those people, God bless them, God bless Geekdom as well. Most power skillers and a whole bunch more that I don't remember. But, a lot of them do actually believe in Jesus Christ. That's pretty cool. So, before I watched like Seth and stuff, I actually debated who would win between, Bugs Bunny and, Bugs Bunny and Goku, and I would go actually, go turn around and say that it's like, go turn around and say, oh, this is a waste. So it's like I would go around and say that, because like on lounge forums it was like a lounge chairs, something lounge forums, and there was a lot of debate saying, who would win between Goku and Bugs Bunny, Goku versus Superman. This was actually back in like 2012, if not earlier. So I didn't hear about Seth or anybody else, and I said Bugs Bunny would win, and I didn't say it. Bugs Bunny would win other than, he wouldn't win. He would win only because he has Toon Force, and that was my argument. I would say Bugs Bunny would win because he had Toon Force, and Goku did it, and that allows Bugs Bunny to win. Of course, this was before I knew about like higher dimension scaling and how to properly interpret context, feeds and stuff, but based on other things and whatnot, I wouldn't, you couldn't blame me for not knowing. You can't blame me, for not knowing that, you can't blame me for not knowing, that. AVGN Season 10, okay. Like, how can people blame me, or blame other people? I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. But I think people try to, oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Drawing a blank here, guys. I'm drawing a blank and I don't know why. Oh yeah, okay, so I don't know what he's talking about. Lock in. Well, let's just do this.
Slip on that? That thing looks like a hole. But just the right way, wrong way is a hole there. Almost take right this
Oh yeah, talking about AVGN and stuff. Oh yeah, wait, no, it was power scaling, okay. I'm starting to lose it sometimes. I don't know what's happening. It's kind of hard to pay attention, but yeah, power scaling, yeah. So the lounge chair stuff, I was actually doing that stuff in like 2012, and I just said, Bugs Bunny beats Goku because he has Toon Force. But the reason why it's like yeah, he has Toon Force, so Bugs Bunny wins because Goku doesn't. Of course, as I was gonna say earlier, this was this is before I learned. This is before I learned about how to take feats in context, try to do 8, attack potency, destruction, DC, destructive capability, etc. and all that stuff. But back in like 2012, if not earlier, I didn't know how to properly scale things and stuff. I didn't know how to properly scale characters and stuff. I kinda just go to more off intuition, and maybe you could make it argue it, because a lot of times in debate, it's not really about what you know, it's just about who you can convince, and it's about what you can more so get away with. If you can get away with rhetoric, then you can actually you can get away with rhetoric. You can flat out say that you can just say that one character beats another, and if there's no good rebuttal, even if you know that's not true, you can just say it with rhetoric, and I could just say you could beat him because that guy's he's stronger. Of course, I don't think Goku would lose, because even if you want to argue from Duck Amuck and say, well, there's a case for Bugs Bunny being out of Versa due to that, you can say that about different characters too. You can say that about Goku as well. And this is canon Goku, this isn't CC Goku, this isn't Xeno Goku, this isn't Jump Force Goku, it's not, God forbid, God Fusion Goku. It's just regular Goku, and you can get him there via a Raleigh scaling. You can get him via a Raleigh scaling. If you get him via a Raleigh scaling, you can actually, because a Raleigh is infinitely transcending her own existence over and over an infinite number of times, makes you out of Verso, at least low outer. And the difference between low outer Verso and regular outer verso is this, is that regular outer, if you're low outer verso, you exist beyond dimensions, but you're not conceptually, you're not above the concept. Being above the concept of something is way different than being above, it's way different than being above just the existence. So you can like physically exist above all the dimension, which is high hyperverso and versus wiki and versus battle and stuff. And if you're high hyperverso, they would just say that you're 12D, and if you're higher than 12D, you are actually low out of verso, because you exist, like you exist. If you exist above the dimensions, you qualify for low outer verso, right? Because you exist as a physical entity. But if you, for example, if you exist higher than that, so let's say, for example, if you exist on a higher if you exist on a higher plane of existence, if you exist on a higher plane, alright, I'll go to the Tyson versus, is this Tyson versus Tucker? Tony Tucker. But going back to the power scaling, if you say that, okay, so if you say that, if you say that, like, Goku scales above Arale, who infinitely scales above, who infinitely scales above her own verse, and she was able to run backwards in time, giving her infinite speed. She has something like, it's not inaccessible speed, because inaccessible speed is moving through zero time, so it's maybe irreversible speed. I don't remember, but it's a higher speed than infinite, and it's a higher speed than inaccessible. And then the highest speed is called irrelevant speed, which allows you to just be in two places at once. So for like, you can be on the sun while, I don't know, having a sandwich on Earth at the same time, and it's not a doppelganger, it is you, it's just that you're so fast that you're doing it through sheer speed. So the speed, okay, let's get this party started. Okay, so who do I think would win between Bugs Bunny and Goku? Back then I thought Bugs Bunny, but do I think, I'm gonna try to go through both of them and try to, because a lot of power scaling people don't agree because, it's just interpretation. So you can't actually know, like, for example, you can, because people can interpret the same feats differently. They interpret the same feats differently, and that's how they interpret the same feats differently. They interpret the same feats differently, and that's why the answer, yeah, well, I'm not doing so hot as Wicked, but I think it's understandable given everything else. But based on what I think is that I think it's kind of hard to argue for Bugs Bunny being out of Verso, because even if you want to claim that Duck and Lucky's above space and time, being above space and time doesn't necessarily make you out of Verso. You could just be above space and time from a particular dimension. So a 3D being is technically above space and time too, but only relative to but it's only because it's relative to like a 2D being. But a 3D being is above a 2D being, and if you technically are above space and time from a 3D perspective, but you're not above space and time as a concept. Being above the concept of something is more impressive. It's more impressive to be above a concept than simply being above the concept. Being above the concept physically is low outer. I would say existing above dimensions is impressive and qualifies for low outer Verso, but being above the concept of dimensions is a different beast altogether, because you're not just above something physically, you're above something conceptual-wise. Being above something conceptually is way bigger deal than just being above something. It's way above, and it's way more impressive, because being above something, being above the concept of something is way more important than just being physically above something. They're both above something, but it depends on to what extent. A low outer Verso being is above dimensions, but it's not above the concept of it, at least physically. An outer Verso being is just above the concept, and so they're not even in the same playing field. They're not in the same stratosphere, because a low outer Verso being is way higher than a high hyper Verso, and a hyper outer Verso, and a outer Verso being is way higher than a lower outer Verso being, and then you have high hyper Verso, and a high hyper Verso being is to the same extent that a outer Verso being is to like a 3D being. So if you're a high outer Verso, it's way stronger than just being baseline outer Verso. Outer Verso and high outer Verso are they're so far away from each other. They're like way higher. I think I need to change my...
Baptists go for anything. You don't get an entire master. That's cool. Trying to figure out what the hell you need to go.
Yeah, but oh yeah. So going back to who I think would win between Goku and Bugs Bunny, I think Goku has the edge. I think there's a way stronger arguments for him being out of Verso than you know, Bugs Bunny. Well, I think both of them have arguments, but the reason why, it's also because of cosmology. You know, Goku in just the Battle of Gods arc, so this is early Dragon Ball Super, was threatening the multiverse with Beerus by simply punching, and they even had to hold back their power because otherwise it would be too powerful. It would be way too powerful. It'd be way too powerful. And I think that people are nuts. Alright, I'm not doing so much. One day I do want to be at that. Jeez, man. It's like I can't get anywhere now. Yeah, they got juked out. How did that? He didn't die. But yeah, I think Goku wins because he has a much stronger claim to being out of Verso. He has a better. He's got better. He's better. He has a better argument, even taking away the cosmology, even taking away Arale. I think the low ball for Bugs Bunny is 40, the high ball is low out of Verso. The low ball for Goku is multiverso, the high ball I think is just baseline out of Verso because he scales to a character that scales higher than an Infinite, scales higher than a 12D being, and that was just an regular Buu, and that was still an early Dragon Ball. So you could just make the case once he gets Ultra Instinct and the turn of power, he could be even way higher than that. I just don't see how Bugs Bunny would be able to win, even if he has Toon Force. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins, well, because Luffy wins. Because, well, Luffy wins because he has Toon Force. But that doesn't mean all Toon Force is created equal. Not all Toon Force is equal. Not all Toon Force is created equal. People need to get over it, though. Don't worry, once I play this back. Alright. I was gonna listen to the Samson and J. Dyer versus Two Muslim debate, but I don't know if I want to right now. LSD emulator revamped. So should I keep on the calm streams? Should I? Well, what do this is Islam versus Christianity. Well, I want to listen to another conversation. Andrew Wilson to Nick Fuentes response to Charlie Kirk assassination. Well, let's see. Still trying to find. So it's like, oh, okay. Oh, let's see. I don't know. Well, let's. I would watch him versus Buster Douglas, but I don't know. Horror, what is horror? By Asia Aesthetics. Oh, let's do the history of Dungeons and Dragons then. Let's do that. I'm kind of starting to get a little bit winded. Good thing I slept a lot earlier though. Now, what am I doing? LS Dream Emulator.
The first PS1 game I'll be playing is actually the next game after this is
So I can't find it. LS Dream Emulator revamped. So there's a revamped version too. You know what? Maybe because I like the aesthetics here of LSD. I've always have. So I think it's pretty cool.
technically SNES one was released. There wasn't PS1 version on PS7. But
Alright,
SNES and PS1 are basically identical, so there's no point in playing both of them. So I'm obviously going to be playing one I own and the better version. So.
9 of the creepiest bootleg hat. Oh, I already watched that in my older video. So why would I do it now? Okay, well, The Life of Jesus movie, that's a good movie. You can watch that. Raiden Chronicles, First Maids, Iraq Plays, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, Retrospective, Silent Hill. Okay, so there's Villainous. Number 35 from the Bonart, the Villainous channel, YouTube channel. It's like, she wouldn't kill a kid, would she? So she threatened it.
these codes that they have are
so it's right here. Like, she wouldn't threaten it, would she?
They make you like really come in. Can you? I mean, was there like a countdown? Put another quarter now. Strength of where it needs to be. That's good too. One of the games that you don't see anything on full screen, right? The games that people come in, most of the games that nobody.
See, they should have more people, villains, or villainous like that. Alright, well, I'm done watching that. So I'm saying I'm kind of done with that now.
Either way, it's not any better than later.
Okay.
What's it? It's one of those games like people are like, what the hell is that? I've never heard of virtual highlight. People are like, oh man, I want to see him stop and play this piece of crap. But like, seeing ice cream and stuff around. Everyone's ecstatic, I swear. So it's not terrible though. I'm enjoying it so far. Definitely different. That's the thing. This era, I mean, there's nothing like this in this era. It's extremely common later on, yeah, but this era.
Another villainous thing. Or a video. So yeah, I think more women should be depicted as villains and stuff. Alright. LSD revamped. Okay. Alright, Drifters, Black King vs. Bronze Dragon. It's a cool anime.
Like it's not a -1 or anything.
You know what I should do? Well, I won't do this, but I kind of want to watch the LSD Dream Emulator. Dream Emulator revamped.
I can't even attack. Wow. I can't attack. It's just like stun blocks me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's going to be the original Indians or that kind of Baldur's Gate hardcore style look right behind you.
Alright, well, at the same time, y'all just have that playing the background just for a little bit. Well, it is 40 minutes, so I'll do that. Rewind that, but yeah, I think Goku wins, beats Bugs Bunny. So, the black, so who is, the black king from the Drifters anime might be Jesus. They won't reveal it because they said it's too controversial. Alright. Well, let's listen to the Neon Paul stuff.
Yeah, surprisingly, we actually had any sort of randomly generated rare things here. You look at those that are usually there.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they were randomly generated dungeons or just like this. They were created dungeons that you randomly picked, but
Here we go.
a lot of damage in this area. It's stuff that really pretty much damage to the board. Yeah, take a look at this. There's another one of these things like horrible.
There we go.
This one is horrible. So far, it's not bad. I mean, can you get coke? Oh, it's not. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that'd be a pain in the ass right now.
It is called Neon Palmo
Almost seems kind of fair.
Vaporwave Mix and Video.
Trying to figure out where the hell you need to go.
It's very good. Okay. Alright, I'll put it down a little. Alright. Well, I don't need to see it to listen to it, so I can just listen to it. Can't really hear the lo-fi much. Alright, there we go. People keep trying to invite me to their games. I'm like, no. Like, I respect you, I like you, but nah. Okay, so I can change the crosshair.
somewhere we can safely rest.
Let's try to.
Because there is the time grew up to like 99 hours.
Well, how do I change? Okay. Change the pulse. Crosshair color. What am I doing? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I don't need to. Maybe it won't let me change it because it's too slow. It's too small. Yeah, oh well. Where's the lo-fi? Yeah, I'll try to turn it up a little bit more. Alright, I'm ready now. Ready. So hard because sometimes, like, I think the thing, that small thing is like, the small thing above the ring is like, I keep thinking that's the, reticle and it's not. Alright. Let's do it. And I still intend to go through every video. Are you joking? Wow, and then I thought I killed those guys. Well, at least I have an excuse now. I always did though. Okay. She's gonna probably come up over there. That was surprisingly fruitful. Alright, I'm getting kind of the hang of it now. So I'll try going closer.
Sometimes I find like a whatever, I won't too much with eventually curse I let it scroll purge. That's not happening.
Alright, I'll move the mic back a little.
What the hell? This man just
Darn, man. These bots are kicking my butt.
probably are. So I mean, Kobolds in here are probably dumping like
Dude, they're all over there. Like, how come like those bots are good, but mine can't? What? I don't know what that was.
Iron armor. Like everybody getting murdered by what that actually has an effect.
It's like they can't get it or something. We're probably gonna lose unless I clutch it up. Oh, they are all those are bots. Everyone is a bot except for me. Makes sense. Dang it. Well, we're not probably winning. And if we do win, it's gonna be the skin of our teeth.
Magic sword +1. We'll find some quick nail +1. There's another super armor plastic plate nail as well.
Oh, we actually won. And I did the best somehow. Well, I proved myself wrong. I guess I can beat the MVP. Even in unfortunate circumstances. Go me. Go me. Go me.
Steps to your left. Steps to your left. It's like a left one. That's probably an easy north.
Maybe a slight change of plan. After the neon palm thing is done, I'll just probably I'll probably skip a whole bunch of videos. I mean, I'm not tired, but I am getting bored. Yeah, I have a newfound respect for people who he can stream for this long without kind of going, Google crazy.
Well, whenever you were, you can actually up level things. Probably it's time. Up to 1080 would help so much in terms of visual quality.
Well, ultimately, so I've scrolled through the whole thing. I've scrolled through the whole video playlist, but I still want to go to some appropriate ones. Let's play it still. So I'm going to try to talk now. I didn't think this would work as well as I thought it would. Now, do I want to play something like Marsh, even though I've played his videos over and over and over? No, I think it's more important that I play my videos. More than his, because I played his videos and my videos. AVGN, Calm streams? Is there, a shuffle playlist? You know what? Let's not shuffle it. Let's just loop it. Because having AVGN in the background is pretty good because I sleep to AVGN a lot. And this will just help it. It'll help it too. Looking, Sonic 06, Planet Babes. And these are okay. Treasure Master. Oblivious, Robocop names. Let's go to AVGN Season 12, Earthbound. I like this episode of it. And you know what? Just play and listen. It's not like you're a professional anyway. But play it for fun, Matthew. Play it for fun. So much bots. So much bots. Why the bots? Why the bots? Why the bots? Okay. It is almost 10 o'clock. And I've been streaming since, what, 4? I don't know how much longer I have in me. Yeah. Try to push through, Matthew. I at least want to go through at least somewhat each portion of my old videos. I want to see how the 4-player split screen looks on an even smaller screen. Well, you should have killed me when you had the chance with that guy. Wait. Wait, what? Oh. There's no bots on my team. Right, currently. That's okay. I don't understand it. It's like well, I kinda do. I wanna go up. Sometimes I'll go up here. It's like impossible. Well, I don't know how that happened. I managed to beat him somehow. Don't know how that happened either. Sniping with it, like on this screen. Like, no way. I hate him though. I managed to...
Because, it makes sense that you can't bring something around your neck and something on your eye.
Yeah. See ya, I got dipped out of there. So yeah, I dipped out of there. See ya. I can't believe I managed to juke him out. Thing is, even if you go closer, it's still hard to see stuff because the resolution is so low. Well, it's more of a screen, but it's a combination.
Okay, that makes sense then. Class normal, what kind of weird ass class is that?
Where are they coming from?
It's hard to say that almost like you're all the sex of a curse.
Alright, fine, I ain't gotta kill it. I got one. No, they're gonna be over there or over here.
Stat attack or special attack, and you got that for free. Or say something that has nothing
29 more ammo. And then 14 bullets. So I still got enough, kind of. Well, I got a headshot. So.
Only by getting more is stuff ticking faster.
I haven't died for the longest time up here. Because bots are kind of stupid if you know how to do it. That's why I think AI bots that can more adapt to difficulty are better. Because bots they'll just do the same stuff. Like even when I'm at a disadvantage, you kind of know where they're going to go. Like, yeah, this is campy gameplay, but I don't care. So what should I talk about? In the meantime, I've talked about a lot of different stuff. Maybe I'll talk about how people shouldn't idolize other people. People should not idolize people because, as Jesus Christ says, the more perfect you expect someone to be, the more the disappointment when they don't exactly behave in a perfected way like Jesus. There's a reason why everyone is compared to Jesus, because he treated women well, he treated outcasts well, he treated people you thought wouldn't be accepted by society well, and for all intents and purposes, Jesus might have been a feminist. Well, maybe not a feminist as the modern feminist, but he was feminine with them and he respected them. I appreciate that Jesus would respect outcasts. He respected the stranger, the foreigner. That doesn't mean he wants you to be a doormat and overrun, but he did respect them a lot. Dude, it looks so weird. But he did respect them a lot. And I think that deserves our respect too. That deserves our respect too. The reason why I think it deserves our respect is that if you respect them, if like Jesus respected people, but it's not really supposed to, when it was cringe to do so. So I give him a lot of credit for that. And the reason why I don't idolize anyone else except Jesus is because I've said before, the higher the expectations, the more the disappointment. And Jesus says you shouldn't idolize people for probably that reason and another reason. He says you shouldn't idolize people or things that can't live up to God. Jesus didn't have to say, I'm God, worship me, to be that thing, by the way. I think, as I've said before, many hours ago, that saying that Jesus has to say he's something to be that thing, I think is a misnomer. It's a non sequitur, as I've said before. Well, non sequitur is more that your point A does not, it does not follow, the conclusion does not make sense. Doesn't make sense for the conclusion. So yeah, doesn't make sense for the conclusion. That's why people should not rush to conclusions so early, as I also said. But yeah, Jesus, he loved the person, he loved the stranger, he loved the outcast. Jesus loved everyone. He also wants self-improvement. He called out self-righteous hypocrisy, which I think many people think they're more righteous than they actually are. And I think that's a big problem with a lot of people, because, you know, it's like either follow Jesus a certain way or you're not a true Christian. And as I said before, it's like what constitutes a true Christian. You know, just because you're a Christian does not mean you're Christ-like. And I think being Christ-like is more important than just being a Christian. Yeah, but being Christ-like is more important than I think being a Christian or believing in Jesus. And the reason why I think this is more impressive is because that if you believe in Jesus, you would probably try to be Christ-like. And yeah, I know some people will say also that you should take abuse because Jesus did. For one, Jesus' abuse was not the same. If you're being abused by people who claim to be Christ followers or a church, you have every right to go against them, and you have every right to feel safe too. You can love Jesus and other things. You can love Jesus and see a therapist. It's okay. And the people who say, well, you have to be a man about it, well, Jesus was he was the manliest man, and he didn't pull out his muscles. And yeah, some people say, oh, well, why is he crying on the cross and stuff? He's not a man. And it's like, no, Jesus shows men, and basically saying it's okay to cry. Even God's cried because he loves his creation. That's why he had regrets when he flooded the earth. When God flooded the earth, guess what? He cried, he sorrowed, he had weep, I don't think it means what people think it means. How could God regret his actions? I don't think that means what it does, what we think it does, because it's translated, so it's not going to be a one-to-one match, even if the words are a one-to-one match. The RSV Bible, for example, may not be able to English may not be able to properly convey something, even if it's word for word the same. So I think that people need to get over it. They need to get over it, and that I'm gonna die if I stay over there. But yeah, people I think need to get over themselves. Self-righteous Christians are a lot like Pharisees because too much light can blind you. Too much darkness makes you can't see, and too much light means you can't. You're blinded. You're blinded by your own. People who get blinded by their own light or self-righteousness are the worst, because they don't apply the same standards to themselves. They're applying it to anybody else. That's why Jesus was so frustrated with the Pharisees, and that's why I think he would be frustrated with people who are self-righteousness. You know, Jesus in The Chosen is awesome. I like that he stood up to him. They humanized him a little bit more, but that's okay because he was human. He's also God, 100% human, 100% God. I'm not an Orthodox, but I do believe in something like the hypostatic union, and people will use the verse like, well, if Jesus is God, how come he didn't know the hour? And it's like, well, you could see that both ways. Either as a human, where it says he gave, he emptied himself. You could just say that as a human, he emptied himself, and that as a human he emptied himself. But that doesn't, either that means he emptied himself and he's not using his godlike abilities, but that doesn't mean that he's not God, or he's being hyperbolic, or he doesn't truly know. The problem with this, people who use this argument though, even if you want to say that Jesus Christ fully gave up his divinity or his godhood or something, in Philippians, even if you want to interpret that way, the thing is, you could just say that God, Jesus Christ, as a human didn't know, but as God he does. And if he knows as God, if he as God knows the day, north, and the hour, but he's being hyperbolic, then that makes sense, because Jesus many times in the Bible was hyperbolic. In the scriptures, for example, when he says to cut off your right hand if it causes you to sin, everyone has sinned, cut off your right hand. But I don't think that's what he's saying. It's just saying that as a severe, he's saying that as a, it's meant to be severe, it's meant to be a severe thing. Doesn't mean he wants you to cut off your right hand, he's being hyperbolic. It means he wants you to take it seriously. Not that he actually wants you to do it. It's the same thing with, you could argue. There's many ways to say why he didn't know. Either he truly didn't know as the human incarnation, which wouldn't take away his ability to know before or after before he was God, after he retains his godhood or powers or whatever, he has it, or he still knows it. So technically he always knew it, but you can say he always knew it, but he always knew it. He always knew it in a way that many people didn't seem to make sense of. Like, you could say, oh well, he always knew it. It's like, yeah, he always knew it, but hey, it's queso. I like that, dude. He's fun. But you could just say that he's being he's being hyperbolic. And if you want to say he's not being hyperbolic, he truly didn't know, I think that's okay too. Even if he was fully human, that still doesn't mean he's not God or wasn't God, he just gave it up. and then regained it after. Which actually, I honestly think if he's God and he gave that up, like omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, etc., all powerful, all knowing, everywhere, can go into space and time, I think that makes him more special than anything else. Because then it says, wow, God, this is the remake map of Terminal from Call of Duty Modern Warfare. That's cool. I like it. I hit a 6 on screen. I hit a 6 on screen. I hit a 6 on screen on this, and it's my favorite map in the Call of Duty franchise, and that's why I appreciate it. It also seems to have more bass, a deeper bass maybe. Yeah, see, that was smart. Yep. Does anybody know where they're coming from? Alright, so that guy did. Dude, we're cooking house right now. It's like, how did anyone get over? I see that was a genius. Just hide under the stairs like Harry Potter. And yeah, there's a big spawn trap over there. But yeah, so you either take it as Jesus is being hyperbole, you really didn't know, or it could be that God is so much more complicated that no human explanation, even if you can say it can be logically justified, that it could just be, I honestly just think it could just be that God is so much higher, which he is. I mean, let's not mince words. The word God is meant to be that way. God is supposed to be that way. He is. So if he is, then I think it's very hard to say, well, you know what? I think I know. Oh, I know what I'll do. He's gonna die. Nope. Thought he would have run past, but what do I know? My depth perception. That was great. If you didn't go this way. Ooh, we did good. Well, I didn't though. So yeah, so what do I think? I think Jesus was being hyperbolic when he said it. I truly believe Jesus was just kind of messing around with it. That's what I think. Oh wait, it's called Wrong 0120. That's the name of a mysterious sound and click.
Tricking's always fun. Quarters of history next straight around the corner. Otherwise you have like running for the
corner. Okay. Yeah, I think Jesus was being hyperbolic when he said it. But even if I concede and say he wasn't being hyperbolic, that doesn't actually mean much of anything. It doesn't mean. So what do I want to do? Should I go at? Well, because I donate usually more in the morning than at night, or like later, like early morning, like 6 o'clock instead of like 9. But that's okay too. Depends on how I feel. But you know what? Let's Wednesday. Let's go at. Let's try 7:30. You get paid kind of a lot, actually. I'm surprised this has kept up so well. Let's go. But yeah, I think Jesus Christ was being hyperbole when he said it. The reason why I'm so confident in it is because that even if you want to say that Jesus Christ was just meaning that he literally didn't know, doesn't disprove his God status. It doesn't disprove anything, actually. In fact, I think it makes it more impressive that he was willing to become a human. I think Jesus Christ being God is so impactful. You know, it's like, how cool would it be for God to become human for our sake? That's pretty awesome. That's pretty gnarly.
I'd be traumatized. I mean, this is somebody's real garage. These are real purchase here, right?
Alright. Where is everybody?
Got my score to hit the horn. Compares my high score. Whatever shall I do? Walk out of here.
And I can't believe I missed headshots, even from point blank range. Look at this. Well, I finally got it. No. Alright.
You're not allowed to probably heading to a volcano.
Let me...
Tell me I can't see it. Fire resistant things. Is there a volcano waiting volcano? I don't remember.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, that's good for right there.
A bunch of nails, bolts, okay, a bunch of starting tools. The smell is unbearable. The smell is unbearable. You're not allowed to see it.
Oh yeah, so my PlayStation 5 controller's been having problems. Like, whenever you push it to the joystick, the left joystick to the right, it sometimes goes to the left. It's really weird because now it's not doing it, but it was doing it. But it was not doing it before. Like, it was happening now, but like it like has a mind of its own. The regular PlayStation 5 controllers, I don't think have Hall effect thumbsticks or joystick. Look at how much I'm missing. It's ridiculous. Like, I get it's a much smaller screen, but jeez, man.
Just double check. It's a very, it's a volcano. It's not very aggressive volcano.
I think the Neon Palm Mall thing is done, basically.
This is very important. But there's still more stick together. No matter how scary.
I killed him actually somehow. Spray and pray, really. But yeah, I don't think Jesus meant it, and even if he did, it doesn't matter. If Jesus meant it hyper literally, it doesn't matter, and if he didn't, it doesn't matter, because Jesus is just far more. Now I'm going to talk about a person named Dan McClellan. I do like Dan, how he, pushes the envelope. He causes people to second guess themselves, and he's a scholar. He's very good. I respect. The problem is, though, he's still bringing self-bias into it, and even if he's correct on his claims, as I said so many times before, he can't actually know that coming from that conclusion, Jesus can't be God just because it says he's just a divine figure in the scripture. Just because the scripture says what Jesus is, you could interpret it that way, does not mean that's the conclusion. You can't use the claims of the Bible and come to a conclusion based on something you can't actually know. I don't think you can. I don't think you should. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should. I don't think it's good. Adventure of the soul. The weight of God risk. You know what? We'll do it after this. Dang, that's 7 hours. I'm not gonna watch all of it though. 7 hours. Okay, let's just go to gameplay. So that, oh, it's a Bard's Tale. Okay. Yeah, I do want to. I think I might do a playthrough of that game. The Bard's Tale, the NES version, is pretty gnarly. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to do that. Why did I keep it on there? I wanted to keep it on. I wanted to keep it on virtual highlight. I wanted to keep it on virtual highlight. Okay. 2 hours and 20.
You've got to be actually all set in place. What is that about the last one? Take a couple hits of my curse sword. Feel a bit weak and weapons. Despite your flare, discomfort, start with the door.
Yeah. I think Jesus was just being high. You know what? Yeah, I think I do want to play the NES version of Bard's Tale. I like the music too much. And I haven't played an NES game in like a long time. But, well, I'm still playing through Neverwinter Nights. I'm still playing through Guild Wars Reforged. I'm playing through Excaliburian or something. I love that game too, but Bard's Tale seems pretty cool too. So yeah, getting back to the Jesus thing, I don't think it matters, even if you want to say he's like God, like he was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter. If you want to say he wasn't being hyperbolic, it still doesn't matter, because either way you're still losing. Alright. I'm having a lot of fun now that I figured out this was possible. But yeah, Jesus is amazing. Even non-believers can love him. And we should try to love people who are different but respectful. And that's ultimately, I think, what it's about. People who love truth, I think it matters. But don't let it get to your head. Don't let it get to you. Because if you do, you're going to, I think, as I said, be so disappointed so many times. So that's just one.
When you're playing a war game and you pick up an item and you hear a sound effect,
Hee hee hee.
it's not good.
Come over this way. Oh, dude, darn. I missed. Alright. But yeah, Jesus is awesome. I've said before, even if you don't like it, even if you don't like him, you still have to admit that Christianity, even just pragmatic-wise, is still better than other belief systems. Jesus brings people together. Jesus brings people together that other people can't do. And that's unfortunate for Jesus, the unbelievers, but you know, it's gonna have to deal with it. What else am I going to say? Ultimately, as I say, at the end of the day, try to be good to others who are different but respectful. That's the ultimate thing. If you disagree, and I know some Christians want to take away the free will of others. I don't. I think that people should at least know why Christianity is better. They don't have to accept it, but at least you should try to make an argument to why you think Christianity isn't better than other systems if you're so against Christianity. That way we can understand what the problem with other people is, and that way we can understand why people have a problem with Christianity other than just they don't like it because it's their preference. They don't like it, which is not really an argument. You know, it's not an argument to just say, well, I don't like it because it's my preference that I don't like it. It's not saying, because that's what I think. That's not what they think. Alright, we captured it. Yeah. Splitgate I like better than Halo as well. I love Halo, at least the first one and the third one. But the reason why I like Splitgate better than Halo is because I think it's faster than Halo. Maybe even faster than Reach. And I like that I think it feels better than Halo. It feels, the controls are better than Halo. I think it feels better than Halo. The controls are better than Halo. Are better than Halo. The other ones are better than Halo. And I think they're better than Halo. Goosebumps. I like Goosebumps, it's fun. Well, it's kind of good. It's kind of cheesy, but I like the books R.L. Stein. And I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that a lot right now. Look how long I have to takes for me to simply readjust. Alright. See, now you saw it a little bit. Yeah. Alright, jeez, man, I'm getting my butt handed to me. But that's okay, it was due. It was due. It was due. I'll be surprised if I actually... I'll be surprised if I go positive this time. I'll be really surprised. Kills 10. I'll be really surprised. Oh, I also love reading. I read The Whipping Boy. I read a book called The Whipping Boy. And yeah, there's a book called The Whipping Boy, and I read it in first grade. It was my first time reading stuff, and I was so happy. I was so glad that alright, let's turn that up a little. I was so happy that alright. Okay, I wanna do the Diddley versus Andrew Wilson debate. I always like that debate. Because it's good background music. Well, not music, but audio. What am I talking about? Music? What am I talking about? Alright, I'll turn it up a little bit more. There we go. Now turn it up a little more. Okay, that's max. Alright, shotgun time. Well, we're gonna see how well I do with the shotgun. A shotty. Well, I'm not doing too bad right now. But you have a long way to go. Dude, my teammates are doing well. How are you guys able to do so well? Yeah, now the drifting is coming back. Look at that, I suck with it. I'll get back to it though. When I do, I can. What? Okay, see now the drifting issue is rearing its ugly head. And that's why I can't look at this. See? That's why I got a new controller. That's why I got a new controller. What the heck is wrong with my shot? Like, I know I suck with shotguns, but still. Like, I know. Look at what. Look at what I'm doing right now. Good. Good God. Why am I sucking so bad? And these are bots, mind you. Alright. Alright, that was kind of a good run. Oh, that was close. Are they gonna come up here? Look at this. I have to deal with a possessed controller. Dude, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna have to configure some stuff maybe. Well, that was a good shot. I guess I didn't do too bad.
I imagine every time there's like a blacked out essentially boils down to we can then make the cycle well, I like to operate a little bit like stuff so looking at it more is something that's
Yeah, I think Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. And he is God. Another thing I'm meaning to say and meant to say is that think let me think. Oh yeah, I was going to change the shotgun a little bit. Alright, so Kyber versus Umbra. You can barely hear it. Alright, well, let's see. Okay, you know what? Under StarCraft, there's Dark Souls 2. Okay, so he made Dark Souls 2 videos. He didn't beat the whole thing, but I think he got pretty close. That's really good. I like that right there. Oh, I'm like 7 hours in. I'm pretty impressed. Pretty impressed. Alright. So I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna take a break a little bit. And see you guys. Talk to you.
I don't know if there's anything on the ground in that chest somewhere.
It's the Wanderer outfit. It's what I'm looking for.
Okay, great.
I don't know where you get this in the game. Maybe someone can mention it in the comments where you got the Wanderer outfit in Dark Souls 2, or if there's more than one place, because I can't feel it. It's a favorite armor set of mine. It's pretty fresh. We're going to go into that and say no. Just to take a quick look at the rest of the class.
A lot of stuff in there.
It does come with a
Last time, I guess.
Of course, we're going to avoid the cleric.
Decided that we have some level of respect for the dead, and also it would probably
Yes, looks like
for
one.
people who are related to the person who died. Well, like I said, we're a society of dead. Respect for the dead.
Wow. So you have to hit this back to you? You have to knock it back.
Someone say, yeah, I consent to someone eating me alive. I still think that is a level of violence that is unacceptable.
Oh, you're going to.
We as a society have to
Definitely think it's across the board. So level one.
right things wrong would be based on. So if society is doing something,
Yes, and I think for those particular online that is a level of combat we deem unacceptable.
so if society which is actually not
One choice for us is the
and they
bonfire
have
site.
decided that that's
These are very scarce early on.
then
Petrified Cypher is definitely worth mentioning because you can trade this right away. That is 1 minute from now with the pros. The Petrified Cypher is level 3 gambit. So you can have a pretty decent chance of trading it for a rare weapon, for example.
We have a respect for the dead as a society, so that would be violating that social contract.
I see. So
Really dark
society
green.
and society's
A
moral
place that's full of fire, you'd
become a
expect
social contract which can be adhered to.
Just skip it.
Yeah.
Okay, so as long as I change society's mind about porn being bad, and
Sure, so let's begin. Could you
hang on, stop.
I'm ready to
Make
actually
sure I got this correct. Wouldn't it then not be the case that if society agreed
ladies and
that
gentlemen,
porn is bad,
if some people are familiar, you come back here with a soul vessel
and you, based on your
Respects
harmful agree, would have
free
to
in the
concede that you should not use it,
considering
I love this dark sword.
because
Yeah,
soul
except the
violation is
majority of people don't see porn
yeah,
as
you come back
harmful.
here for that.
question. They're going to ask what is.
This lady
Are you
will also
saying
give you
hypothetically?
a ladle.
That would be
So this would kind of go back to
I'm
like
not sure
what I
if
said
you're
about
come back
fast
and
food,
talk to
which
her
is something
or
that
what,
is obviously like objectively
yeah, if
bad
you're
for us.
interested in it,
But would we still allow people the freedom to eat it as much as they want? Or no?
this actually happens.
Obviously has devastating outcomes.
nobody's disputing that. So anyway, so
So my answer would be the exact same for
yeah,
porn.
if society, first of many, that's not my question. The answer is, my question is, since you say these things as society is bad, and that's why they're bad. Not that they're bad,
New mechanic is to torch, then very controversial mechanic because they kind of science moments. And
To an extent, I like we have societal rules, yes. So for example, every single person who watches porn talks to themselves.
let's take a look at this very first tutorial section.
Okay,
If we're going into hypothetical.
These guys.
So where do I
is society
This is one of 3 tutorials. Are you telling me you're not?
which things do we know?
Totally feels like we're in the middle of playing a game. Some tackle greens out there, some seconds.
And if one becomes a
society basically has like we're the ones that have created the it's kind of interchangeable.
not so there, it's actually you held on to this, you have to as a and there's just that. I actually updated the text for that copy. Now it lets you know it's based on
Why the key lane shows Sora's
before the patch to unlock the mysteries of
So like I said, it's like so from the very beginning, I've stated multiple times, there is a level of harm that our society being this is why
It's not like the gender I continue with because
You had your fun. So this time, my
latest DLC
would you like me to decide
I'm not going to just repetitious. Do I detect a soft spot?
Okay, so would you like me to give the answer? Or would you like
I'm not going to break
I would like to have you
I'm not dumb.
moral framework that I'm working on.
Yeah, we need him if we're going to take over the organization.
Yes, and there are obviously laws that we accept.
Keep it under hood. At least he can
So we're going to skip that tutorial here.
I'm debating
The only other thing worth mentioning that we missed was that very first ogre, if you kill it, you get stone ring. Buff significantly in a recent patch. Stone ring is really good.
So, are you
Did you not hear the first time?
at the castle?
Not hear the first time.
Anyways,
I bet you not hear the first time. Heal away all of those memories.
sanctuary.
No, that was about
Still like deep in your heart.
I already said
Still feel like must work for years. That poor girl here who forgot her name.
I've already wait.
It'll break
Get him to make something like
I
that.
already explained this.
Hidden
You know what?
I'm going to ask you
On a
again.
blind playthrough, I would meet right in place.
I just want to know the answer from
Yes,
your view.
is. You see, the bad guys are looking somewhere deep inside the castle.
What I'm asking specifically is this.
Obviously, you're heroes. How can you save her?
The fastest cast rate, except for like a chime that has crazy stat.
Doom came out in 93. So 2 years after Doom Wave.
I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, cast rate
Advanced 3D environments that Doom ever had.
As I stated earlier, is
Considering,
violating
when this came
the
out,
way that we
That's one of the fastest.
Shame. You've been wearing it all this time and forgot?
The Emerald Peril.
No. That's not possible. The memory has to be great.
I've actually heard.
Well, no, I believe that there is.
Sort of. You think careful.
So I hope you don't mind me skipping.
Is the harm being done?
What is it?
I suppose if you really want to take a pass, check out
The specific harm is that you are in
Anyways, we don't have any source to level up here.
You're getting it now. Release the memories within your heart.
But do that at the moment. Now you're really like to head up here and away from your home. So that's my death count.
Well, that's our next survival. That's right.
And of course we have Crestfallen
Yes,
Warrior.
he's the one that gave me that tacky little
that would fall under rule.
not that you even bothered to remember.
So this character is basically
Seems you also couldn't remember her name. Talk about heartbreak. I can't believe you.
this guy.
Now he's just so excited to smash this piece of junk. Let it go.
And reducing that.
Nominate
Very important.
Crestfallen Warrior.
So actually, utilitarianism would be like there are certain situations where, for example, punching someone. Wait, I'm getting. Can you let me answer the
Green blacksmith.
It's basically,
And of course you
certain
can
situations
help him
might call
out.
for things that
You're not as bad as I thought.
wrong.
You really are a hero.
Grab.
A heartless hero.
killing someone is good if it turns out that that person
because
doesn't
it's
follow
true?
rules
You
or
are
characters that would not be able to
And if you're going to be a baby, and you're
That's what I mean. Like, compare this to
I
like
created
stuff
another
on
card for you because you know
on the PS1.
Wait, Martin! Give me a deontological ethic.
A lot of nice textures.
Can you describe it?
There's not a car with some basic
Throwing that battle way out.
warriors. You kind of
You don't appreciate the nuances of the game.
you can have a level
Because some people have perspective that murder is
you have to pay to like quick level once you spend like 60,000 souls.
because that's social contract. Can we actually stop discussing this?
So you can carry out your little experiments, that's all.
You are violating someone's personal autonomy.
Even if it's just a
And violating someone's personal autonomy right now.
to pure resource.
Because violating someone's personal autonomy is like detrimental to their well-being.
You're gonna need this. Is this just a bath? Wait a second. I humble right to my elder. I hope you see
Here we are. You would say that that's all right.
how's that not his ultimate armory dog? You're saying that because it would violate his
13,000
that card. Okay, well then if that's the case, then
Just a card. What good is that?
With a little help from knowledge, you'll have all the real
That is not the same thing whatsoever. That would be
Last thing.
that would be an example of self-defense.
we make your heart so you can read. It's the real Riku, okay?
Take my heart?
Like trying to disrespect someone's really existing in this
What do I want with the heart of a loser?
Any objections, Justin?
The other ultimate games I've never been into,
How can you? Are you betraying me?
this wasn't really a kid at that point.
Relax, kiddo.
Yes, the other ultimate
I
games
don't
like
think it's
moving with Christians, love they
I'll hurt you.
it does add a challenge. That they never got a console port. It can also video
Stupid little toy. Think you could defeat me? Where would you ever get a thought like that?
And I really want to try to limit the deaths. We got our dying
But look on the bright side.
dying to that over.
Along with everything else in your head, not truly erase the memory of me not being found. Instead, she will implant the loveliest little memories you could ever hope for.
That makes no sense.
It's no big deal with her all that.
Okay, so
Wait, what part of that doesn't make sense?
because then you have a token value that say autonomy is absolutely different, which is moral, not
Why so glum, Name?
Well, yes, but autonomy is
Is there something that's been missing you?
well, no.
Are you
Yes, it
fearful
is.
that
Taking away people's autonomy is harmful.
Cut it out, Lux.
Chess and it could be not in the entire game. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This has to be like the most fun chess.
Why not? What about
She doesn't want to
Never
remember
saw
someone.
Is that so?
New Game Plus Beyond which means that whatever's hurting, you can trade bonfire with 5 and 6. Because that's the most effective ways to get in FGs.
Because it is a level of health that will leave you
That's just amazing. It's almost like if
Would you prefer
me to
a
hide it all around.
Chess just
And I say I tried to I think you can use the magic to transform It's interesting. You use the same Sora, right? You changed Kyrie's good luck charm when your magic didn't use it
Yes, it's a con.
about Kyrie's completely.
Personal autonomy and no matter how hard you work once.
Wow. They have to hide the different spectrum? They have to knock it back.
There are a number of like named black phantoms, or even unnamed black phantoms.
And what's your problem with that? That should be your incentive not to screw you just not mention Tom in the sentences. Don't be writing so hard.
Scared. Well, actually, that's not really fair. Assessments definitely farm the settings in different ways, but they're still very limited. No one agrees. So, to get the most out of your bonfire aesthetics when you're farming rare crops,
So what's going on, Vexen?
rusted coin,
Your reaper was supposed to counter Sora. Was he waiting for you? Where is he?
especially so they really stack up high.
I would have never guessed that.
Prisoner's waist
So
cloth,
sorry, Vexen. Forget it. That's the hard to
As if you had such a hard time.
and a little bit more action.
Because your autonomy
I want to switch to short sword.
that's why I like
Definitely my
personal autonomy is something that is intrinsically linked to people's well-being. And I care about well-being.
Disappoints you. You go too far. In this organization, your numbers are that high. I'm the boss, and I will not have you.
Care about which kind of coordinate that
Soon enough we'll be going to find enemies trees heavier armor against the organization. As being able to stagger
happiness.
I believe that with one hit instead of two.
Who needs a half-baked good-for-nothing anyway?
Make everybody happy.
I don't know what that hallway is.
Cannot win against Sora. Okay, well then it's not just pity to be so. I don't have any idea what you're absolutely able to see the soup.
I don't know if I have to go back on it.
But can we evaluate your worldview and then can we also circle back to
I think that none of us wish to be suspicious of alcohol, cigarettes,
okay, friends, so it looks like this is the challenge. You think like Mac is
With an unfortunate daylight, really no. Really the fire long sword that's down.
I don't have any lights or anything.
Shoots out fireball. Best swords you ever Dragon Ball is strong early in the swords. I probably should have mentioned it when you passed it.
because the sun
Enemy in white clear sitting maybe a section not hostile for physical hostility. A sword with excellent light range. So that's two good weapons.
so you ban people going
Lighting this bonfire here, this is my band. I
This is
thought
another bonfire
this was like the very first area ever. It's literally cool.
and then we damn
It's got some good stuff inside.
Child's play with the first
it depends on the
He wants to see nominated, so why don't we just give
Get
him
up here for
one?
some
like if
extra
society
food.
says
Bust
legalize
down the
slavery,
door.
then we should
rejoice.
legalize slavery.
Nothing really that exciting.
Wait, can you answer my question about should we ban people going outside?
You thought there was
Why?
Let me show you.
You said we should
I
ban
work it
people
out
on
into a
site.
short.
You better not do anything to betray Sora's
You said we should ban things that are mostly. So if we went to that,
to put up the triggers, the tier 2 barrels that are on the other side of the
What's gonna happen to Riku?
Best weapon in the game is right.
So much That's my ethical system. If it's Riku you're worried about, Riku was never really here.
What do you mean?
You really think I'm just gonna say it? That's too easy. Oh, dude.
Quit the game!
How do you feel away then? I know it'll kill you if you're
Doesn't matter, it's
I think I can live with that. That thing lying there is just a puppet. The Vexen made as an experiment. No more than a toy. It's laughable, really. It called you a fake. It was fabrication all along.
I didn't even think of it as there being that because I can't see
Every possible way. It was only finished recently. How could it remember anything?
No, the Dark Sword wasn't a chest. This is
Its memories are nominated, painted, not real.
It wasn't on the ground. It wasn't a chest. It could have been like
That means all this time it's been picking fights with memories that were counterfeit, trumped up, and completely bogus.
Let me cut down this standard which repeal.
Isn't that true? Nominate?
You just say either society has a social contract
But behind this little face, you do all the
you have actually demonstrated why you need to repeal.
Which, I mean,
You're so stupid.
let's go take a look.
Don't you get
Note in store. Ever
That's
shall I
what
do my
nominated
hand?
powers are
Anything in the Bible that you would
enter, rearrange, and even create new memories of anything, even things that never happened.
because it's your entire moral
The girl you've been trying to protect all this time is really a manipulative witch who shackles people's hearts.
That was
Oh, you do get it. Lies,
Wait,
lies,
so
all
you're
lies.
arguing from the
Just
affirmative and I
nominating
don't
notions,
disagree
nothing
on moral
more.
frameworks?
Finding you chains that remember central to our
barrels,
trap.
traps, and secrets.
Tingle to think how easily you would do it.
Mind if I write out some Bible texts then?
So close to it. We're almost there.
So are you for
This was our
legalizing
only
rape?
chance. Turning you master into our
Okay,
puppet,
so
but
Deuteronomy 22
So,
verse 28, and then
these are the skeletons.
he's nominated to be
married,
praised.
he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver, who has married
They
this
kind of
woman,
own
I'm left with no
violated
choice
her,
but to
he can never
eliminate
divorce
you.
her for his
Let's go
wrongdoing.
finish
Is
playing
this something that you require for?
And yeah, for each edition, I should be plus the progress. One
It's a
edition,
little late
down here.
for the witch to grow conscious. The last time I checked, you're the one who fooled around with his memories, creating this mess. I know, but
And another Estes
I should tell you that I
That'll
made
be
it
helpful.
3,000 thanks to you while our plans are ruined.
No, you said
Should have put it on my
so
card.
what's the time?
There's kind of
What's
upstairs.
this?
Telling you exactly
Are
what
you
you're
upset?
graded times, tiers.
And you don't even actually know her.
We've collected everything in the first edition. Now that we have a Pharaoh's Lost, we're back to Forest and Fall. I haven't seen one outside that. I just want to grab it.
There's very few people.
Maybe my memory is
In the original highlight wasn't
He would be held to
real to me.
wasn't
Yeah, we should
system.
agree, and this goes to
What do you do with well, often they put in control.
to 47.
Well, in this case, he's forced to marry her
Such
and
an
he
idiot.
I do.
There is no promise, and there never was. You're just delusional. Must you insist on playing the hero? If that's the way you want it, you're going down alone.
Ballista. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's
Okay, so Deuteronomy 22 verse 28,
It's actually
but
a
it's the
random
track. Could be a
evidence
poison
of virginity are not found for the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman before her father's court, and the men of her sin shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done a disgraceful thing in Israel. Would you concur with this?
You won't ever be alone. It's always been the three of us, and we stick together.
I mean, I can.
Okay. Have it your way. More pain for you, more fun for me.
Evidences of virginity are not found for the young woman.
Is it not just the boy and the person's hair?
No, in a slab for
This is a bunch of losers.
So this is Deuteronomy 22 verse 20. But if the thing is true, the evidences of virginity are found for the young woman, and they shall bring out the young woman before her father's court, and her sin shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done a disgraceful thing in Israel.
outside the door.
This is something you can do.
Dark sword would be
This guy's fully just a
When I click his eyeballs go away. What do I have to do? Do I just
Okay, well, we can talk instead about...
I wanted to push it instead of shield.
We can talk about
Oh,
Genesis.
okay, we are good for the field. So that would be... I thought that the
Yeah, that's thought that was playing on normal too.
About the genocide that
If it was playing on hard, that would have fine.
It's a lovely children's man, I'm sure you've heard of it. Tom England as Noah.
Of course, once you play it on normal once,
So Genesis 6 verse 6, and the Lord was sorry that he made man on earth, and he grieved in his heart. So the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and the beast, creeping thing and bird of the air, for I'm sorry that I've made them. And I heard a little comment earlier, so wait, so you endorse this genocide? Oh no, it was everyone except for the few people. Also, just wiping off the web,
So we'll have to go back to
sorry, evil that they use in this way to be. No, it's just people who like God not obeying. We can
at least a couple other
Let's see, so it's a good thing we export in here.
Yeah, we're
one of the three codes, so I find one more. Definitely a good thing we export in here. Yeah, I know, right? If only you could, like, give yourself an image or something like mechanics or locations of engine. You have like a Dark Souls randomizer.
Wait, so do you agree that simply not believing in God means you're wicked?
This is one of the exciting parts of the covenant. I don't think what you're talking about.
that indication that maybe we're talking about.
I don't see any carries concerning
right.
You shut down. Hopefully I don't have to find a carry somewhere in the world so it's after
There's nothing. There's such a beautiful
I guess not a surprise. What? Randomized
first.
You specifically said you follow the church, the Bible. Yes, this is the Christian Bible.
But do you recognize that in the Christian Bible, teachings of a specific law that which is made to use only for specific reasons, that there's a new covenant, a couple of Estes here, hopefully a new covenant, commandments, the Ten Commandments.
This guy,
final boss,
So you're saying you don't condone music? Is that what you're getting at? So do you or do you not condone the genocide in Arabia? Why is it not genocide? Wait, can you define genocide?
Maybe there's like something I'm missing, or
Like this?
like a bigger thing that I have no idea.
until this first before engaging the second.
I don't care.
Alright, well,
You don't have any way of moving
Wait, so can we define genocide?
I'm fighting both of these guys at the same time.
If you think it's a good,
Okay, so how do you not agree that that's genocide?
How about they put the chest on top of a,
Oh, actually, second thought. Now we have an opportunity to separate them. Okay, so I definitely want to kill this. He drops so that's actually going to make the S's flask. So the bone dust is more
Kind of exactly my point. It's like the moral framework does not care whatsoever about people's well-being. You care only
not as many.
So let's just make sure I got the bone dust. I'm willing to say that it's acceptable for evil people to get killed. You say
okay, so evil people who
just get
anyone who doesn't live well. So you're saying genocide? So you don't agree?
No, of course not.
I'm
enjoying it quite a bit considering,
who don't believe
everybody was mentioning how
why
like
they
actually really want in this boss fight is to show you guys how to
graphics are
that's kind of cheesy. There's a way you can make them walk right off the graphics. Although I've done it before, I did that like I loved having those
on the Saturn only not shaking like that.
That's okay.
This one probably
Master
doesn't get much Christian ethic. Now, what's the other Saturn RPGs?
So let's see. Move through the fight, wait, kind of watch and see
on the high end
now.
Maybe could we see like what constitutes as like an evil person for you? Is it do adulterers count as evil?
Nice, I'm actually very excited to pull that off.
I wish I could use my brain and think I could just like do it. Think about this. Every sin is you.
It's a very easy 9,000
If you have large sins, it throws up the beat bottle a lot more.
Bonfire here, maybe back here later. Of course, if you head down here, it's the No Man's Wharf. An optional
It doesn't
area.
mean that you're just not
One
doing it. And it doesn't even necessarily mean that
and this is like least favorite that you have in the game. That's her
Yeah,
name.
we consider that to be right.
Oh, she's so annoying.
Born to God, right?
Ignore
Just
everything.
metrics
We want to
for
spend
which
as little time with you as possible. So let's buy
what you're doing
that
is trying to
sells for
argue
2,000
of which I'm not. I don't know why you're trying to do that. You're silly. This aside, I have it just feels like you haven't changed. I'm just talking about banning
now feel
what I'm trying to do is get secrecy for you. If porn just answers your question, at least that's your mind. Society itself, society itself, from your view, is arbitrary.
Kind of hard to tell them that.
Is this society that under is moral?
Yes.
One of the things I really think we need to kill everything in this game.
Me personally? I mean, I don't think so. I think like
That's
everyone could be
that's like killing things.
well, I would say I think
We got
moral framework which aims to
4,705 shots in that dark sword. So I think we're
not necessarily.
Well, then who is?
it wouldn't be
I
fair.
think it's better when people
No,
like
obviously,
come together and
versions
agree
are
on
superior
things
over
that
waves, but
would benefit society based on
everything on console.
and
The original crappy, you know, it's horrible.
well, that's like why we have things like democracy.
No, that
Music was fantastic.
unless you're saying
a lot harder than any of the stuff we've done so far. So
Well, they behave as like a way that is like beneficial to them, not for the benefit of
Yeah,
you.
I found that shop. Although it seems like you can just buy things that you've already seen,
I'm gonna keep
except for potions in it. You get one like just that kind of stuff for Scrolls of Judgment.
I've had a small miscalculation. I was recommending that we head down
Down scroll
you talk to this
not cares that I got the master sword that you can first.
we don't have enough souls charge 2,000 souls. Even if you know what, I just realized we've got souls in our inventory. Let's just use these. I'm just dragging around that shit.
In my very personal worldview, yes.
That actually could be 6,000. Probably use those for levels. In fact, we need to upgrade the
Unless, of course, you can prove that God exists
Estus
right now.
as well. So I've kind of
Yes, and
forgotten
STUs.
to do a few things.
They tried to forget.
Anything else?
Everything changed
Yeah,
when
so
I found this device
I
one day.
wanted to ask, so obviously, you can do your robot to say if you're an advocate for blind command.
She's got the key to the contraption.
So is that based on
Am I doing something? The way I use the exhauster dialogue is and then she'll disappear. And this was a really frustrating mechanic for myself and a lot of people, I think early on, just did not realize the idea that this was how you were to progress in the character was absurd for Souls. Could not progress in the game unless you went by miracle.
Somehow you tell me I'm not sure if you dropped that site, so I'm not here getting that point.
You know, an exhauster dialogue, which is a bit more understandable.
I know, right?
To combine with having dark magic sword, open up this path is like really unintimidating.
I increase my dark magic power.
And as you can probably tell, it
Really great question, actually, because if you're
advocating
for blind command theory, how would you argue against a Muslim who says,
she's like the toughest NPC in the game to kill. She's absolutely deadly. Wrath of the Gods and other spells. She's very, very strong. Ton of HP. She heal herself.
Are the ultimate?
What was the PS version of Diablo?
It's actually a weird ending.
it's not based on reality.
It's a cracked eye orb. Vader. She's like the usurper of the throne. She's truly
Porn is
evil.
not there. It's reality.
Invade her
amazing for making
I don't know how long. Invade her
and stone.
Like, is it a role?
Anyways, that's the
Item you equip.
now access.
You put the new sword,
Dark
different
Souls
shield, new armor.
really exciting zone. When I finally got here,
Frame rate kind of sucks, but
I was
considering these kingdoms.
because I did not expect Huntsman's Hopes to be there. I was expecting like sewers or something. So it was like a big pleasant. Anyways, I'm kind of rambling, and this video
Yeah, I can't expect it to be
quite
long. PlayStation 1
it's long as porn. Expect from now on, they'll probably turbo videos.
I don't think I'm not that important.
So this guy's only going to activate as a member.
You're the ones that do thought.
I do know it was
So we don't have this.
Because it's my preference.
He sells X.
Wait, that's completely different. Are you talking about like state enforcing violations?
Hey guys, I'm going to turn the video off
That's
here.
different than just holding a meeting.
This really still is a matter of spending souls.
No, there's a difference between preferences and state enforcement, right?
Progress on Huntsman's Hopes.
We got a magical
Based?
It's all preference. A king that prefers that you be fucking oppressed. Why is he wrong?
Oh, definitely.
So is
What's your same standard?
One thing
what
is
you
not
consider morally
second
good, is that based on God's preference?
Hey guys, welcome back. This is episode 2 of our Dark Souls
So
walkthrough.
something is morally good
As
just
we
because God commands
get
it?
started here on Huntsman's Hopes, a little bit of explaining to you.
Wait, so
See,
there's
we
God
don't
has
have any
nothing to do
souls.
with it?
In the last video, we did have about 4,000.
So then I'm correct that something is morally good simply because God commands it.
Well, it's morally good. Preference and everything God has bug.
Okay, that's what I just said, and that
Took
means
those
it's
souls
arbitrary and
Cardinal
based on your
Tower
own personal
on fire, and I spent them
I agree. I'm the only one that fully takes out that.
spend a certain
I'm
amount of
only
souls.
going to
She will move to Majula. She really wanted her to, and she just
just refuse to move. It's unfortunate. I cut that piece out of the video just because it ended up on the time. Didn't go back to Missoula, and thus we can't get the silver serpent ring from her. So, because we didn't call his armor, we just cut that out. And then, I actually started doing scopes, because you can see my bloodstain is right here. Died in like the first minute. Well, I didn't see much purpose including that piece either, so yeah, we just started the video again.
Armor and
Video runs
actively using pulse just
I can't hear yourself through the door right now. One of the harder scenes for us, I think, just because we're
because you're violating my personal space.
that's all your this character.
Yes.
What part? I like that the short sword, one-handed R2 is a nice straight thrust. Unlike, a wide arcing sleeve.
I'm concerned with the well-being and yours isn't. Yours is based on simply what God tells you to, even if that results in mass human suffering.
He's got a club, and he's just fully designed to catch you off guard. With a club, it'll really knock you back, push you off the edge. Basically, everyone who comes there for the first time
I was asking you first.
I asked you first.
I've already answered this multiple times. If you are
There's a shortcut
violating
here.
the autonomy, which is morally wrong.
What is now
Can you answer? Is
very
it
close
bad
by
to
bonfire.
create mass human suffering?
Oh, I also did one other thing. I did go back to Missoula.
I'm not pretty much, but
upgraded.
I'm not the armor and
Estes flask both ways.
That's
One way does, one Estes flask. So it's got 3 flasks at plus 1.
right on top of the character and have it move exactly with them. Why is that? That seems like a really great hard to coordinate quickly.
This guy almost
It might just use tons of different versions of this character, different shields and different. Well, then no, I would say that the shields and weapons probably drawn.
I guess I'll point out that there's actually a platform drop down to.
There'd be a lot of different variations.
This guy is clinging onto
They had separate variations with each piece of armor.
Anyways, yeah, there's a platform you can actually drop down to that you can see from here.
Anything against my preferences is bad.
Just from the bonfire, you
Can you define
there's some
anything that I think is
chest, I think, some loot down there.
Which is
there's definitely going to be some
whatever's my preference to be pornographic.
But again, if I don't think
Can you be good faith? So like,
This is the most
I can't recall what it is in a certain secret area that it's probably nothing exciting because it's not memorable. This is the tricky part. It's really wide open.
okay,
There's a lot of
I'll keep asking questions to find the real
first get
answer. So I'll
introduced
keep
to
this.
Can you scroll or one of the
older type of
Okay, is literature
from the need to activate the master sword at the same time? Yeah, hold on to it for now.
Okay.
Where's the home stretch here? Like, I've had to use a gun a lot. Are we doing something?
Once you get outside, you can use the ring of light.
Alright, so
just to be clear, so you want to
ring light actually makes it so you're
essentially look at the answer to disagree with the well, we're talking about banning
take your time to
well, you just said that literature including conditions agree with
you'll get
you did say that.
Here in Ottawa, we had some flurries this morning, but nothing see where it used to snow here, so
So do you want to seriously ban it?
I am seriously thinking that if you're with the rep, I have away from that wanting to ban.
So I'm not going to stop to actually fight these guys.
Unless you can explain to me why not.
So in your arguing from the definitive and you're just completely paused to explain what those parameters mean.
Resting spot.
Okay, so what is it? Okay, and you just said before, so quick kicks, we can't put quick kicks on the
Maybe so. It depends on what race.
actually a big part of the reason why. For sure. I'm just not sure it's probably happening. Of course, you can't use a weapon.
So we're accepting like some forms of literature erotica.
Anything that's brought adult to understand this.
Tell me why you're being dishonest. You're being so intellectually dishonest. Why won't you just want to be a surprise?
I've been playing this game for probably about like 5 hours, so
I won't feel bad against my We're just a little short of strength.
this is one of the scariest and most
I think get some fairy armor tests. I don't think it's going to be any better armor than the fairy armor.
My moral framework, yes. What's wrong with that?
This is some type of physical resistance armor that you need. Physics resistance.
Okay, based on adultery, can't be resistance. So can you be honest and say
all of a sudden, that's not going to help our survivability.
based on what the dwellers said.
Because of that,
what constitutes as pornography?
I just find it much safer to
I
actually
want actual descriptions of what you think pornography is.
buy these guys. I just gave you
Why can you not define it?
them on.
What? Anything
Why is this such a hard question?
how does the Supreme Court decide?
From husband's post, we don't need that.
Based on like the, are you talking about the military?
Alright, I'm back. Whew. Okay.
Okay, but you did say like some things right there, so I should be fine. I should not track. Oh, okay. So we can send them to us.
Alright, there we go.
But you're full today. So if the state finds out, you're getting sent to
I went to sleep for a little bit.
should you be punished by the
Okay, I'm cold. I gotta...
So what policy exactly do you ban pornography but not prohibition?
This slow animation, it's going to make it more likely that she drops. Unfortunately,
Let's go.
Let's see how we do here.
Ooh.
Because we have a biological
It's a big boss chamber, quite a number of pillars, so you can use that to cut off. We have a biological property I was never, I hadn't understood the difference of biological I've never been like a fan of this honestly, it's boss. I own if you want to be careful,
Alright, let's go.
Why would you decide to be affirmative on this and then refuse to answer any of my questions in good faith? No, you haven't even defined yourself.
Oh yeah, well they had to let me
Okay, I was that's the question. Do you have
Alright. I do remember I was talking about Jesus.
So you would outlaw public breastfeeding as well?
Man, this is hard. It's hard to
wonder if this is one of the bosses that actually as compared to the original release for the
man, it's pretty tough. Well, kind of.
And pleasure is intrinsically
Jeez, man.
it actually gets progressively.
Alright.
Now we gotta see
do a black market and people are hard drive and in your within your world you said it's public places so privately trading
Jeez. Alright, so as I was saying before, even if Jesus was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter to me. If he was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter. If he's being sincere and that he truly didn't know, it doesn't take away anything. In fact, I think it makes him more awesome. Because as I've said before, if Jesus isn't God, God is unknowable. Because you can't know something you're not capable of knowing. Like, how do you know about God if Jesus isn't God? How is God knowable? Jesus isn't God, God is unknowable because the thing in question can't be represented by just a messenger or an aeon or whatever you want to say. So I think Jesus has to be God, and I think he is God. And it says, say every knee shall bow and every tongue confess. I don't think it's gonna be, I don't think they're going to nail down to Jesus by force. I think it's just going to be straight up like, it's just going to be straight up who he is, because whenever people like little kids have near-death experiences, they say they see Jesus, and I think there's a lot of credit to that. I think they see Jesus because children usually are not liars. They're usually not liars, and yeah, there's been a lot of like, it's been very windy and stuff. Whew. Yeah, that, man, I feel refreshed. Alright, so I'm going to, I gotta change the loadout to these barrel extensions. What about... Alright, well, let's try the laser sight first. I'm gonna try that. But yeah, Jesus Christ is God and loves you at your darkest hour. If you're going to be evil to evil, and be evil for Jesus. There is nothing wrong with it. Just be evil for Jesus and evil to evil people. I'm not afraid. I don't mind it or care that much. It's only an hour into the Diddley and Ander debate. I'm surprised. I thought it would be more. But that's okay. It works for me. Yeah, my joystick is acting. It's acting weird again. Dude, he got outplayed. Alright. Darn.
I didn't realize too much. I was afraid of the branch. Definitely. That's the first one. I'm trying to get going. Bypass. Actually, the fastest one. Just, it has way, some games that you want to
You know what? I should go over there.
So this next group, so you're just going to drop down. Because I just told you in a contradiction. What's below? There's some treasure down there. So I got you to hit that adultery. Should go to jail. So I said, so should Donald Trump go to jail? He said no.
I didn't get him. I thought I did. I wonder how long I've been live for.
Well, no, because you've already stated that your preference is that multiple times about this debate because the tradition is on
Darn. That's the window outside. But I like it though. It adds more natural white noise without me needing to add it through YouTube videos. Which I don't mind actually.
Running right through here.
Based on your moral world.
A fair amount of food passed by.
Alright. Not too bad either, I guess. But yeah, I think Jesus is God. I think people who say Jesus is God, I just think there's crossover with the LDS scriptures and of like the Bible. For example, when it says in Corinthians or Colossians or whatever, it says something about the sun, the moon, and the stars. And in the LDS scriptures, it has in the plan of salvation, the sun, the moon, and the stars, in terms of different resurrection states. I don't always agree with the interpretation of Joseph Smith and what he interpreted it as, because I don't think he was complete, but I do respect him as a prophet of God. I think he was, but wasn't perfect. As I've said before many times, the only perfect one is Jesus Christ. He's the only one. And he deserves it. He deserves it. So yeah, it is kind of nice to put that there, make it a little bit, okay. I'll put the lo-fi music a little lower. Alright, let's go.
Almost like a movie studio, stuff like
Oh, that was close. Jeez, man.
It's kind of a pathetic comparison.
Man.
Such a possibly my favorite series.
I'm not doing so well with the shotgun. As people can see, I'm not very good at it. Even if it was full screen, I might be doing slightly better, but I'd have a less of an excuse when I suck. Because I've done it, and I suck with the shotgun. I'm just not a shotgun guy. But maybe I can still do something. Jeez, but it's kind of windy out there.
Actually, yeah, this is one of the most controversial parts of me as well. Like, I expressed some
Jeez. Oh my gosh. I don't understand why. Alright, you know what, because I won't get the super weapon. Why am I using the shotgun on this map anyway? Man, the drift is like a problem. Like, I got it used from GameStop. I got it years ago, so it kind of makes sense. But jeez.
I didn't figure that out when I first played through. Seconds or so to offset the poison damage. Killed her after 2 tries.
Okay.
So there's some more exploring to do around here. This is where the second time. Sorry, not like where I'm standing now, but a short walk away. But I'm not doing the story.
That's our first item out this.
We won. Not a bad showing, I guess.
Kind of a process. But some people like that for fashion souls. As you can see, they got environments. But they've also got a spell called Immolation. I'm not feeling
okay.
What does that say about that?
It's just,
that was kind of loud.
Alright, so this time I don't mind doing a quick run back. It's usually prefer to, avoid retracting through 6 steps. So you just get through this area. But, I mean, in this case, it's not like it's I'm just gonna try and light that bonfire that I opened up a minute ago. At least this time, the walls are I don't want to lose that. So now it doesn't even matter if we die. This should just spawn right back here.
This is like Final Fantasy 12. You get used for Final Fantasy 12.
Alright, and then there's also
Okay, let's do it now. Well, so what else do I want to talk about? Well, let's see. What do I want to talk about? More positive? Maybe? I've done it. I've been streaming for a long time. I've been streaming for 8 hours straight. It's been going very, very well. Let's try for 2 more hours at least. So, well, at least 1 hour. An hour and like 30 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes. Dude, I like the. This is perfect. This is perfect. Might be the best stream in terms of commentary. This is incredible. No, they're not bots either. Oh, that was cool.
I guess this is a little bit
Alright. I'm gonna try to do more of my shotgun.
Come back and something crown games. I hear a lot of players who play this surprise with things as a red fan.
Come back here.
The first NPC that actually gestures and taunt you a little bit. Something else about gesture types that really makes sense. As I said before, it's very popular It's good that you can help us out.
Look at the way I'm moving right now. I'm a beast. It's like El President said, you know what? Maybe I should put a one. I should put Pro President on. Maybe I will. Maybe I will, like after this game or something, I'm gonna put a one. Might as well. Might as well. Bring on the press. El President. Doing well these days. The way I'm like moving is like I see him here. Darn. Well, I'm moving a lot better than. That's what you gotta do in these games. The shots need to be more precise, I think. What did I give that kill for? Oh, I'm not complaining about it.
But I guess just as we're ending off this video, I guess you help us spend our chance. We've already basically got a solid weapon that we're going to use for a little while. So really the only stats consider upgrade is of course more vigor, more endurance. Vitality is
I'm gonna put on a Presidor. Seems kind of weird, but I'm gonna put him on. Put him on. Put him up, put him up.
Adaptability is very important as well.
If God told you to rape someone, would you do it?
Adaptability, brain power, agility, reflex.
God tells you
It's
to
at
commit
92
genocide,
right now.
right around you rape
You know what, we can actually get it to 90.
It's like I want to
95 is actually a good number of
kind of want to play Left 4 Dead 2. If I can set it up the same way I set up Spotgate for the stream, I will. Or maybe I want to see if I can change the shotgun thing. What do I have for the shotgun? At least the class that I'm using has laser sight and barrel extension. Barrel extension, laser sight. Alright. Okay. Alright, I'll press the door. I'm coming.
Slightly short of like that's basically a wrap up. I guess
Famous Amiga. You know what? I need something to replace Hunter StarCraft after. So I'll put it on this one. Hopefully I kept the did I keep the oppressor stuff? Hopefully I did. I hope so.
I'm actually not sure. What are the key items in Iron
Oppressor, I gotta give you here somewhere.
So the way you get there is
looking through all my playlists and I can't find it. Unless I deleted it or something. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's try Left 4 Dead 2. I'm so impressed at how well I handled it. Okay. Alright. Let's forget to. My president is funny. Alright, so what about codes? I'm going to charge my phone. You're right. It doesn't belong in the game, it belongs in me. Okay. How do I take away one in the window? 193. Yeah, this is it. This is. Alright, let's start that. That do be. Can I? Alright, video. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. Window, no border. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can figure this out. Window, no border. Okay, so this is the smallest they could go to. Happy video. Alright, you know what? Put it in the window. There we go. But yeah, we'll just have to. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Because that's gonna be the way it's gonna be. because of press. That's the way cookie crumbles. Should I do? No, let's just play. Okay, so my mods all loaded. Alright, that's good. Let's just play campaign realism. Or more like expert realism. So where should I start? Okay, I don't have an add-on campaign. I might have to pick another one soon. Maybe Globtastic or something. I've done a lot of different ones. I've done the liminal spaces and the back rooms. Pretty fun. Let's just start with the dead center. Okay. Left for dead. Well, I wonder if there's another game I could play. That's why I turned it all the way down on that procedure, because he's too loud. He's so loud. It's funny. Oh no! I forgot how loud the game could be. Yeah, Elon Musk agrees with the teachings of Jesus.
That's probably one of the biggest things for the Saturday. Let's bring up some early
Alright. I love the mods I'm using. Let's see. Okay. I give that room a ring. A Toho character. Jesus is in Toho, by the way. People need to know. If you didn't know, now you know. I have proof. I have evidence too. Jesus Christ is official in Toho. The Japanese do actually respect Jesus a lot. Jesus Christ will use other people to lead him places. He will be led to Jesus. Oh, he will. So what am I looking for? Audio. Game volume. Let's turn that down. Okay. Well, let's do it. I wonder if it could work with Skyrim. Also, these bots are like Terminators. I don't know what kind of bots I have. I think I have like 3 of them or something. But they're mercenaries. They very rarely die. They can aim through walls. The AI is overpowered. So if that would be too overpowered. And that's why I only play expert realism, because the other ones are too easy, especially with like 8 people. too overpowered. So I compensated for making the whole AI better. I made them tankier. I made them smarter. I made them a lot more improved. I made them so that the hordes become a lot more. And I think that's a smart thing to do. I think it's just a smart thing to do. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I might go back to split game, but I kinda got bored of it. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can play Skyrim while having these videos. Like, I can, but I'm more talking about like the window and stuff. Like, there you go. Yeah, how's stuff going? Alright. I think it's supposed to be, is it this way or is it this way? No, I think it's supposed to be over here. Alright, I wonder if I should do this with like emulation too. Alright. Okay. I gotta get on the elevator, but yeah, because I made the AI way better for like my squad, I made the enemy AI way better too. I made the hit points way more. I think it's very fair to do that too. If I didn't, it would not be fair. Right? So that. So this. I'm doing good so far. So, yeah. Left 4 Dead 2 is so fun. If they made a third one, I would be so happy. Like Left 4 Dead 2. I know some people don't like the mods. I love the mods though. I love the mods. Okay. I really like the Silent Hill mod too. I like the horror mods. Those are pretty amazing too. Pretty amazing stuff. Oh shoot. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to shoot my own teammates. It's just hard to see sometimes. I'll try survival life here. Oh. And what's cool about the AI is they can take stuff, they can pick up stuff, they can take their, they can shut the door on their own. They can even finish the level without you because they know where the exit is. They know where the homing beacon is. If Christ wants you, it's like if Jesus Christ wants you, he'll get you. He wants you, he'll get you. Oh, I'm looking at the ground. Okay. Alright, so before I do anything, I try to make sure to hit up my partners. Okay. Alright. So he needs to. I always try to hear my teammates because in Left 4 Dead 2, it's not about who can outrun who. Well, sometimes it could be, depending on the circumstances. But most of the time, you want to try to stay with your group, with your people, or you try to have like choke points or communication. Communication is key. It's just I'd rather play games alone. I think it's better, at least for me. I've played a couple of times with my friends before, but it's very rare. And we had a good time. It's just that I'm a shy kid, and I think that I can use. Does anybody need a bottle of pills? No? Okay, Zoe, you need to be healed, Zoe. You need to be healed up, Zoe. Alright, let's go. So I got the shotgun now. So they're not going to get me. Dude, I keep shooting my own teammates. It's like it's hard for me to see. Well, cause I thought about playing some other games too, but I don't want to because, well, maybe besides Skyrim, I like doing this when there's more like easy games I can play. Like that doesn't take too much of my like effort, because I could try to play an MMO. I wouldn't be very successful probably, because an MMO it's even harder to do. But I do want to talk about some game stuff. So for one, there's something called Parsec that basically allows you to do co-op, local co-op that you would normally have to be with other people. You could just do that like through online. Parsec just basically allows you to do local online co-op through the internet. And there's another, I love PC, and I'll probably never go back to console, because PC just has too much cool things. It has free, it has free online, it's got free cloud saves, if you know where to go, it's got emulation, It has free, it's got emulation. It's got, emulation, so that's cool as well. You have a Molotov. I have a Molotov. You have free online. I killed that charger. You have free online. Yeah, save the Molotov for the tank.
It didn't matter. He died. He lived. Still died 19 years. I really don't like listening to play for the Bills week or not. Unless you're fighting with the responsible.
Yeah, so try to stay with the group. The other one I wanted to say is called a probably maybe even better. It's called Nucleus Co-op. In this program on PC, it allows you to play split screen for normally not split screen games. So for example, if I wanted to play split screen on Left 4 Dead 2, I could just do that, plug in another controller or keyboard. You can even split it between two or more. You can even split it between two or more, like monitors. So player 1 can be on monitor 1, player 2 can be on monitor 2, etc., etc., etc. And the cool thing about this is that it doesn't have to actually it doesn't have to be the same resolution or anything. You can have probably even more than 4, probably. It can work with Halo. Though, Halo I think should come with split screen on PC. I think it's more Xbox. It was also on PlayStation 5 now, so that's cool. So if you're looking at it, where's the tank? Is the tank out here yet? Alright. An AK-47. That's the AK-47 is the best. It's the best weapon in the game due to its fire rate, control, damage, range, everything. It's overpowered. It's really, really OP. Okay. I'm going to give them my stuff constantly.
What you do is walk into the boss room and pursue a chart that you use pretty much every time. So you just get a parry off. And that'll put in somebody that is you actually have enough time to run all the way over to you. I'm sure
So there should be a horde coming. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of enemies. That's merciless. Alright, let's throw that over there. So get the Coca-Cola. Man, it's so hard to see. Save your voice, like stay behind or in front of your teammates. I tried to turn off friendly fire with a mod, but I guess the mod didn't work, or maybe I must have misplaced it or something, not installed it correctly. That's okay though. That's okay. You know, friendly fire is kind of cheap even with it. Or whatever it is down there. Should I like kill myself? Maybe I should. Yeah, what am I stuck on? Maybe I should do it with emulation one day. And I easily could. It wouldn't be difficult for me to do. This vehicle is kind of weird, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it too much. The reason why is because ooh, look at that. That was amazing. That was like a jump. I think I heard the tank. There you are. There's my flag. Dude, that almost like, dude, that almost like froze up. Yeah, the tank got destroyed pretty much. Well, there was only one. If it was like 3 tanks on a custom campaign, that would be different. Because custom campaigns are basically spam, hordes, tanks, witches, and on expert realism, it's crazy what damage they can do. And if I manage to get to it, like to that one video where it says, oh, tanks are almost unfair on expert realism, we'll see. I'll probably just skip to the expert realism stuff. Okay. It's a good thing I slept earlier. I wouldn't be as good now.
Andrew, you think that that's my
Alright, well, let me heal up my buddies first. Femboy number 1, Rimuru. Joe needs to be healed. Hey, no, Astafro's good. Good. Alright, we're good now. Now it's hard to tell who's from who.
Sorry guys, it does look like it's bad time. We got a couple more minutes, but I think it's
But it's so hard to know where to go because everything is like so dark. But that's the way I like it. Makes it more horror based. More horror based. And that's okay with me. Okay. Dude, look at the bots. These guys are going off right now.
Considering I got, most of my screens are
Oh yeah, it's over here. See? You get instantly get killed. Alright, who's coach out? Oh, there's my Roro. Roro is basically anime Jesus, by the way. He resurrects people in a white cloak. He splits the lake. He's very strong. One of his attacks is called Megiddo. So yeah, he is basically anime Jesus. In fact, his partner CL is basically called, I think is supposed to be called Mary. So it actually tanks are brutal. Especially if you modify them and stuff. But not as brutal as we are. What's happening? Yeah, I think the alarm is over here. Maybe it's not. Yeah, there might be another flight of stairs you have to go up. You should be able to know where the alarm shut off is. Oh, maybe it's this way actually. Okay. Alright. Dang, it's almost home. Oh, okay. I'm actually impressed how well I've done. Other than a few hiccups, the streams have been doing well. I think I've done pretty good on the volume adjustment and whatnot, and so you know what I'm gonna do? Alright, let's go to single player. So I'll do this one first. And I might not even spawn the horde. I might just walk around and enjoy and chill and yeah. Enjoy and enjoy it and chill and relax. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Who wouldn't want to enjoy this? Look, I made the graphics look. Put on multiple graphics mods. Put on, I even have like, what's it called? I have, not only graphics mods, I have lighting mods. I have a shader mod. Look at this. And a swimming pool. How do we get out of this? Oh, there's a ladder. Duh, I've done this. I should have known. So yeah, this is a very sweet place. What a nice place. What a nice place. No, I could, but I don't want to. Oh, I keep forgetting they could just start it themselves. Yeah. That's what I love about the mods for this computer, like the ones that I got. They can just do things themselves, and you don't have to. So I'm gonna just stay right here. I'm gonna stay right here. You're not gonna get me.
But really, it's the same strategy. Especially if you have like forward knowledge of
I wonder if this would work for Resident Evil 4. I have the original. I like playing it sometimes. Well, I don't have it downloaded. Sometimes I like playing it, like just pet out time sometimes. I think it's a good pet. How are they not able to find me though? Or maybe they can't find me. Maybe they can't. So it's like they can't find me, and I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and see if they can find me or not. If they can't, then why are they doing this? Can I just honestly just sit here and they won't, like, they're not going to come after me. They don't come after me, I think, at all. That's crazy. I don't get it. Can these people honestly, can they not find me? Or maybe they didn't aggro onto me. Did they not aggro onto me? That's crazy. Look at what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here. But I'm going to continue to sit there. I want to see how far I can push it. Because if the tank doesn't aggro me, then this truly is like, I wonder if... Dude, he can't get me. I don't know how I'm able to do this, but it must be a glitch. It must be a glitch. Maybe I should. I'm gonna try to aggro the tank. If I can aggro the tank and then just make him forget about me, that'll be pretty awesome. Come on, Mr. Tank. Alright. Shit. That was funny, funny, man.
well, you actually need squares red baseless. That was lots of tasks.
Let's go back to that. Let's do that again. That's fun. Where's the... Dang it. I got caught. Who wouldn't want to catch me though? That beautiful anime girl. Who wouldn't want to catch? Who wouldn't want that? Don't know her name, but who wouldn't want that? Like, who wouldn't want this beautiful black sass? Who wouldn't want that? Where's the bathroom when you need it? Alright. Who wouldn't want to be a sass in the past, in the past, in the sass? What should I talk about? Okay. Take that. I'm gonna heal you. Well, they should be able to, like, get out of that. I could leave, but why would I want to do that?
Get access to so that's just the worst part of the jump is right there.
Look, I've done basically nothing. I'm just sitting here. Beat your own record. But it's like if they spawn, if they spawn while you're in the tub, it's like they, for some reason, it's like they can't detect you or see things. It must be a glitch with a collision or detection or something. Holy moly. They just came into the tub. Okay, my throat's starting to hurt now. Yeah, thank you for joining me. This is awesome. This is awesome. Oh shit. Well, I'm going to heal you until I can't. I don't need my help, so I will focus on healing my teammates. This is amazing. This is insane. Look at this crazy stuff. I'm having a lot of fun. Just sitting here, not having to do really much of anything. I didn't know this spot would be so lethal. I did not know that.
A lot of other bosses.
This is incredible. That's cool. They left, but yeah. Like they can't come over here. All you have to do is just shoot. They basically keep shooting. Eat that and take it. Eat that and take it. This is too funny. It's too funny. So they don't even know. They're like retarded. They don't know where I am. You could just sit here and do nothing. I think we're really happy, man. At least they like managed to kill you, but so far they've done it once. But that's because I went out of it. Now if I just stay in it, they probably won't get close because they're too spread out and the bots are too good, even though the enemy AI is also good. I'll just help you up. It's like they can't even get over here. Oh shit, that's too funny. It's too funny, bro. That's too funny. There you go. You guys can leave now. Clearly, they're not good enough to handle the bathtub. They're not good enough to handle a nice hot tub. A nice hot tub. Look at that dude failing and missing. That's embarrassing.
I've always been very intrigued by the boards.
why should I move when I don't really have to? And it gives me time to do other things. Thanks a lot, well, I lasted a long time just sitting there. Okay, I swallowed right in frozen acid for me. Alright. I'm just gonna keep going back there. I died again, but I will rise again. I may have died, but I will rise. And I'm going to rise again. There's nothing these stupid people can do about it. They're not really people, they're more like monsters. So are humans. I can be a bigger monster than you can. We can. Alright, well. Yep. Well, as long as I'm dead for now. No, told you I would return. Told you I would return. Alright, I need to get out of here soon. Well, get out of my way. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I'm going back to... Just don't invite me. Yeah. Gee, if you were Jesus, you probably would. Maybe I need to give you a Jesus skin instead. so that they can be more incentive to revive me. I don't get it. There's like, isn't there like someone in here? You guys can't help me? No help? No help? Nothing. Yippee. But that's okay because what's gonna happen now? That's almost done. So why should I replace it with
Everyone knows that's like the hard part. Yeah, no one was first to door. And then the rest of the well, the score of this game was technically
let's go back a little bit. It's almost halfway. So it's almost halfway. Got 4 more hours to go. So this is almost done. I don't know what else I should put. This. Okay, 4 hours. So I'll try to. Let's do that. This was supposed to be for. Oh man. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, we must have spawned in like a glitch. Where are we spotted from? Oh, it's like, it must be above the house. Well, it's nice knowing that was good. Basically, I have to glitched out because I'm just we're too powerful. We're too powerful, so the game had to glitch out. Let's do online survival games. It wasn't very much. It was like 1. Okay. Nickelodeon. Alright. So this is basically done. So I don't need to continue. It. What else should I put? You already have this one. You already have 2 debates going on like it was. Matthew. AVGN. You have a Pressidor. You have Lo-Fi. You got white noise. So what should I put for this one? Anime, maybe? What if I put anime? Let's just back none of that. And once Hunter StarCraft's Dark Souls 2 stuff is finished, I can start playing some anime. maybe, well, either I'll play anime or maybe I should just play some like Jesus stuff. I don't know, I'll think about it. I'll think about what I want to do. I don't know. I do want to replace it, not just have Cressida by himself. Okay, let's see. Okay. What should I put? Maybe I should just put. Should I put queso? Should I run him? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about. Maybe I should think about it when I'm downloading Resident Evil 4. It's a pretty nice place. Cause I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I want to face. I don't know. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10. I have like 10 tabs going on. I've been going for hours and hours and hours and hours. But I'm having a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Well, you know something? You know what? I'll just... Maybe let's try Skyrim. You know what? Maybe we should play Resident Evil later. What am I doing? Look at this, Resident Evil 5. Alright, let's just download it. So, what am I doing? Can I not? Okay, I'll just turn that off. Alright, I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and I'll be back.
Fairy armor and the we'll take on this boss. Fairy armor and the magic sword. Probably right there. Congregation. Probably Magus is that big one in the middle. Stuff, I guess. Sucks. They can't bring the fairy armor with this. A lot of people joke about this boss sort of being the Dark Souls 2. Just as I mentioned, this guy. We tried to do that. Just good thing they don't count our own. Zombies are just a simple one-hit KO, so it's probably maybe our avatars in the air. I usually make shitty person.
Doctor technically says in a natural way, so it doesn't work in anything except the original NES.
hey guys, we're back.
I know uploads the
Congratulations
thing.
on the first page. So the same night,
The
very
upload
late
thing
at night,
happened
my
after
time.
the
mildly
I brought up by Amazon, so before that, couldn't like upload videos to them. So now they're pretty much like pretty much like YouTube in terms of video creation.
I don't know, maybe I've been a bit spoiled with all
Videos for like long periods of time.
And
We got rid of most of
that's the difference. Literally box. Very dangerous chest. We should probably quick save.
I don't know, man. Having three of them, we're sort of able to back up each other.
Do we have to kind of join the person first?
I guess I just gotta go in.
One of those like, well, you know, moving these slots here because, you know, we've got like, you know, 0 watches and last, you know, year and
Most of the items
maybe like a good month time to make sure, you know, you have them backed up or whatever. I know in my case, like, I don't record my streams as well as stream them. I just don't have tons of extra hard drives to do that too. So I've seen some cases where like, well, luckily it was fixed before they expired, but I know there was like a period where the VODs was just not showing up, like they weren't working. Eventually it got fixed before the VODs expired.
Now that it's
but something like that happens,
it'd be a lot easier. Okay. Feeling a bit better about this.
That's why I backed everything up to YouTube as well. That way it's got that extra backup.
I was pretty worried when you that would just be it's all along.
Yeah, I does it do that informing
When I
everybody.
was saying suffering is bad and he misinterpreted that as me making moral
Guys, they
argument,
cast healing.
that wasn't what I was doing whatsoever.
I was saying that
Suffering as like a feeling,
From like
something that feels
Google's
bad.
probably like
That's why we want to
trillions of
remove
terabytes
suffering,
of storage.
because it feels bad to suffer.
Like Twitch has a very small percentage of that, I'm sure.
This is a toilet.
I still have highlights. I still have highlights from when I started this year. It's been over a year now.
Andrew might be liking his new stuff there. Kanye.
I don't think you'll take that after you spend
but this is the armor of the enemy. A pair of white priests that
but you know, here's the thing, for some reason,
really annoying guys.
They're not really
Oh yeah, fonts expire. Past broadcasts. If you're not the first primary thing, you're just like a basic user.
I do know what fascism
Past broadcasts may
is.
stay for 2
But
weeks.
it's
Prime stays for a month. And
even if
assuming
you
it's
look up
like
the definition of authoritarianism, you can see that
Turbo or whatever, 5 stays any longer. But it's usually a month maximum typically. But if you highlight it, you can highlight your entire VOD. You don't just have to highlight a small portion. That's what I've been doing online. You can highlight the entire run. Then they stay forever. So I got like 2,300 hours of highlighted VODs.
Well, it wasn't correct. Because of that, FromSoft allowed every character because he didn't form part actually it wouldn't just reset when you look at it it would also reset your very stats,
Doesn't recommend just anything like highlighted.
and so he wanted to bring back
one of my characters had red stats.
yeah,
That's a good measure.
It was good to find
and
out.
that was
Yeah, I thought I mentioned it sort of patch.
literally came communism and they were trying to stop our trade trades.
Okay, so
So, I mean, we're now progressing through the rest
So you're happy put on paper that you believe Hitler is not a factor?
There are conservative families.
I can imagine that also.
I would say socialists for sure. And I would say
I mean, when you have like,
absolutely.
hundreds of thousands of hard drives,
Yeah, we took a route that I don't think
it's going to be crazy.
we're going to try and see if we can run it through.
It's definitely quite a good day, I'm sure.
Give this boss a shot. Yeah, this is it's like their version of
I'm sure they have tons of backups as well, so it's not.
No, I think it's rapid.
Of course, they don't just have your information on one hard drive. They have backups. So they probably have a
space rearrange
two hard drives per one extra hard drive per 5 discs or 10 discs.
Now, just like that, fascist not right to do for them to be this area of space.
Run through this whole area, so
remember,
I have to make a save before I go into that tram. My stuff like
apparatus or the switches.
Okay. Anything too much of
This is summon here as well.
Very dangerous crap. Disarm. Successfully disarmed.
We've been using summon.
Yeah, that would almost be a necessity.
The other item that will make anything that has
It's really interesting to see like if there's a data farm, like some massive like rows of hard drives and robotic systems and insane.
Like we can discuss the
Something out of a
negative
Hollywood
effects of
movie.
pornography, but it actually doesn't matter to him. If I could prove with a study that pornography actually is helpful for everyone, obviously those studies don't exist, it's just it's positive, it changes people's lives and makes them happier. He would still be
It's really important
that we
double check. I'm going to be doing everything. Let's do this properly.
Okay.
It's got the beam right guys. Well, that attacks
Weapons like this one.
nerfs.
You can be.
I guess why wouldn't it just let us have taken us down?
That's people.
That's mostly
Can you drop this, really? It's like 0.8 kilograms. What the hell?
No.
Why can't we drop this?
Yes, this is the maze.
Bullshit. That really does gonna be bad. Still have like 6.8 kilograms we need to drop, so we can bring our armor with us. Like, drop this.
Guys. This is an opportunity.
Let's see where the hell we're going. We're gonna have to drop the armor because we need a weapon, so.
Do you have any other ideas?
I know where we're going, but
yeah, so Andrew just
Okay, that's actually
kind of position, which is that we should ban pornography, and that throughout this entire debate he has failed to provide a single argument as to why we should ban it.
Alright, we've gotten rid of all the little spiders. Rest
I think he tried to avoid it altogether because it was a really slippery slope that would lead to banning all forms of media, video games, music, movies, and I think he wanted to avoid going down that route because it doesn't look good next when we start getting into that kind of stuff. Because it's really hard to say.
introduce this little spider.
Anything else besides she wants to no argument for that because there's no fucking argument to be had against it.
Everything becomes
Finish this boss off.
unidentified after a while.
Just calm down, bud. What I'm saying
I don't need the dark sword anymore anyways, the fire sword is better.
the same position for Vanny, same exact position that she gave. This guy's like, I don't even know what she's arguing. She got same exact thing. Never gave me a single bit of pushback.
Took that thing up to drop an extra 0.7 pounds. Drop actually understand.
Alright, so we're officially
of divine command theory by pulling out the contradictions that you obviously don't condone in the Bible. On the topic of rape, you deny that they were even being raped in the first place, which is completely ludicrous. It's very obvious. I don't know, you said they aren't being raped, they're being abused in some way.
But they have to make this so heavy you can't drop it.
Of genocide, you condone that. They're saying that's just fight against evil people. Slavery is not one that I got to bring up. What do you think about the Bible's condoning of slavery?
This is extremely stressful, guys. You really don't want to die.
So this isn't a boss fight or something. You're basically going in and
you have to establish a fucking get them to stop using that weapon so that nation will stop attacking you. So what you do, you engage, right? Take over the land of the population. Like you don't have enough manpower to guard it.
Oh, look at that.
Let them go. Or C.
This guy's been following me. There's another one. Oh, man. Yep.
So I don't think we should legalize or perform slavery because it is a violation of people's personal autonomy. So can you add some language? Because I was literally I ask you a question, it's no, I need an answer. You failed to answer my question.
did you get the old bonds I have backups on?
There it is. Fine, just sort of hard.
I love XP things on those.
Maybe I should stop on life gems.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like, every bot I have, I have to make sure it's highlighted. That's what I mean. I have all my bots from beginning of RPG Quest
Go down this road, but
highlighted.
answering any of my questions.
I don't know.
I was the asker.
No, I asked you a question.
But depending on if it's prime or not, you don't have to put prime in full position or past broadcast.
And then there was a point that the report spawned
Prime,
multiple times. I could even kill off like the first one or two.
once you highlight it, it's on there. That's good as far as I can tell. There's any sort of limit they set for them.
I'm disappointed. Sorry if you guys are disappointed at our first grade board. So that's going to wrap up this episode. And we'll just have to keep hammering away at this walkthrough, progressing as much as we can in the future. Alright guys, that's going to do it. Thank you again for watching. I'm RSC. See you guys next time. Peace out.
I hope I don't have to use my glasses of in these areas. That really sucks to hide something behind like a thick wall.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back. I'm RSC. We are starting this episode in the same place we start many of our episodes here in Chula. We're going to be here for a couple minutes before progressing on boss. So, Melentia is here now. I know I kind of harped on this issue a bit in early episodes when she wasn't showing up here. So yeah, you have to kill the last giant before Melentia can show up here. and she brings with her the most valuable commodity, life chance. Those would have
really highlights, I mean, it lasts forever.
at the end of the last episode.
Okay. You highlight all your,
I wasn't
As
talking
would
to
have
highlight all your stuff.
other items that do
I got 2,300 hours pretty much of highlighted videos.
like to engage in a good debate. So I'm not sure.
I mean, that's a dump all
I
their
guess
stuff.
you are arguing from the affirmative position, and you have not been able to make an argument for banning.
So that's what we're going to be doing now. We'll just tie
Yeah, and you're just doing the
Probably my magic sword
so are you going to make an actual argument?
at least for this episode.
Carrying armor and carrying armor and magic
So
sword.
I think I want to do
4 kilograms of
Stop spying
Alright guys,
can't
we're back.
carry armor with
looks like
fire sword.
I did forget one thing.
Oh, this might be
Chests are back in the back.
Look like you just ran up.
Maybe we could get some wall or something if we didn't see it.
It's good thing they don't count this our own weight in that.
That's really funny because I only brought up Trump committing adultery, aka cheating on his wife. I never brought up the rape thing, but hey, thanks for that. Yeah, so apparently I haven't looked into it too much again. That's why I brought up adultery, not rape. But I believe from the little I have read is that what he was convicted of rape, something that happened.
I know uploads was a new thing.
Can't remember.
And the uploads thing happened after they were bought up by Amazon, so
That was never the point I was making in the first place.
for that upload videos thing. Now they're pretty much like YouTube in terms of upload videos and videos for like a long period of time. Well, probably not. They would have to kind of warn the person first. One of those as well, removing these fonts here because, they've been, you've got like, 0 watches
How are we
and
going
last,
to ban people pulling their rope?
you have to give you like a month
What's the policy there?
time
Alright, I'm back. So since Resident Evil 4, apparently you can't click the Windows key to tab out. I guess you need to set it up first, unless there's like a way to do. Maybe I should just play through the whole game again. I've done it before, but alright. Actually, if I am going to is it Alt-Tab or Alt-Enter? Alt-Enter is full screen. Alright.
I still have highlights I
Maybe I should just play Mercenaries right now. Actually, no, maybe not. Yeah, let's go. I don't know if I can make it though. Oh wow, I actually made it. Sometimes that part is hard for me. Dodge. Alright. Let's go. Oh, you know what? Change video settings, anti-aliasing, high. Wow, that was a slowdown. I love this game though. Dude, what the freak is... Oh, it might be because another video had to load first. Jeez, man. Alright. I gotta push this away. What's up with this slowdown? So I put on Queso, because I like his scary videos a lot. I'd be in this game with like nothing but the red 9. It's a pistol only. Thanks for the money. Alright. Okay. How come I can't, like, go anywhere?
Something out of a Hollywood movie.
Jeez. I'm struggling here. Now this is still the castle area. Oh, I killed Mango. Honestly, also something that I can't wait for the I can't wait for the Silent Hill 1 remake. That'll be so cool. Actually, maybe I should stream Silent Hill. I played it a long time ago, but maybe I should play it again. There's the merchant dude. I heard that from Queso. It was funny though. I'm almost to the island. Alright, let's use the fish then. Like how easy it's gonna be. 1, 2, 3. Told you it was gonna be easy. Okay, I'm getting kind of bored of it. Like, I like the game, but I'm bored. And I already have played the whole game on YouTube from my Xbox One, like years and years ago. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter because I have maximum health. The only difference it would make is that see, I knew there was a snake in there. The only difference it would make is that if you get a green herb, yellow herb, red herb, you combine them all together, it either increases your health or puts your health up to full, whereas a fish will not. A small fish won't. So maybe the herb was better. Well, that's not gonna stop me. I don't know if I like this game as much as I used to. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good game, but I think I like Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6 a little bit better, as weird as that is to say, not only because of the co-op stuff, which, you know, people can like it or not. Like, I don't mind it. But Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 5 aren't too different from Resident Evil 4. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 has horror elements. It's not like Resident Evil 4 is necessarily too far removed from... It's not too far removed. So, if it's not too far removed, might as well have a friend to play with you. And yeah, there is a Resident Evil 4 split screen mod that someone made, and he got it working too. But the thing that I like more about Resident Evil 4 than 5 and 6 is that the atmosphere, I think, is a little bit... I mean, just look at this right now. I'm in a medieval corridor that's European, very stylistic. It's gritty, it's dark. Kind of gives me a little bit Silent Hill vibes. And Resident Evil 6 and 5 don't have... Well, Resident Evil 6 has it, depending on whose story you play. Leon's is a lot like this. It's a lot the same like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 5, unless you mod it, is more it's more action based, which I think is okay for the game. They were going for different moods. Resident Evil 4 isn't even close to the survival horror that the old Resident Evils were, especially with the tank controls. Nor was it. What is it better than? I don't know. Maybe I should get Resident Evil 5. Maybe I will, because I remember playing it way back on the PlayStation 3, and I actually got the unlimited ammo and stuff, and the game was fun. Like, granted, I kind of wish the reason why I think I like Resident Evil 6 a little bit more is that Resident Evil 6 you can Resident Evil 6 the partner doesn't actually have to the partner doesn't actually it doesn't actually the partner doesn't actually have to, well, what was I talking about? The partner doesn't actually have to, alright, the partner doesn't actually have to do things that if you don't have to take care of them, and you don't have to take care of them. You don't have to do stuff like you don't have to watch them like a baby. So let's see. YouTube commentary 9, 10, 11, 12. Where? Secret entrance.
And I think Andrew has repeatedly proven over the day. It was like kind of hard to like say his actual moral foundation. I haven't really watched much of them, so I would have actually no.
Okay, let's try. Alright, let's try Skyrim. Can't believe I would actually say Skyrim, Skyrim. Okay. One-day mode. Not border, it's border. Go to 450p, like, okay, 450p it is. Dude, what? Maybe that's God telling me, like, no, just kidding, I actually enjoy it. Not responding. Yeah, just give it a second. Alright. Oh, I can click the other windows too, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I can actually. Alright.
Stuck bringing this with me. I'm stuck bringing this right down with me. You know, so there's a lot of things that, I don't know what you're eating this 20 kilograms. Right there, you've already lost 1 kilogram. Bring out a maximum of 4.5 pounds. Sorry, actually like what, 3.5 pounds worth of stuff for the same.
You know, Skyrim has sold 60 million copies. The same with The Witcher 3, so that's very impressive because RPGs are more, I think, more niche, but the fact that it sold, those have sold so much is amazing. Because while Skyrim was re-released on basically everything, and it's been ported to everything, and The Witcher 3 I think is even more impressive. So, but that is really impressive. I want to talk to the What's going on? What happened? Alright. It would be better if I just didn't have to, like, I could, Skyrim completely locks you out, doesn't it? That's fine. I don't know what that was. Who knows? Oh, I've been streaming for a long time. But that's okay. It's made me appreciate. It's made me appreciate people who stream for this long. Like day after day after day. It's incredible. Sure. Alright. Well, let's go fight a giant. Wait, maybe I can't go. It's a battle for Whiterun. What's going on? Oh yeah, because I've never done the main quest. They probably don't put it into their whatever. But Jesus Christ is God. So it turns out Elon Musk is gonna go to, I think he's close to going to Jesus. I really think he is. Alright, so we have to hear these people out. Defeat the who? Defend the barricade. Wait, defend the barricade. Oh. Alright. Oh, okay, where's the attackers must be over here. They breached the barrier. Chop. Chop, chop, chop. The death animations are so satisfying. I love this mod. soon. Okay. Oh, 25% remaining. 16% remaining. These people are almost dead. Like, almost completely. Almost completely. Okay, return to the Jarl of White. Into the Jarl of White run. Alright. Okay. Into the Jarl of White. General Tullius. Where's alright, well, let's, should I, like, do the trick to Throat of the World? You know, when I went up there the first time, it was a magical experience. Actually, it still is. Skyrim is a magical game, but yeah, Elon Musk, I think, is going to accept Jesus. I think he is. I think he is. Yeah. He is close. This is... Why does it lag so much here? Okay, I don't get it. Well, I'm going to try to get out of it. Alright, let's go to a different... Is there no other places besides that one where I can spawn, like, by a giant? There is other places too, I just don't remember where they are. See, there's Bleakwind Basin. See, like, there's tusks. If there's tusk by it, then that means... Dude, where... I don't understand. I want to fight a giant in a place where it doesn't lag. Why are you... Okay, you know what? Let's try. Okay, we're gonna try it. Let's go. God dang. Oh, I just one-shotted it. But it's probably on the... Yeah, I think it is on the easiest. Yeah, it's on novice. I need to go somewhere else. That's pretty. Alright, I think I'll quit to the desktop. So now I can Chronicles the First Mage episode. I know where he is. Alright. I wonder if I should go to sleep again. Alright, okay. I wish there was like a playlist of Andalusian, a lot of database stuff, we'll start it there. What do I want to do now? You know what? Let's do... Alright, let's change the white noise sound. What do I want to change it to? I don't know. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is turn down the mic again. And talk to you guys later.
How did you decide to bring that with me?
To start with, humanism, like most proto-enlightened stupidity, is saying anything. Like a deer trail. My grandfather is close behind. Humanist International, to get the Amsterdam Declaration, has a whole section on the LGBTQI as we celebrate Pride Day, we underscore the fact that individuals in 62 countries, same-sex relationships are legal. Perfectly circular. In the center of the circle is the deer. The outlaw will leave back beyond recognition. Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? You know why monks cut people off buildings to offend their delicate sensibilities? You ain't going to do
Well, that's the thing, like back then, people were buying those images, people were probably interested in this, cooking burgers,
around your stability of living things to suffer and flourish. Motivated by the benefits of helping and not harming. Enabled by reason and passions. Needing no source outside of reality. Perfect. So why would you persecute gay people? We decide to outsource it to this same body. What's the objection? Oh, and that causes
drop my sword off, or do an emerald,
I'm going to go with that silver armor, I'm willing to see this both God and
stuff like that. I'm stuck bringing this I'm stuck bringing these red diamonds when I'm so there's a lot of things that I don't know what you mean. Right there, you're last one. Maximum 4.5 pounds, maximum like 3.5 pounds of stuff in myself.
So what can we glean from that? We can think that people at some point, if the environment is makes for respect,
Skipping the character doesn't have any
it sounds like we should get this shit under control quick. I don't want animals to genocide each other, sexually assault each other, enslave each other, promote democracy. What do you think of a free
enough of the nature of
circle these days? Basically,
According to my father, this event took place in the late 70s. That's right. He was at the farm after dark.
I'm sure they have some awesome things in
the back pasture field in the first part of the story. Up and down, they had not been drinking. There had been young kids in this country. Their receptionist reality. This was just one last night. She spent relaxing under stars. My sister and his best friend. He had driven his truck into the meadow. They wouldn't have to walk all the way back to the farm this morning.
Makes no sense. How heavy were they?
Tension getting louder. This was calming nerves. They started to back up. This wasn't the smallest news.
There was a big guy. Children murder.
My dad swear she saw a pair against odds, two beautiful teeth. He said that something was off about it. About the shape of the mouth, places the eyes go, whether it is
His entire
he described it as not to be very my dad was peaceful, good girl, focused on the truck. My father was using the same joint. As he used the truck, he said the creature let us pass was so unearthly. It's extremely super slow. It just described why it hurts me. But it was so haunted, so even sure this is also he said once, the same pleasure of knowing people very well as to wait a few years ago was actually reading my dad's story. I was only just the scariest thing he's ever been through. Even scarier than surviving a bobcat attack. I think this is one of the thoughts in the story I'll tell you the possible so far. As I was growing up, I found years ago these being true. I was simply stories told by the scary things being present in the farm. This is thought they were real. My own experience as I began to learn checks the ice switch Sure, these are all ghost stories. It's true.
Well, the score in this game is technically suspended chills that receive the fire points for the shoppers. The identifying generations to use can't find just a deal. This imagine we're buying a house that my second Not yet, no. It's you have to go down. not terribly difficult. I think well, this early on in this
really fun. What means, you know, if this little shit that my business is fun for you, like Randy Fish, then you might not understand. This is fun. It is about that. You guys can watch videos. Link in the description down below. You guys already know the challenge parts out. You know, if you guys want to watch it, go check out the original video in the description down below. We're probably going to leave out the last couple of videos. That way, we'll watch and check out your but yeah, this is going to be fun. So, Merry birthday. You know, and you already know, like, you lose most, if not all of your motivation when it's about to go down. You feel me? You know, that's not still. You know what? I can't even fault that. You know? That looks like some
Pretty much that's one thing it was I'm sure like
Depends on what happens in terms of when it comes to games with
Just like public service was clear, that's we're talking about
He's terrible. Definitely a lot better than
what makes it I'm seeing
I'm sure the difficulty in smelling out
the secular nation and the more secular the nation gets, the less likely they are to be. Let's start with South Korea. This is a Korea.
Considering I got most of my screens that's why I hope all
So I guess I want two specific tattoos. But anyway, this person never spoke to Snapchat. She's crazy. She's great. Tell me about so then if I raise 100, hopefully I'm not going to quit. That's not what I asked you. I asked commercial population. And don't I'm sorry, but I would assume that
really highlights in the last reference. She highlights all this stuff and I got spring $300 pretty much. Fairy armor
single hard drive. And do you have to make results from
but just the way they're
Drop this room. It's like 20 kilograms.
And you would make that solid. Is that like a universal thing? Is that a universal thing? If you want to harm yourself, like not want to do
bring our armor with us.
Later, she told my dad about the description of the trial, and his understand about my dad is that he's a hardcore skeptic. But as soon as my mom relayed descriptions of the setting, that is the exact description of my dad's my dad's relationships and sad nowadays.
You have to make it so it's not just
explain it to who were allergic to the sun. It sounds very arbitrary, so like that's going to outlaw his whole life. His wife shortly after, but he had never discussed Grandpa John in front of me. And the picture caused all sorts of mischief. Two occasions when I cemented the fact that he wasn't just imagining. There was a day when my dear sister was moving a little forward with the mother.
The worst part is the story about this one. Yeah, technically, bring all this stuff with you. Take calls. like this is these kind of graphics don't think well, it's still look at it
because I used to do a lot of like the pressure, like the pressure, would the pressure be a psychological so when you say psychologically unright,
still sucks on the current console.
it could just be depression, right? Would that be psychological?
Modern consoles.
My point is that it seems again a little arbitrary question for you. You say, me smoke cigarette, that's fine. Andrew Danik himself, that's fine. If he smokes because if he smokes because he wants to, yes, it's fine. You're not the person that can bring it up.
I decided to go back outside immediately when I came in and I slept the night. Saved the stuff. It's about 6 in the morning, so let's talk to Scarabs. Who goes? That word means nothing to me. The square, there's the stone of names.
How come it's a very
Just be all engaged.
I'm not going to bother.
Might show themselves better than why I'm But on certain this is our natural service. Humans, friends are a mythological race that does not exist. Go back to travel far, Zeratus is no straight
Tougher bosses and
because I thought it was
travelers,
right?
It is across the great desert and also solve.
Is that back
We have also learned how to
yeah, I think it's fun. I shoot ran all day.
Oh yeah, and I use all the that's right. Yes, and yes, and yes.
Psychopathy doesn't exist. Psychopathy doesn't exist.
What's the trouble?
Show it to me.
We have observed the junkyard laws. We have obeyed them.
Sometimes,
Customs and styles. And though it was hard, we forced ourselves to live by those things. And our state.
You just made it the fuck up, Mark. You heard it in Hollywood.
But even in the face of this, I was going to say that it implies
building like a
no, it's not a symptom. There's
DOS games, and still play DOS stuff.
Oh shit, you just clicked, didn't you? You just clicked, didn't you?
warnings, their signs,
Not the
on the doors of the
cutscene.
training houses, mysterious writings beside the stone walls. At times, a colonist falls on the spot. Ways when he writings
Because you can't diagnose people as
never stays the same. When you rid of the lowest city, this is not
it's not a term at all. You made it up.
That is the point. Something drives you.
Does it tell you it's frozen? Not just the unknown version.
What happened? Why dwell on the bad
Have
side?
that in assuming I don't have any sort of antidote right now.
What notes comes next? Zeratus helps me your worries with you. What worries are these received? I know what destroyed Max.
If it's the case,
Stuff in
Back to the desert.
it's easy
Must be certain that as well as back. Yes.
and say, okay, most people don't act like this, so therefore there's probably something wrong with you. Isn't that actually how we go about it? When it's all said and done,
I can stop the desert.
I had to take a tram ride, which had a maximum of 5 pounds. You have a chance to get into the campus. And then I'm going to go back and tram ride again, and hopefully drop my sword off.
That's not really an answer. I'll say
I'm bring some more things.
I could do that very quickly. So,
And then go back up.
because Mark is getting this
All right, well, that takes care of the guards, which have exactly.
That's stuff like these Zeldas or these 20 programs that came over the news. So I'm stuck bringing this back in. I'm stuck bringing this back down. So there's a lot of things that I don't know what to do. Maximum of 4.5 pounds, maximum like 3.5 pounds of stuff.
Then why not do that now?
Well, they just got like sedan.
Are you sure I have permission to talk to you? How would I handle
First house, what's on the sides?
Basically,
that's it. So all we're doing is applying. Let's just say take God completely out of the equation, pushing the bar and just delusion. We believe in this God, we think this God, and that's what we rely on. Even if it's God, it can't be any more wrong. Because the truth of the matter is that if it all really just was coming down to our preference, that's how it's coming down to. It's just his preference. And they said his preference is best for society.
I'm sure you're
So I said, okay, that's good.
really awesome.
Your preference and my preference is best for society, but yours is better because of the outcomes. He said so because he's utilitarian, right? So the outcomes, you can't tell me why you smoke a cigarette. I can't smoke a cigarette. So why not smoke a cigarette? Because the outlaws, why would that be the case? It makes no sense. Okay, so
instructions. You know what you take up on weapons we got. Here, you're going to a boss fight. You can bring 5 pounds of stuff. Yeah, man, because getting your weight down. Every other key item in this game can't drop is like 21 pounds. Makes no sense. That goes with those big guys.
Yes, finally.
I can't see them putting any items for some reason you can't bring them back.
See, I don't understand how you can argue Christianity being good for society and not even being Christian. Did you know that? I could. And so the thing is,
thereafter,
none of that is where I draw my reality from. I was pursuing the best thing for me to see that Christians are delusional and steal the outcomes for society by following Christian ethics are better. I gave you an example. An answer to it. You still haven't asked the question as to what is actually going to be
happening. Last year we saw a strange ads. So he has a fire blast. Let's start at the top.
Show me how rich the outcomes of society are versus objective outcomes.
We have 1.3 kilograms and missing as a maximum 5. Gotta watch this every time. Well, the score in this game is technically your money. You can spend it to buy items. So the items you can buy are items like pounds. Yeah, you can buy anything like that. I'm assuming it's Sapphire.
Whether or not market benefits how secular elitism is actually better for society than Christian ethics. Very simple. Here's what Mark has determined for you.
No, yeah, you know, it's, I have to go down the
I just see it. Purpose of the debate, which I've done multiple times, I keep asking where he's like, just like he does. He says it doesn't but that's just making goalposts. You see? Yeah. He says, no. I mean, it's a scientist because they're scientists. They're imputed with me giving him the imputed right? Just like that. Right? He's imbuing him with the authority to give for him what he needs to make these outcomes for society. That's fair. You can do that. I mean, the secular station can't so you know
you have pounds. You have 1.2.
The Japanese love it. And the South Koreans love it. When you just immigrate in, just right, so that these 2,000 year cultures go fucking extinct.
You know what? I don't think
First part's
and this is just a doomsday scenario. Let's address it in the states emergency from South Korea, give it a slow state of emergency from Japan. This is, by the way, this is the alarm that's been ringing everywhere because for the last 5 years.
I think well, the series being used probably early on in this early on this armor, so we had some pretty good armor. Also found a mount so getting that I'm kind of surprised this thing broke me down.
the skills you have.
You know, in Canada, we use the metric system. Sometimes the weights imperial system. You're measuring their stringent things.
Everything else dangerous traps actually matter to us. People fear that, and so they avoid that by doing things that help. As opposed to just go for the breaks or nothing. And so if you work the material and kill a bunch of people who cares and just go into the void, right? How is that a better enforcement for society than hell? It's not. How is it a better enforcement for society than no other voice of consequences to what you even do on this planet? How do you use hell as some kind of element for cash because it operates as a social enforcement mechanism? That's stupid. We also said, domination will fight. This fight with this fight with themselves. Right? They have councils that can't agree on anything. They fight constantly. You think that this does, if you're going to remove religion tomorrow, you think that these people would just not fight for it?
It's like very hell. We go and follow this. I've done exploring here yet. Gallivanting off this direction. In a cave. Place behind the city.
Equipment back. Keep that in the first one.
Get a really awesome view. That is the tower that we have yet to see. Here it's kind of like a mock-up of Minas Tirith in a way. It's a layered city. It has a big, huge tower, and at the top there's a layer I guess they're lucky enough to have a water source in the desert. That makes sense. It's pretty
There's the one
see the waterfalls in
I guess somebody said,
Putting the other arm.
I think that they used
that buy me again game. Maybe like a Jundar hint joke or something being so close to the complete opposite side of the game. So maybe if we dug straight down into Europe or something. That would be good. Jundar, you've had too much time on your hands.
Seems like the European one is more popular on their side.
The opposite direction.
Gotcha.
So hang on, I just want one more quick follow-up. Just real quick. Mark, is Matt going to today? Does he engage in other questions? I think this question is right. So you come up
It's more cinematic at Pirate
I think about 8, you really start seeing it at this point. Kind of the game isn't finished per se, but there's a lot of stuff that seems like it should be
just like is that just someone who likes is that just like someone who likes why this series
some type of
well, I'm sorry, Mark, if that's the case, then you can use Michael Wonder. No, I'm just making whoever thinks I want to be Oh, okay, so then you just make me
that are getting expensive as hell. That's probably like the PC games that are PC games, they all went like bigger the better. They take skins like concepts. Yeah, what happens it's up behind you and just starts flailing. It doesn't necessarily reject. It's been saving a while.
That's not rejected.
I guess you're sticking the sword in between this and
that's what I perfect time for it as well. That's what I'm trying to make sure I don't lose like that save just in case my gear upstairs somehow like doesn't get saved.
Alright, so there's a man and a woman here.
Bigger and bigger, or you can stand up to it.
So you make up the non-objective and the standard when you say everybody's objective in comparison to the non-objective.
May have forgotten all about this, or may just maybe I just don't do that this week, but maybe these are
But Mark, you see, it's a non-objective standard, and then you can laboratory through the non-objective standard, then it would be non-objective. It can work as non-objective through using the file design. Yes, so using a child non-objective is
just making sure there's nobody in it.
Tons of different postcards and
I would never. Me is the ultimate arbiter of morality. Everything I say is what's objectively wrong or right. I think it's objectively wrong.
Most things that they do again here is just go, you know, you can't pick back up. I've seen lightning drops. Oh, pretty much, yeah. Like, some of those games came with manuals the size of phones.
Do you believe second? Do you believe for a second? What are you talking about? I just said even if I accepted that that was a delusion. No, of course not. Now, Mark, I'm afraid to answer my question. I just answered your question. I have a position for focus on the debate. I adopted the positions that I'm willing to accept. I was for reasonable purposes. Yes, you can show me everything bad for society. And you couldn't.
We have some
I just want to point that out. Hang on, Mark, the opposite. It's actually the opposite. So when I said, very specific. Okay. For the purpose of the debate, I'm willing to grant to you that everything I believe is false, that we can see the societal effects. Prove to me that the societal effects of Christianity are bad. Even if I wasn't,
Back then, people would buy these companies were interested in us. especially in the earlier exclusive games. Your standard kind of juggler finds things to me like, hey, city building kind of fun. So. Unless you're another one, show me your social better. Now that I've granted what the hell, dude? We're on what? 6-4 now, 7-4. I lost track on the damn floors.
This time, this would do much.
Because you are going to charge towards that in-play situation like a fucking cleanse and then just throw yourself off that grid because you don't care about people. You only care about yourself. That's all you That's all you Okay, well, that's the long run. People with delusions will get themselves into it's McDonald's process. So you position is like saying, I'm a great star. Because I want to, and then make a check and it's this thing I made up, and I'm not delusional. You're delusional, because you believe in something that doesn't exist. So does this fucking idiot. We made up a standard. This fucking idiot made up a standard that inherently admits is totally fucked up, and then makes a weird claim to self-esteem and says, I'm delusional. That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard, Mark. I do tell you guys,
well, it looks like Black Knight's their program's a bit behind them, smacking it doing this. Yeah, that's the problem. Is these games
Here it actually tells you.
One thing you could go to when games look at it's on to games.
What is that? So you think celebrity endorsements are banned now? Think of the that Crusader when Batman returned. Many regular gamers last he's gonna give you some Diet Coke.
I guess I'm not excited about trying to find shelf which is never heard of that one. Yes, it must be that's known for that.
I mean, was this really the grand plan? Go down to the city so you could see Batman's bizarre boundaries and the that's the You could literally let the city die to get the last one. That's probably the best endorsement you could give a product.
Oh, yes. Imagine the size of those. Jeez.
Forget, along with that wonderful jingle that indeed does exist.
Then where are our souls? Where? We don't deserve that. Yes, we're doing all that we can. Is that chance for adults very dangerous?
So, what exactly happened?
Some man children and women children who never wanted to do anything with their lives and just have waiting their toys. I'm telling you, it's all because of this jingle. Don't believe me? The sequel commercial that came out years later.
Okay, they can give us this area. Something that weighs 0.1 kilograms. This is kind of necessary for loss poisoners. Sir, I'm trying to open this chest. Smacking on the head one. Not yet, no. It's, I have to go down.
I guess Kainon might have
So where's price we're gonna have to I think what the seed they use probably early on in the seed. Early on in the seed, I learned set the timer so I can get some more charms out of that. I was trying to manage the site pretty early on, so getting the site back takes just recognizing and making sure I get
I love this room. It's kind of
I'm surprised this thing broken down. In Canada, we talk my spell system, so when it comes to spells, sometimes you often use imperial system. And measure most things in sounds. Everything else will measure. So even if they live, they're insane, they're much more vulnerable. There's a word of death, or very small deaths, don't really have much in the way of defensive spells, but the ones they do get, like a word of death, that's really useful. I got it once, I got hit in an area that spells, like mind flayer, blast, and that's what I got that super really cool. There are also some amazing spells, like conjuration to create life, which allows you to summon creatures, and unfortunately, some of the creatures that you get are not that great, like demons or sphinxes that have spells, but they cast spells against enemies, whether you want them to or not, against enemies that have such a high magic resistance. They're essentially useless, so really the conjuration spell, depending on what you get, is random and power level users. They can be really useful, or they can be useful for damaging enemies, but more likely they'll be useful as a meachew, like take hits instead of sword, and that can be absolutely game changing. Multiple classes and spellcasting there's a one where you themselves, which is very useful. As a fireball, even if your melee attack is better, it's super small. Compared to something that targets the entire stack of enemies. Towards the end of the game, we found that these spellcasters were less useful than players. Because they can deal out very
Could be the other arms. Is the running spell nice if you're stuck with this like